Chapter 820. Female literature. In a short period of time, the two of them had already exchanged countless blows. At this time, Su Tian had already arrived. However, she did not speak. At this time, she seemed to be unable to do anything other than pray that the two of them would be safe. However, in such a battle, how could both of them be safe and sound? The initial probing was over in an instant. After the probing phase, it was time for the real fight. Su Yan was very powerful. His sword Qi had the ability to kill gods and ghosts. However, Shangguansheng was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. At this moment, Shangguansheng was not a venerable, but Su Yan did not dare to underestimate his strength. Previously, he had killed venerable skeleton Mei with a single sword strike. However, facing this person, Su Yan's heart was full of fear. The battle had only just begun. He did not know what tricks the other party would suddenly use. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not have much time left. He had to resolve everything here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the demonic cloud really devoured the power of the sword pool, the Taixing 9 Evolution's great array would be finished. The power of the demonic cloud would also become extremely powerful. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. At this time, the two of them had their own plans. Their strength was constantly increasing at this time. In just a few dozen seconds, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Su Yan, you are really powerful. It has not been long since we last met, but your strength has already increased to such a level. This is very good. Shangguansheng laughed. At this time, his expression became more and more solemn. At this time, Su Yan was also the same. No need to talk nonsense. We have to determine a winner. What's the point of saying all this? The two of them exchanged blows. This won't do. This Shangguansheng is really too difficult to deal with. If this continues, even if I can defeat him in the end, I'm afraid the sword pool will be finished. Su Yan's heart trembled. He was even more afraid of this guy. Putting other things aside, Shangguansheng's combat strength was really powerful. Su Yan had many opponents, and many of them had already been surpassed by him. However, there were a few people that he was still very wary of. Among these people, the one that Su Yan was most wary of was Duan Mulonghu. This was a character who had been resurrected several thousand years ago. His schemes and methods were frightening. However, the Shangguansheng in front of him was not inferior to him at all. At this moment, Su Yan already had the intention to kill. Today was actually a good opportunity. If he could kill him today, then he would have one less powerful enemy in the future. However, killing such a character was naturally not so easy. But as long as there was a chance, Su Yan would give it a try. At this moment, Shangguansheng suddenly said, "It seems that Brother Su wants to kill me." Su Yan did not comment and said, "You and I are enemies. If I can get rid of you now, it's naturally a good thing." Unfortunately, it was not easy to get rid of him. At this moment, Shangguansheng said, "If you want to kill me, your strength is not enough. No, it should be said that it's difficult to deal with venerable skeleton Mei. Brother Su Yan, you must have other methods. Don't be so stingy. Why don't you just take it out and let me see it? Of course, I should also take out my true strength. Heavenly Demon Battle Armor." He shouted softly. Around his body, something that looked like a piece of clothing appeared. When this item appeared, Su Yan's expression became serious. He could feel that at this moment, the other's aura had increased by at least 50%. This was like Rosen's demon god armament. Of course, Su Yan could also see that the power of this item seemed to be slightly weaker than the demon god armament. The first elder of the ghost killing hall was indeed powerful to be able to take out such a good item. Of course, even so, the heavenly demon battle armor was indeed powerful. The power of the two people constantly clashed. Such power was simply incomparably violent. Gradually, Su Yan actually already fell into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, he directly said, "What, Su Yan, are you still not willing to take out your true strength? If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." At this moment, Su Yan was still bitterly holding on. At least for a while, he was not willing to use the power of Ghost Face. Revered Sun Shattering. There's no need to use that method. This is the Sword Lake Sacred Land. In the Sword Lake Sacred Land, the power of sword cultivators could naturally increase here. He also wanted to see how far his power could reach. The sword chi began to circulate wildly. At this moment, the revered sword soul seemed to have been resurrected. Su Yan could feel that the revered sword soul was slowly breathing. Su Yan clearly knew that if he wanted to become stronger, his body was important, but the most fundamental thing was still his sword cultivation. Of course, at this moment, if he could still withstand the power of Ghost Face for a short period of time, he would do so. Su Yan's Scorching Sun sword continued to attack from various angles. The power of each sword was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, after using the Heavenly Demon Battle Armor, this person's methods were extremely powerful. At this moment, Su Yan could no longer be in a stalemate with him. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly became illusory. After slashing out with his sword, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew forward. In the end, his ultimate goal was not to kill Shengguansheng, but to get rid of the demonic cloud. If the demonic cloud was removed, then everything would be easy. "Su Yan, when you and I are fighting, you're still distracted. You're looking down on me." There was a hint of anger in his words. This was the most important thing for him on this trip. If it was ruined by Su Yan, then all his efforts would have been for naught. Originally, there was still Hua Yunfei among the 3 sons of demons. However, at this moment, there were only 2 people left. It seemed that there was one less competitor, but in fact, the pressure on him had increased greatly. Therefore, at this moment, he absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. His Heavenly Demon Battle Armor immediately changed, and a pair of wings appeared on him. With the help of the wings, his speed became even faster. Although it was only a short fight, he could already see that Su Yan's speed was a great threat. If he could not suppress Su Yan's speed to a certain extent, then he would be scared out of his wits. However, the Heavenly Demon Battle Armor just happened to give him such an ability. Infinite Demonic Cloud. The moment he caught up with Su Yan, he immediately began to use his power. At this time, with his attack, the demonic cloud seemed to be attracted, and it directly split into a beam of demonic light, directly slashing towards Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately became cold. This kind of power made him feel shocked. At this moment, he slashed down with his sword, and the Daybreak Sword suddenly appeared. At this moment, countless sword lights turned into flowing flames. What a powerful sword chi! However, it's still futile. Su Yan's strategy was indeed correct. If he continued to fight with him, he did not know when the outcome would be decided. Therefore, he made a feint and directly went towards the demonic cloud. According to Su Yan's estimation, at this moment, the demonic cloud was entangled with the power of the sword pool, forming a delicate balance. Su Yan only needed to destroy this balance at that moment. Then, all of this would naturally become a bubble. However, he did not know that he could temporarily draw power from the demonic cloud. How could the demonic cloud suppress the sword pool? It should be known that the power of the sword pool of the Taihang sword faction was difficult to suppress even for peak Dao masters or even sovereigns. This demonic cloud of the Boundless Demons sect was personally controlled by the sect leader. This little bit of power might not be very strong, but that was only relative to the sword pool and the demonic cloud. For Su Yan and him, this was a supreme power. "Su Yan, I actually don't want to kill you, but at this moment, I have no choice but to kill you." At that time, he did not kill Su Yan because he was selfish and wanted to use Su Yan as a chess piece. At this moment, he might have had such thoughts. However, it was a pity that by this time, Su Yan had already become a major threat to the Grandmaster. Therefore, no matter what, Su Yan had to die. the power of the demonic cloud suppressed down, mighty like the might of heaven. At this moment, no matter how powerful Su Yan's strength was, it was not worth mentioning in front of this attack. However, he suddenly found that something was wrong. At this time, Su Yan was a little too calm. At this time, he was still as calm as ever. Su Yan was not a fool. It was impossible for him not to sense the power of the demonic cloud. However, at this time, he was still so calm. There was only one possibility: Su Yan had something to rely on. At the next moment, Su Yan displayed this reliance. Shengguansheng, you used the demonic cloud to kill me. It's a good plan, but unfortunately, you forgot that this is the sword pool. After Su Yan finished speaking, Shengguansheng's heart beat rapidly. Of course, he would not forget that this was the sword pool. However, the power of the sword pool was so strong. Could it be that Su Yan could borrow this power? In the next moment, this suspicion vanished into thin air because Su Yan had already activated this power. Sword Pinnacle, Grand Heavenly Cloud Sword. At this time, the power of the sword pool surged and gathered directly towards Su Yan's body. In just a moment, his power had reached an unprecedented level. The power of the demonic cloud was indeed terrifying, but Su Yan's power was even stronger. Su Yan was indeed not enough to mobilize the sword pool, but Shengguansheng did not know that Su Yan had a divine item like the Grand Heavenly Sword Soul. When he entered this place, the Grand Heavenly Sword Soul had already produced a subtle resonance with everything here. Chapter 821. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he had become half the owner of this place. Moreover, the boundless sword chi could follow one's will. Su Yan had never been a reckless person. If he did not have anything to rely on, he would not have rashly entered the sword pool. It was precisely because he felt the aura of the sword pool that he was able to enter directly. In fact, he had made the right bet this time. Brother Shengguan, it's just as you said. I don't want to kill you. But today, you and I must decide who's the winner. In an instant, the sword moved according to his heart, and a terrifying sword light rushed directly to the sky at this time. The demonic clouds rolled, but they were destroyed in an instant. This time, the outcome was decided so quickly. After destroying the demonic clouds, the power of the sword chi did not weaken at all. The terrifying power directly rushed down, and such a power destroyed everything. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Although it was only temporarily used, the majestic sword chi was still nourishing his body and everything about him. At this moment, his realm was loosening, and there were faint signs of advancement. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with killing intent. This was the best opportunity to kill Shengguansheng. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know what other means he would have to go out and kill him. Cousin, have mercy. At this moment, seeing Su Yan like this, Su Tian finally exclaimed unconsciously. This exclamation finally made Su Yan slow down by half a beat. Although he had previously said that he would not care about the slightest bit about feelings, when faced with such a situation, how could he be so calm? It was also because of this short hesitation that Shengguansheng directly seized the opportunity. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, destroy everything. All the previous thoughts had faded away, and the only thing left was the determination to kill Su Yan. The Heavenly Demon Battle Armor directly left his body. The Heavenly Demon Battle Armor was the inheritance treasure of the Limitless Demon Sect, so it was naturally very powerful. But at this time, he didn't have any misgivings. If such a treasure could be exchanged for Su Yan's life, then it would be really worth it. The Heavenly Devil Battle Armor instantly turned into a terrifying demonic shadow. At this moment, it actually felt like a demonic god had descended. Su Yan did not react in time and was immediately swallowed up by this terrifying power. Shengguansheng sneered in his heart, Su Yan, you are indeed strong. Unfortunately, I must kill you today. At this time, within the endless terrifying aura, Su Yan's aura was directly drowned out. That terrifying sword light finally began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, he judged that Su Yan was definitely going to die at this moment. Since he was already dead, then today was a great success. Without Su Yan, no one else would be able to affect this place. The demonic shadow would definitely devour the power of the sword pool. At that time, the sect master of the limitless demon sect's cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention the sovereign realm, even the legendary holy realm would not be impossible. At that time, in the entire Jojo continent, who would be able to stop the sect master's footsteps? Since he had made such a great contribution, he was naturally rewarded by the sect master. Of the 3 demon sons of the demon sect, Hua Yunfei was already dead. He only had one opponent left. But after making such a great contribution this time, what else could that person use to compete with him? He must be the limitless demon sect's crown prince. In fact, this time was also very dangerous for him. If Su Yan had not hesitated at that time, he would not have been able to find an opportunity. Even he himself would have died in Su Yan's hands. However, it was still a pity that someone like Su Yan died so sadly. Forget it. If I die, then I die. It's better than dying by myself. He calmed himself down. If he died, then everything would be over. Nothing would exist anymore. At the very least, at this time, he was still alive. That was enough. He went directly to Su Tian's side. At this time, Su Tian was still stunned. Obviously, at this time, she was still unwilling to believe what had happened in front of her. Su Yan died just like that. His cousin, Su Yan, had actually died just like that without making a sound. She was extremely sad. Although her strength could not keep up with the 2 of them, she had seen the previous scene with her own eyes. Her anxious call earlier made Su Yan stop what he was doing. But the price for stopping was extremely heavy. Because of her call, Su Yan had died. Young master, is my cousin really dead? Su Tian asked in a trembling voice. Shen Guanxing looked back and saw that the sword chi had gradually returned to the sword pool, but Su Yan's aura was not left at all. His attack was accompanied by the boundless power of the demonic cloud. Not to mention Su Yan, even a Dao master would be killed by this attack. He gently wiped away Su Tian's tears. He's dead. It's a pity that such a person died like this. However, I'm still alive. Back then, he had brought Su Tian out of the Su family on a whim. However, he did not expect that this woman would be able to save his life today. This was an extremely rare thing. Moreover, Su Tian was very obedient. In his heart, he made up his mind to treat this woman more attentively in the future. Let's go. There are still many things to do. If these things are not taken care of properly, it won't be good. After saying that, he carried Su Tian up by her waist and lightly leaped, ready to leave. Today, the dust had finally settled on this matter. Among the younger generation, Su Yan was no longer present. The others in the Taihang sword faction were no match for him, not even Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. Unfortunately, at this moment, a loud roar erupted from the sword pool. Shen Guanxing's body was still floating in the air, but his attention had been attracted by this scene. Supreme Infinite Sword. Destroy. This was Su Yan's voice. Such a firm and persistent voice suddenly exploded. Then, Shen Guanxing suddenly felt an extremely terrifying power appear. At this moment, this power was not directed at him, but at this moment, it was already enough to make him feel fearful. It was as if he was facing a terrifying death god. Su Yan, you're still alive. At this moment, the shock in his heart was imaginable. After being hit by the demonic cloud's power, Su Yan was still so energetic. More importantly, the sword chi that Su Yan displayed at this moment was still so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan did not even look back at him. The sword chi in his hand was just moving, and his power directly attacked the demonic cloud. Such power was not his own power, but the power of the sword pool. Shen Guansheng's previous attack directly turned the situation around, causing Su Yan to fall into a dead end. Even Su Yan himself felt that he would definitely die this time. However, he did not expect the power of the sword pool to directly wrap around him. It was as if a huge palm had appeared and directly surrounded him. The terrifying demonic cloud's power did not bombard his body at all. Instead, it was completely neutralized by the power of the sword pool. On the other hand, he was dragged into the sword pool. As his body sank into the sword pool, boundless sword chi immediately gathered. The boundless sword chi did not cause any harm to his body. Instead, it baptized Su's body. As a result, Su Yan's strength greatly increased. At this moment, he was simply walking with the vigor of a dragon and a tiger. Under such a cleansing of power, his realm broke through again, and he actually directly stepped into the Seven Dragons' realm. Not only that, but he could also control the power of this place for a shorter period of time. With such an attack, he even felt that he could directly kill Yan Xiao. Killing Shen Guansheng would not be a problem. However, at this moment, he knew the severity of the situation, so he did not attack Shen Guansheng. Instead, he slashed at the demonic cloud. The demonic cloud's existence was to completely cut off the connection between the sword pool and the Taihang 9 Evolution's grand formation, and to devour the power of the sword pool. Once the power of the sword pool was devoured, the demonic cloud would become incomparably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan also felt a pair of huge pushing hands behind the demonic cloud. Although he did not know who this pushing hand was, he thought that it must be an extremely powerful figure. Right now, compared to this big shot, he was simply not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, he was not facing this big shot, not to mention that he had the help of the sword pool. As the sword slashed down, the entire sword pool's sacred ground began to tremble. Boundless sword chi began to ripple, and the incomparably powerful swords that were scattered outside seemed to have been summoned. The cries of countless longswords continued to resound at this moment. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. Destroy! Following this final roar, the sword chi pressed forward with indomitable will. The terrifying sword chi directly engulfed everything. At this moment, there was no longer any power that could stop it. An extremely powerful consciousness burst out from the demonic cloud. Unfortunately, with Su Yan leading it, it could not stop it. The sword pool had its own consciousness. However, this consciousness was very shallow, so it seemed so weak in the battle with the demonic cloud. It was suppressed by the demonic cloud to the point that it almost dissipated. And Su Yan's appearance gave him a chance to condense his will. The huge consciousness roared, "You're courting death." The two words were so clear that they rushed towards Su Yan. It was an extremely pure mental power. In terms of mental power alone, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was almost not inferior to the evil sword Hanyu. Su Yan was extremely shocked. This person's power could reach such a level. If it were not for the fact that it was only revealed from the demonic cloud and the power of the sword pool, he would have died this time. Chapter 822. Female literature. However, these were all hypotheticals, and they were not reality. Therefore, this time, Su Yan won, and also Taixing won. Su Yan looked directly at him with an indescribable majesty in his eyes. "Shen Guansheng, I've won this time." Su Yan's words were very straightforward, but he did not intend to make another move at this time. Although he had borrowed the sword pool's power, it had consumed a lot of his energy. After all, it was a huge burden for his body to bear such a powerful and terrifying power. Shen Guansheng's expression kept changing. He originally thought that he had made a great contribution this time, but he did not expect to lose in the end. Nevertheless, someone who could reach this stage was naturally not someone who could not let go. He also knew that there was no other way at this time. Even if he wanted to, he could not turn the situation around. "Brother Su, you're indeed amazing. I'll remember this time. If there's a next time, we'll definitely compete again." With that, he continued to carry Su Tian and left. This time, the sword pool's plan had failed in the end, but it was not necessarily a bad thing for him. Previously, he had intercepted the sword pool's power to temper his body. He was now a powerhouse in the Nine Dragons boundary. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have advanced to become a venerable one long ago. However, he had never done so. What he needed to do was to break through all the coolness and make himself stronger. Over the past few years, he had been thinking of ways to temper his body. And this time, his cultivation method had almost reached perfection. As long as he calmed down, he would definitely become a venerable one. Among the 3 demon sons, he was the youngest, so his cultivation could not be compared to the other 2. However, since Hua Yunfei was dead, his only opponent was that guy. Even Shen Guanxing felt uneasy when he thought of that guy. Young master, Su Tian, who was in his arms, called out worriedly at this moment. This time, both Su Yan and Shen Guanxing did not die, which was the situation she was most happy to see, but she also knew very well that Shen Guanxing had failed in the end. This was not a good thing for him. From the day she saw Shen Guanxing, Su Tian had already fallen in love with this man. Since she loved him, she had to consider and plan for him. Su Tian was not ambitious. She was a very quiet woman. However, it was precisely this kind of woman who was so stubborn about love. Don't worry. Even though I failed, I still gained something. Moreover, this is just a part of the plan. The sect leader won't make things difficult for me. Moreover, after this, I will be able to break through to the Zun Qi realm. When that time comes, I will be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. My status will not drop. Shen Guanxing gently kissed her forehead. This woman was willing to sacrifice so much for him. He was truly touched. Su Yan smiled bitterly as he watched Shen Guanxing leave with Su Tian. That's fine. At least this is her own choice. He had promised the Su family that if it was possible, he would bring her back. But now, it seemed that Su Tian was unwilling to go back. At this moment, his body became light, and he fell into the sword pool once more. As soon as he entered the sword pool, dense sword chi once again surged toward his body. At this moment, the God Slayer sword suddenly awakened. It actually began to devour the sword chi in the sword pool. Of course, this kind of devouring was naturally incomparable to the demonic clouds from before. The God Slayer sword's devouring was more like a steady stream. This surprised Su Yan a little. He knew very well about the God Slayer sword. The God Slayer sword was so powerful that he would not care even if it devoured all the sword chi in the sword pool in one go. However, the God Slayer sword was actually so gentle at this moment. However, this could not be any better. If the God Slayer sword really devoured too much, he would have a headache. At this moment, as he watched the sword pool's power gradually converge into the crystals, he breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation should be reactivated. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation had indeed reappeared. Just as the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction, the Limitless Demon sect, and the various sects and factions were fighting with their lives on the line, the sky above the Taihang Sword faction changed once again. The originally somewhat obscure sky suddenly became bright at this moment. This feeling was as if the scorching sun had risen from the east, and the blazing sunlight directly shone down. This was definitely not the light of the scorching sun, because this light did not have the slightest bit of warmth to speak of. Instead, what existed within it was incomparably eerie. It was as if an endless cold wind was piercing through one's bones. When the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction saw this light, they were all incomparably excited. The Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation, the Taihang 9 expansion's Great Formation has reappeared. As soon as this news spread, the flames in their hearts were completely ignited. This Great Formation had been protecting the Taihang Sword faction since its birth. This sword formation had become a kind of faith. When this sword formation no longer appeared, that faith immediately collapsed. At this moment, the sword formation reappeared. In just a few breaths' time, 9 huge long swords appeared in the sky. The 9 swords hung in the sky, displaying an incomparably majestic aura. The 9 swords were like pillars that held up the sky. Suddenly, an indescribably terrifying sound rang out in the sky. It seemed to be the sound of a strong wind blowing, but it was more like the sound of a horn of death. The Taihang 9 expansion's great formation was made up of 9 swords, all of which were heaven-derived swords. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan had already suppressed Yan Shao to the point that he could not breathe. Xue Xingchuan, after becoming a Tao Lord, was simply too terrifying. His strength had already exceeded Yan Shao's expectations. At this moment, Yan Shao only wished that he could leave immediately. But at this moment, the Taihang 9 expansion's great formation had reappeared. What's going on? Why did this great formation reappear? Didn't the sect master already make arrangements to deal with it? At this moment, his mind was in a mess. The Taihang 9 expansion's great formation's reputation was simply too great. In the long history of thousands of years, this great formation had only been used 3 times. The first time, he had killed 3 emperor masters with a burst of power, and the second time, he had killed a void beast. Therefore, when the Boundless Demon sect took action, the first thing they did was to break this formation. But at this moment, the formation reappeared. Yan Shao, you still dare to be absent-minded at this moment. It seems that you don't want to live anymore. The Taihang 9 expansion's great formation's reputation was simply too great. Even the Tao Lord Yan Shao's mind was shaken at this moment. How could Xue Xingchuan miss such an opportunity? He directly clenched his fist, and 9 rays of sword qi appeared. If one took a closer look, one would find that the 9 rays of sword qi condensed into an illusory sword that was somewhat similar to the 9 swords of heavenly derivation hanging in the sky. 9 swords of devil slaying. Yan Shao, I'll make you bow down here today. This move was the 9 swords of devil slaying, which he had comprehended based on the Taihang 9 expansion's great formation. Although he had only comprehended it by himself. However, this move was also extremely terrifying. Before he became a Tao Lord, he was unable to unleash the full power of this sword. But now, it was different. This time, he wanted to use the power of this sword to directly kill Yan Shao. At this moment, the power of the 9 swords of heavenly derivation began to erupt. Countless rays of sword qi fell from the sky, forming a terrifying sword rain. This sword rain was so powerful that even a Dragon Realm expert would find it difficult to withstand it. More importantly, this sword rain would definitely not kill the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Ah, quick, run. In an instant, many of the demons who were originally very arrogant immediately cried for their parents. It was extremely miserable. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. This was the best time for them to kill their enemies. Yan Shao was locked down by the 9 swords, which made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Xue Xingchuan's sword had already sealed off all of his escape routes. At this moment, it seemed that he was left with no choice but to face it head-on. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Zhe also began to display his might. He was the Sect Master, and the Taihang sword was in his hands. At this moment, the power of the Sword Lake Sacred Ground was released, and the power of the Taihang sword became even stronger. Xing Tianrua, since you're already here today, then stay here. Xue Xingchuan wanted to kill Yan Shao, the 7th Vice Sect Master, but Zhang Zhe wanted to kill Xing Tianrua, the 3rd Vice Sect Master. The Wuji 9 Demon Seal was indeed a terrifying killing weapon. However, Zhang Zhe's cultivation was high, and his sword Dao was even more terrifying. At this moment, the power of the Sword Lake surged into the Taihang sword, making him even more invincible. The power constructed by the limitless 9 Devils Seal was instantly shattered. At this moment, Xing Tianrua's face was as white as paper, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, he immediately understood that today's situation was hopeless. With the appearance of the Taihang 9 expansion formation, the Taihang sword faction would definitely not be able to defeat them. He was no longer a match for Zhang Zhe. If this continued, he would probably die a horrible death. Although he was unwilling to accept this, he also knew that the situation was hopeless. Disciples of the Wuji demon sect, retreat. Although the Wuji 9 demon seal was defeated by the Taihang sword, it still had some power left. He needed to delay Zhang Zhe for a while. Otherwise, if the enraged Zhang Zhe unleashed his full power, no one here would be able to escape. At this moment, he also noticed Yan Zhao's predicament. He wanted to save Yan Zhao, but unfortunately, he was already at his limit. He wanted to delay Zhang Zhe, but he was powerless. Blood Demon Escape Technique. At this moment, Yan Zhao was finally unable to withstand the powerful pressure. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this moment, he decided to use the blood escape technique. It was just that trying to slip away under Xue Xingchuan's nose was not an easy task. Just to give himself enough time, he had directly cut off one of his arms and burned it, thus allowing him to escape. Chapter 823. Female Literature, Blood Escape Technique? It's the same old trick again. Doesn't your demonic sect have any new escape techniques? He sneered. His laughter was filled with disdain. In fact, the Limitless Demon sect's blood escape technique was extremely powerful and special. After using it, one only needed to pay a certain price to escape. Although the price was extremely high, at the moment of life and death, any price was worth it. Ordinary people would not be able to guard against this at all, not to mention that when such a secret technique was used, it would cause a huge destructive power. If the enemy's strength was not strong enough, they might be injured by this attack, or even be turned around directly. Unfortunately, this was only true for other people. In Xue Xingchuan's eyes, this technique was too old-fashioned. Back then, when Xue Xingchuan appeared out of nowhere, he was invincible. Naturally, there were many disciples of the Limitless Demon sect who fought with him. Many disciples of the Limitless Demon sect used this technique right under his nose. In the beginning, Xue Xingchuan couldn't do anything about it and even suffered a small loss. However, who was Xue Xingchuan? After the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect escaped one after another, he hardened his heart and researched this technique. Therefore, he was quite experienced in using the blood escape technique. Yan Zhao, if you were to use this in front of others, perhaps you might be able to escape with your life. However, in front of me, this is the same as seeking your own death and hastening your own death. After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, the cold smile on his face grew even wider. At this moment, his strength had risen to the extreme. Above the 9 swords, there was actually a raging flame directly rising. At this moment, Yan Zhao's heart had truly fallen to the bottom of the valley. When he used the blood escape technique, he already felt uneasy. When he saw Xue Xingchuan sneer, he was even more certain of his judgment. Third Elder, save me. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his face. He started to shout for help. After all, the only person who had the ability to save him was the 3rd Vice Sect Master. Unfortunately, Xing Tianrua couldn't even save himself. In the beginning, Sect Master Zhang Zhe was suppressed by the Limitless Demon Sect's Sect Master using a secret method. Later on, Xing Tianrua was able to trap Zhang Zhe with the Limitless 9 Devil Seal. Unfortunately, in order to save Yan Zhao, he had used the power of the Limitless 9 Devil Seal. Originally, he thought that Zhang Zhe was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Who would have thought that this was simply a disguise? At this moment, he was extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have just watched Yan Zhao die. That way, Zhang Zhe might not have been able to escape. But how could he have known that even without that time, Zhang Zhe would still be able to escape? He would just need more time. Moreover, if he did not act, Yan Zhao would definitely be killed. In that case, no one would be able to keep Xue Xingchuan, who was a Dao sovereign, in check. Based on his strength, it was enough to influence the battle. Therefore, everything was in vain. In the end, they had underestimated the strength of the Taihang sword faction. If all 7 of the Vice Grandmasters were to arrive this time around, or even the Grandmaster himself, the Sublime Flow Sword sect would definitely be annihilated this time around. Unfortunately, this was an impossible task. The Limitless Demon sect was composed of 3 great halls, the Ghost Killing Hall, the Sen Luo Hall, and the Limitless Hall. Although these 3 halls belonged to the Limitless Demon sect, they each acted independently. Outside of these 3 halls, there was the Sect Masters faction. In recent years, the Ghost Killing Hall's strength had been declining, but the first elder of the Ghost Killing Hall was the first Vice Sect Master of the Limitless Demon sect. He was not an adult, but no one would look down on his existence. As for the other Vice Sect Masters, other than Yan Xiao and Xing Tianrua, there were also a few who had their own plans. They were rarely seen and did things their own way. To a large extent, if not for the internal division of the Limitless Demon sect, the Limitless Demon sect would have already swept through everything. Of course, the Limitless Demon sect could not possibly send out everyone. Otherwise, the Limitless Demon sect's headquarters would definitely be attacked. The people of the Fierce Flame sect were not incompetent. They would not watch as the Taihang Sword faction was destroyed. At this moment, the 9 swords that Xue Xingchuan had conjured were bursting with blazing flames. These flames were not ordinary flames. They were terrifying flames formed by condensing sword energy to the extreme. The power of these flames was simply unimaginable. Even some innately powerful flames would not be able to resist this power. These flames were incomparably hot, enough to fight against the heavenly lightning. They were the most effective against the blood escape technique. At this moment, Yan Zhao's miserable screams could be heard. His entire body began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was unimaginable. "Save me, save me." At this point, there was no way he could escape with his own strength. However, even if he wanted to ask for help, he could not. "Save you? No one can save you." Yan Xiao wanted to break off one of his arms to escape, but he did not manage to do so. Instead, he used up all his strength. At this moment, the situation was even more worrying. On the other side, Zhang Zhe had firmly suppressed Xing Tianrua. The 3rd Vice Sect Master was probably going to die here today. Even the Limitless 9 Demons seal could not save him. The heavenly 9 swords in the sky were mercilessly reaping the lives of the people of the Limitless Demon sect and the other sections. At this point, the Limitless Demon sect had suffered a crushing defeat. If nothing happened, the people of the Limitless Demon sect would probably all die here today. At this moment, endless dark clouds suddenly rolled toward the Taihang Sword faction. "Zhang Zhe, you brat, you've been very impressive today. However, you've killed enough. It's time to stop." The voice was so gloomy that everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. Before the voice disappeared, a gigantic demonic palm appeared in front of Xue Xingchuan and went straight for Yan Xiao. Xue Xingchuan's eyelids twitched. He immediately knew how powerful the attack was. "Damn it, get out of my way!" he roared furiously. The 9 swords actually merged into one at this moment. The power of the 9 swords merged into one was unparalleled. The unparalleled scorching sword fire was surging to the extreme. Such a terrifying power seemed to be able to obliterate everything in this world. However, it was a pity that the demonic palm only needed to wave to shatter this power. The demonic palm did not stop after shattering Xue Xingchuan's sword qi. It continued to charge forward, wanting to kill Xue Xingchuan. The 4th Vice Sect Master. Yan Xiao was so happy that he almost cried. He was already standing on the edge of death. He did not expect this person to appear. The 1st Vice Sect Master, the first elder of the Ghost Killing Hall, had not done anything for many years. However, this time, he actually made a move and saved Yan Xiao. More importantly, the 1st Vice Sect Master was obviously going to make a move on Xue Xingchuan. Yan Xiao hated Xue Xingchuan to the extreme. It would be best if the 1st Vice Sect Master could kill Xue Xingchuan. At the same time, the roars of countless evil spirits appeared in the sky. It was as if thousands or even millions of spirits had appeared. After these spirits appeared, they began to attack the 9 swords of heavenly divination. The first vice sect master. Xing Tianrua was overjoyed. This time, the first and second vice sect masters made a move at the same time. It seemed that the Taihang sword faction would definitely be wiped out this time. The countless spirits temporarily blocked the 9 swords of heavenly divination, and the fourth vice sect master was enough to kill Xue Xingchuan. In that case, as long as he could stall Zhang Zhe, the limitless demon sect would win this time. When he thought of this, his heart suddenly became extremely hot. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's face darkened. What a good boundless demon sect. They won't give up even if they want to kill me. It could be said that the Sublime Flow Sword sect had experienced a great calamity this time. Moreover, it was still a mystery whether they could survive this calamity. Ha ha ha, Zhang Zhe, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves this time. The Taihang sword faction will definitely be wiped out this time. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Even in the face of Zhang Zhe's peerless might, he seemed to have the confidence to resist. Zhang Zhe observed everything. He knew how dangerous the situation was at this time. He gritted his teeth and suddenly threw the Taihang swords into the sky. Seeing this, Xing Tianrua laughed. What, Zhang Zhe, are you going to throw away your sword and surrender? This was the perfect opportunity to add insult to injury. How could he let it go? His voice reverberated throughout the world. However, the first vice sect master's demon-like voice could be heard at this moment. Fool, why aren't you running? Xing Tianrua was shocked. A huge sense of danger crept into his heart. Danger. Taihang heavenly voice, divine sword technique. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's robes fluttered in the wind like a god. His gaze was firm and cold, and his aura was strong to the extreme. The Taihang sword factions lost divine sword technique. At this moment, even the fourth elder realized that something was wrong. The divine sword technique was a powerful technique passed down from the ancient times in the Taihang sword faction. It was immensely powerful. However, during the Great Ancient War, this inheritance had already been broken. After so many years, no one had heard of anyone who was able to use the divine sword technique. Could it be that Zhang Zhe had already mastered it? There was no need to doubt this, because in the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. The Taihang swords that had been thrown into the sky suddenly froze, as if they were embedded in the sky. Then, the Taihang swords shone brightly. The boundless power was like the radiance of the scorching sun. In the sky, the terrifying dark clouds that were formed by the accumulation of millions of ghostly shadows were forcibly burned into a hole. Chapter 824. Female literature. The sword chi of the divine sword had just been released, but it already had such a terrifying might. The might of the divine sword technique was indeed boundless. Stop him. At this moment, the second elder suddenly shouted. He was trying to stop the heavenly 9 swords. If the heavenly 9 swords could not stop him, then under the boundless might of the formation, all the disciples of the limitless demon sect and the other sects would probably die here. These disciples were not very useful. However, once the number of disciples increased, the importance of these disciples would be highlighted. Therefore, the only person who could hope to stop Zhang Zhe was the third deputy sect leader, Xing Tianrua. However, at this moment, Xing Tianrua was in a difficult situation. At this moment, he was intimidated by an extremely powerful force. He wanted to move. However, he knew very well that if he moved, he would attract a terrifying attack. Shen Jianyu had clearly locked onto him. Sword Mountain. When the 2 words left his mouth, the endless terrifying mountain peak had already turned into an incomparably powerful blade. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned upside down. It was also at this moment that the Sword Lake Sacred Grounds Sword Lake suddenly rolled. At this moment, Su Yan's original body was in the Sword Lake, but at this moment, he felt the terrifying riot. He immediately opened his eyes, and an unforgettable scene appeared. The sword chi in the Sword Lake directly flew up, and all the swords in the Sword Lake seemed to have a life of their own. The sword chi filled the sky and kept accumulating, and in the end, it had actually turned into a mountain peak. Sword Mountain, this was a true sword mountain. Such a terrifying power, such a terrifying aura. If this sword mountain were to come down, no one here would be able to stop it. Zhang Zhe is going to bring out the trump card of the Taihang sword faction. Don't fight him head-on, let's go. At this moment, he was finally unable to endure the enormous pressure because he deeply understood that if this continued, it was likely that everyone would die here. Dying like this was really not worth it. Therefore, at this moment, there was no way out, so they could only retreat. Moreover, if they didn't leave at this time, they would definitely die when Zhang Zhe gathered his power. Zhang Zhe was not a soft-hearted person. For him to be able to reach his current position, it was unknown how many people he had killed. There was no need to elaborate on how powerful he was. The power of the divine sword technique had already been displayed in his hands. On Taihang Mountain, with the help of the sword pool, his strength was simply terrifying. At this point, perhaps only the mysterious and unfathomable first vice sect leader and the sect leader could defeat him in person. However, could these two great figures really come in person? No, these two big shots couldn't casually appear at this time. They seemed to be restricted by some powerful force. You're only leaving now. Seeing the experts of the Limitless Demon sect retreating, Zhang Zhe had no intention of stopping. Today, too many disciples had died here. Therefore, these people had to die today. The heavenly might of the divine sword technique had already shrouded the boundless territory. Such a violent might seemed to have turned the world upside down. At this moment, the second vice sect leader suddenly shouted, "Don't care about them, let's go." Countless ghostly shadows filled the air. The second vice sect leader was not a member of the Ghost Killing Hall, but he was extremely proficient in the Ghost Dao. At this time, if they wanted to escape safely, they could only let these evil spirits open the way. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. The might of the Taihang divine sword was simply unimaginable. Everything turned into smoke under such power. The power of these evil spirits was actually very strong. If it were an ordinary disciple, even in a one-on-one situation, it would be difficult to win. Unfortunately, it was the Taihang divine sword in front of them. Every ray of sword chi was an absolutely terrifying existence. Such power could destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan was lying in the sword pool, watching everything unfold. He had never felt that his strength was strong enough, but at this moment, he knew that his strength was so weak. In front of such an expert, he was truly unable to withstand a single blow. Not to mention Zhang Zhe, who was like a god, he could not fight against anyone else at this time. More importantly, this was his enemy, an opponent that he had to face. Now, there were only 2 months left before the demon ritual began. If he couldn't raise his cultivation base before then, perhaps only death would await him. However, sometimes, even if it meant death, these things had to be done. However, this time, the Taihang sword faction should have won. At this moment, the sword chi in the sky became even stronger. The people of the Limitless Demon sect had no strength to resist. If they stubbornly resisted, only death would await them. The second elder waved his hand and left. At this point, it was not that he did not want to care, but that he could not stay here any longer. His arrival had already caused a portion of the Limitless Demon sect's disciples to leave. Although this was only a small part of it, it was still very rare. After all, it was better than all of them dying here. At this moment, the third vice sect leader waved his limitless 9 demon seal. The 9 imprints converged at this moment, condensing into an unimaginable light. This was a terrifying demonic light. With a flash, it broke through the thousands of sword chi. He raised his hand and grabbed at Yan Shao. At this moment, Yan Shao was already in a miserable state. It was completely different from when they first arrived. At this moment, one of his arms was completely destroyed. That was the price he had to pay for using the blood escape technique. Moreover, even after using the blood escape technique, he still could not escape. If it was not for the second vice sect leader's help, he would have already died. Naturally, such a situation was very tragic. Fortunately, he was still alive at this moment. As long as he was alive, he would be able to recover as long as the conditions were right. After these big shots left, the limitless demon sect immediately lost all momentum. After a fierce battle, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction finally welcomed the dawn of victory. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction never lacked experience. However, this was the first time they had fought a battle like this. It had been so many years since anyone had dared to barge into the Sublime Flow sword sect and wreak havoc. But this time around, the limitless demon sect seemed as though they were about to annihilate the entire Sublime Flow sword sect. If it was not for the sect leader's powerful strength, if it was not for Xue Xingchuan's breakthrough to the Dao sovereign level, this would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. In the sky, the terrifying sword chi finally stopped. At this moment, everything finally quieted down. The heavenly 9 swords were still there. These 9 swords were like pillars that supported the sky. Today, the entire Taihang sword faction was saved. If it was not for the sword formation that appeared at the last moment, the entire Taihang sword faction might not have survived. This time, the survivors were happy, but more than that, they were sad. Many of their senior and junior brothers, as well as their friends, had lost their lives in this ambush. The Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation was activated and enveloped the entire mountain gate. Although the bastards of the Limitless Demon sect had left, the crisis was not over yet. If the Taihang sword faction let down their guard at this moment, other people might have an opportunity to take advantage of them. However, the Taihang sword faction could no longer withstand such a setback. What this sect needed now was to reorganize itself. Therefore, to be safe, Zhang Zhe activated the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation. The power source of the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation was the Sword Lake Sacred Ground. Therefore, Zhang Zhe found Su Yan in the Sword Lake. Zhang Zhe naturally guessed that this time, it was all thanks to Su Yan. If it was not for Su Yan, the Sword Lake Sacred Ground would have been destroyed. Once the Sword Lake Sacred Ground was destroyed, the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation would not be activated no matter what. Without the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation, the Taihang sword faction would really be wiped out this time. If that was the case, Zhang Zhe would be the sinner of the Taihang sword faction. Even if he could rely on his powerful strength to escape, he would not feel good about it. Su Yan did not lose consciousness. He looked at Zhang Zhe and tried to get up, but his body was firmly stuck in the sword lake. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. At this moment, Zhang Zhe said, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Since you were able to gain the recognition of the sword lake, I will lend you a hand." Zhang Zhe gently waved his hand, and a stream of energy directly gathered towards Su Yan's body. When this stream of energy entered his body, Su Yan immediately felt his body begin to recover. The damage to his meridians also began to heal at this time. Without a doubt, this was the power of the sect master. Zhang Zhe was simply unimaginable and had unimaginable power. Zhang Zhe said, "I can see that this time, you have reached the level of 7 dragons. It is very rare for you to be able to reach this level in such a short period of time. However, breaking through under such circumstances will inevitably cause your state to be unstable. Since that is the case, I will lend you a hand." At this moment, the energy of the sword lake was still entering Su Yan's body. As if sensing Zhang Zhe's presence, the Godslayer sword actually stopped absorbing the energy at this time. It was also because of this that Su Yan's body was able to fully digest the sword energy. Su Yan knew that this was a great thing for him. Such dense sword energy could improve his foundation in a short period of time. Chapter 825. Female Literature. It had been more than half a month since the last attack. However, even after such a long time, the Taihang sword faction was still filled with the pungent smell of blood. For Taixing Jianzai, this was simply too tragic. Although they managed to defeat the enemy and kill countless disciples of the Limitless Demon sect in the end. However, This did not change the fact that the disciples of the Taihang sword faction had lost their lives. So what if tens of thousands of the Taihang sword faction members died? It was meaningless. Because no matter how many of them died, their dead friends, seniors, juniors, and teachers would not come back to life. The Taihang sword faction had not experienced such sorrow in a long time. Everyone was rubbing their hands in anticipation. Right now, they were all waiting for the sect leader to give the order. If Zhang Ze gave the order, they would definitely attack the limitless demon sect without any hesitation. Because right now, every one of them was filled with anger. These disciples had even lost their minds. However, as the sect leader, Zhang Ze naturally would not do that. This time, the Taihang sword faction had suffered too many losses. Let's not talk about the ordinary disciples first. They had actually lost 23 disciples above the dragon realm. One had to know that the Taihang sword faction originally had less than 60 disciples in the dragon realm. With this loss, they had already lost half of their number. Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were both injured in this battle, but they were lucky. Mu Tianxing would protect them and prevent them from getting hurt. However, in such a large-scale battle, it was already good enough that they were able to stay alive. Even an expert like Mu Tianxing could not guarantee that he would be completely unharmed in such a large-scale battle. Because in such a large-scale battle, one would not know where one's opponent would appear from. Every single one of the venerable ones was terrifying, and they also had their own unique talents. In this battle, one of the venerable killed by Mu Tianxing was very good at hiding himself. If it wasn't for Fang Yueshan, who happened to be nearby, the consequences would have been very serious. She would be able to survive, but Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu, whom she was protecting, would most likely perish. Of course, not to mention her, even the Feng ancestor was greatly wounded in this battle. The grand ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Butong, was slightly better off, but he was also injured. If even such a big shot was injured, one could imagine how fierce the battle this time was. Death was often accompanied by a firmer belief. After the baptism of this battle, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were more hardworking and determined than ever before. Whether it was hatred or unwillingness, this had become the motivation for their cultivation. This debt had to be settled eventually. Even if it wasn't now, it would definitely return in the future. As long as one was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, they would never forget this painful lesson. Some of the disciples had not yet recovered from their injuries, but they had already begun to cultivate diligently. In the Xue family, Xueqing lamented. This time, many of his old friends had died in this battle. Even if it was him, if it was not for Su Yan, who was conveniently protected, it was likely that he would have died in this battle. Battles had always been extremely cruel. This was something he had known for a long time. However, it was one thing to know, and another to experience it personally. Fortunately, his daughter was fine. Although she had suffered some minor injuries, it wasn't a big deal. The problem was that brat Su Yan. He had already heard that in this battle, Su Yan could be said to have made a great contribution. If it wasn't for Su Yan, the sword pool would have been taken by the limitless demon sect. If that was the case, not only would they not have won this battle, but the entire Taihang sword faction might have been destroyed. Such a contribution was practically the limit. Now that he thought about it, some things were quite strange. When he first met Su Yan, how could he have known that such a day would come? At that time, although he was grateful to Su Yan for saving him, he still held a grudge against Su Yan. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Su Yan's background was unknown. Moreover, he instinctively looked down on the 5 regions. If it wasn't for the ancestors' insight, he would not have valued Su Yan so much. Su Yan had been taken away by the sect master, Zhang Ze. There was news that Su Yan had comprehended something during the battle, so he had begun to cultivate in the sect master's residence. This was a great honor and opportunity. Everyone knew about Zhang Ze's cultivation. In this battle, he had almost single-handedly turned the tide, so one could imagine how much respect the countless disciples had for him. Of course, Su Yan's achievements had already spread. His reputation was already resounding enough. This time, after Su Yan's achievement of entering the sword pool alone spread, he was seen as a hero and idol by countless disciples. As his demonic beast, the Oriole was also welcomed by everyone at this moment. Countless disciples offered up delicacies to him. After all, the Oriole had killed countless disciples of the boundless demon sect this time. Many disciples of the Taihang sword faction were even saved by him. What are you thinking about? Mu Tianxing stood in front of the window and stared blankly into the distance. At this moment, Fang Yueshan walked over. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Fang Yueshan sighed in his heart. The truth was so strange. 1 or 2 months ago, when he saw Mu Tianxing, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Because, even if his strength was limited due to some reason, if Mu Tianxing wanted to kill him, she could easily do it. Mu Tianxing was naturally not a murderous person, but Fang Yueshan definitely could not be as calm in front of her as he was today. Sometimes, if there was no relative equality between people, it would be impossible to even become friends. Now that he was a venerable, although he might not be able to defeat Mu Tianxing, he already had the qualifications to be her friend. Mu Tianxing did not turn her head. She only sighed and said, "The boundless demon sect is much more terrifying than we thought." This sigh was filled with helplessness. Fang Yueshan did not speak. He was also deep in thought. He used to be a member of the boundless demon sect. Because of his personality, he was basically just waiting to die. However, he clearly knew that what Mu Tianxing said was absolutely correct. The boundless demon sect was a colossus. The Taihang sword faction was also one of the 10 great sects, and also a supreme authority. However, in this battle, the Sublime Flow Sword School was actually suppressed to such an extent. Although the boundless demon sect was defeated in the end, no one felt happy about it. First of all, the boundless demon sect only sent 3 vice sect leaders this time. However, the boundless demon sect had 7 vice sect leaders. The first vice sect leader's strength was almost unfathomable. If he came personally this time, no one knew whether Zhang Zhe, who was holding the Taixing divine sword, would be able to stop him. Second of all, other than the vice sect leaders, the boundless demon sect had an even stronger sect leader. Just how strong was this sect leader? They didn't even dare to imagine it, right? However, since he could become the sect leader, his strength must be above the first vice sect leader. This time, the two of them did not come to the boundless demon sect's attack. Even so, the boundless demon sect was suppressed to this extent. In the end, they had to rely on the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation and the sword pool to make a comeback. If this kind of battle were to happen again, no one knew if the Taihang sword faction would still exist in this world. However, it was fortunate that the Sublime Flow Sword sect managed to survive this calamity. After this disaster, he believed that the Sublime Flow Sword sect would have a completely new face. It would not be easy for the Boundless Demon sect to attack the Taihang sword faction again. This time, the Boundless Demon sect had planted a spy in the Taihang sword faction. When the Boundless Demon sect launched the attack, they brought demonic clouds into the sword pool, which was why they were able to break the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation. If this grand formation had been activated at the beginning, it would have been extremely difficult for the Boundless Demon sect to attack the Taihang sword faction. As for the spy, the sword pool was the most important place in the Taihang sword pool. Therefore, the identity of the disciple who was able to enter the sword pool was definitely not ordinary. Even the Boundless Demon sect would not be able to easily nurture a spy with such an identity. As for the spy, this spy was actually ranked 4th in the Taihang 10 swords. Although he could not be compared to Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, he was definitely one of the most famous young disciples in the Taihang sword faction. In the future, his achievements would definitely be limitless. Although it was impossible for him to become a faction leader. But in time, he would definitely become an elder of a region. However, he actually chose to betray the sect. This was truly puzzling. However, no matter what, this person's betrayal was already a fact. More importantly, after this incident, he actually managed to leave the Taihang sword faction alive. The Wang family also suffered a huge blow from this incident. This was because this disciple's name was Wang Jingcheng. He was even related to Wang Baichuan. After such a bloody battle, the Taihang sword faction's disciples were very nervous. This news was enough to make people's hearts tremble. However, this news had actually spread. In an instant, the Wang family's disciples had become the target of public criticism. However, during such a tense period, they naturally could not be allowed to act recklessly. Although the higher-ups were suppressing them, there were still people pointing fingers at them. Naturally, there would also be small conflicts. Chapter 826. Female Literature. Another 5 days passed, and Su Yan finally came out of seclusion. This time, it was extremely important to him. He could feel the increase in his cultivation base. His sword chi had become extremely condensed. Although the solar-colored glass sword sutra had been merged with the regal sword mantra, the solar sword chi was still there. The cultivation in the sword pool this time allowed his sword chi to reach an unprecedented level. The condensation of sword chi meant that his cultivation had increased. This time, he had comprehended the fifth sword of the regal sword mantra, which was extremely rare. Zhang Zhe had left long ago. He had too many things to take care of. This time, many disciples and elders of the Taihang sword faction had died in battle. As the sect master, he naturally had a responsibility. As Su Yan walked through the Taihang sword faction, the faint smell of blood still lingered. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the battle was and how many lives were lost. However, at this time, Su Yan also realized that the sect was different. Many disciples were wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Unknowingly, Su Yan had already arrived at Sword Forging Peak. In terms of losses, Sword Forging Peak had suffered the most. The Sword Forging Peak Lord, Grand Elder Hai Chuan, had betrayed the sect, and the eldest disciple, Wu Ye, had turned into a flame demon. When the Sword Forging Peak volcano erupted, many disciples were drowned in it. If the Wang family was still being criticized, then this time, the disciples of Sword Forging Peak would be having a hard time. After all, Hai Chuan was closely related to the Limitless Demon Sect's attack. If not for Hai Chuan, the Limitless Demon Sect's disciples would not have been able to enter the Taihang sword faction so easily. If not for Hai Chuan holding Xue Xingchuan back at the beginning, the number of people who died this time might have been much lower. However, the sect master had already ordered all disciples not to fight with each other. Su Yan walked directly to the peak. When the people of Sword Forging Peak saw Su Yan, they didn't know what to think. In the past, they had treated Su Yan as their enemy. But in the end, he realized that the person he had always respected was his enemy. And the person he hated the most was actually a major contributor to the Taihang sword faction. With such feelings, they didn't know what to say. At this moment, a person walked over. He was originally also a very talented youngster. On the path of sword forging, although he could not compare to Boundless, he was also a very outstanding figure. If his condition was not bad, he could even forge a famous sword. Unfortunately, he was only left with one arm. That arm had been chopped off by Su Yan himself. However, he didn't hate Su Yan at all because he clearly knew that if Su Yan didn't cut off his arm, he would have lost his life. Senior apprentice brother Su Yan. He, who had lost an arm, was actually lucky enough to survive. He was also lamenting the impermanence of the world. At this time, he was tidying up some things. The reconstruction of Sword Forging Peak couldn't be completed overnight. Not to mention other things, the houses of countless disciples were directly destroyed by the impact of the magma, not to mention the sword forging furnace and other things. And this time, the senior and junior apprentice brothers had also lost a lot. Therefore, although he had lost an arm, he had to do his best. He didn't expect to see Su Yan at this time. "How are you? Are you okay?" Su Yan recognized him. That day, Boundless went crazy and almost killed him. However, Su Yan didn't expect him to survive. The disciple laughed bitterly and said, "What else can I do? It's better to live than to die. There are too many things to do in the sect, and sword forging peak is even more so. Since I'm still alive, I won't waste food. I'll help out if I can." He was once a sword forging genius, but at this time, he could only help out a little. He naturally didn't feel good, but facing reality, so what if he felt bad? He didn't have the ability to change all of this. Su Yan nodded helplessly. He could feel the loneliness in this person's heart. "Senior apprentice brother Su Yan, why are you here this time?" he asked directly. Su Yan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just came to take a look." Naturally, he wouldn't tell this person that he came this time mainly to see Boundless in the magma cave below Sword Forging Peak. If he knew that Boundless was still alive at this time, his heart wouldn't be at peace no matter what. "Senior apprentice brother Su Yan, I'm really sorry. In the past, I spoke ill of you, but who would have thought?" He paused and said, "Senior apprentice brother, help yourself. If you need any help, just call me." With that, he turned and left. Su Yan ignored them and quickly walked into the magma cave. Feeling Su Yan's aura, the magma suddenly began to roll. Then, a shadow slowly appeared. This was the soul of the Flame Demon Emperor. This emperor's soul looked at Su Yan as if he was greeting Su Yan. Su Yan directly began to communicate with him with his divine sense. "Senior, I'm here." The Flame Demon Emperor's soul seemed to be about to die. Su Yan realized that this time, his divine sense was thinner than before. After a while, he transmitted his divine sense to him. "Still alive? Not bad, to be able to survive such a battle, you have some ability." Although he didn't make a move, he could see the battle outside. Although a battle of such a level couldn't be compared to when he was at his peak, it was already top-notch. In front of such terrifying battle strength, Su Yan's strength was actually nothing. If these people wanted to kill Su Yan, they could probably kill Su Yan with a raise of their hand. Su Yan also knew that the main reason he was able to survive this time was because he didn't interfere in such a battle. And holding back Yan Xiao at the beginning was really a fluke. If at that time Yan Xiao's mind wasn't in chaos because of his fear of Xue Xingchuan, he would probably have been killed. You don't need to belittle yourself. Being alive is a kind of ability. The Flame Demon Emperor seemed to be able to see through Su Yan's thoughts, so he transmitted his divine sense again. Su Yan smiled bitterly. The Flame Demon Emperor continued, "Su Yan, I will remember your name. However, my soul is about to disperse." Su Yan was very surprised. The Flame Demon Emperor's soul was very powerful. Although it seemed to be a little weaker than last time, it was definitely not to the point where it would disperse. He even thought that he, this Flame Demon Emperor, still had a chance to be resurrected. "I will fuse my soul with his body, and then create him anew. In the future, he will still be boundless. Of course, he won't be a disciple of the Taihang Sword faction, but a new Flame Demon, boundless." Su Yan didn't think that this Flame Demon Emperor would be like this. He would rather give up his own hope of being reborn to create a new Flame Demon. "Su Yan, you have to be careful. Your body has been used as a battlefield by others. There are many arrangements made by important people inside. I'm sure you don't need me to say it, but you should be able to understand that none of them are below me. So, what your fate will be, I can't see through." Although he had only cooperated with Su Yan once, this Flame Demon Emperor had already treated Su Yan as a friend. Su Yan nodded in agreement. This wasn't the first time this matter had been brought up. It was just that at this time, he was consciously ignoring this point. After all, his current strength was unable to resolve the current predicament. So, even if he was worried, there was no use. Not worrying about the unclear future, this was Su Yan's thought. "Senior, don't worry. This junior knows what to do." The Flame Demon Emperor sighed. He naturally understood Su Yan's thoughts. Even he admired Su Yan. To be able to be so open-minded in the face of such a situation was naturally a very impressive thing. I know what you're thinking, but if you can avoid using the power of those 3 hearts, try not to use it. Because at this time, your realm is not enough. That ghost face is too terrifying. So, you still have to be careful. Su Yan's heart trembled. If even this person said so, the horror of the ghost face could be imagined. This time, he was able to turn defeat into victory because of this person's means. If he hadn't directly suppressed the ghost face, even if he wanted to turn the tables, he would be powerless. Perhaps the best thing to do was to watch how the ghost face obliterated and killed him. Of course, you don't have to be too worried. You and he coexist as one. Moreover, he's not the main body after all. As long as you're strong enough, you can naturally defeat him. All of this actually depends on your own strength and means. Su Yan nodded slowly. He naturally knew this. As long as he could become a venerable as soon as possible, his control over his body would be much stronger. And if he could condense Tao marks, he might be able to completely resolve the hidden dangers of his body. Although it wasn't easy, Su Yan wouldn't waver at all. Since I'm going to completely dissipate, then I'll give you a gift. The flame in your sea of consciousness was originally a fire seed of my inferno world. If you can use it, it will definitely be of unexpected help to you in the future. It's just that you can't discover the beauty of it now. So, I'll teach you a method to control the flame. It's enough to let you reach an extremely high realm. Of course, you have a lot of things, and it's very complicated. How to choose among them is still up to you to grasp. Su Yan bowed and then expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your help. He didn't expect that this person would give him such a thing. The Flame Demon King said with a smile, no need to thank me. My inferno world has already been destroyed. I don't want to see your world become the same. The evil demon clan is really terrifying. Although they were repelled by you back then, it won't be long before they make a comeback. After all, this clan's reproductive ability is really strong and unique. Chapter 827. Female Literature, Chapter 824, Test of Tao Mark. Su Yan's face was grim. He had already experienced the strength of the demon race back at the Divine Devil Island. At that time, he had only killed the demon overlord. If they were to encounter a demon god, it would be hard for them to survive. The strength of a demon god was stronger than most supremacies. As for the great demon god, he was an existence equivalent to a saint. Right now, which saint was still alive in this world? No, the saint had already become a legend. Furthermore, this world was not united yet. They were all fighting and killing each other. If the demon race were to tear through space and appear at this time, where would the living beings of this world go? All of this was worrisome. You don't have to think too much about it. After all, there are many things that can only be dealt with as they come. It's not too late to face them when they happen. Alright, I'll impart this method of controlling fire to you now. There's another thing that I'm sure you know as well. Take good care of Wuya. After the Flame Demon Emperor finished speaking, a stream of flames rushed into Su Yan's consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan did not move at all. He allowed this stream of consciousness to rush into his consciousness. Closing his eyes, he started to digest this stream of energy. To him, this was truly a precious thing. If he could master everything here, then his strength would definitely increase again. After doing all this, the body of the Flame Demon Emperor started to fade. Then, he gradually approached Wuya. It is impossible for a flame demon without a soul to survive in this world. That is why I have reformed your friend's soul. To him, this may be extremely cruel, but this is reality. He will need a very long time to recuperate before he can fuse with his new body. Of course, his appearance will change. When he succeeds, he will come to find you. Su Yan, go and do what you should do. Live well. At this point, the voice finally dimmed down completely. Su Yan knew that this senior had completely disappeared from this world. Sigh, no matter how powerful you are, you still can't escape the pain of death. What a pity. Of course, that was the case. But so what if it was a pity? Life and death were the laws of heaven and earth. Even Saint Venerables could not go against the laws of heaven. Since ancient times, the sages had all turned into dust in the end. Of those legendary characters, which one of them was still alive in this world? These powerful figures were already like this, let alone Su Yan. Su Yan was a person who had already died once, so he was much more indifferent to life and death. Life and death might be predestined, but what he had to do was to live his life to its fullest. His lover was still in the hands of the limitless demon sect. He definitely couldn't let Lu Lan become the sacrifice of the limitless demon sect's demon plan. At this time, the flame devil that Boundless transformed into looked at Su Yan. Su Yan also looked at the flame devil. At this moment, he clearly felt a familiar spirituality. He actually already has a trace of spirituality. After fusing with his soul, it seems that Boundless really can be revived. I just don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. He sighed softly, then left. After all, he wasn't a god. This kind of thing wasn't something he could worry about by himself. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, it wasn't something he could care about. However, since he had already made an agreement with this person, he would naturally abide by it. After leaving Sword Forging Peak, Su Yan directly returned to the Shui family. To him, the Taihang sword faction had the closest relationship with him was the Shui family. After this battle, the Taihang sword faction had suffered heavy losses. Naturally, the Shui family was the same. However, compared to the Wang family and the Feng family, the Shui family was actually a bit better. However, there were still many casualties. When Su Yan entered the Shui family's disciples all greeted him. Su Yan came from the Shui family, which was something they were proud of. After arriving at the Shui family's residence, Su Yan went straight to the Shui family's ancestral hall. He knew that Shui Xingchuan would definitely be there. Looks like you've gained a lot this time. Just as Su Yan arrived at the courtyard, Shui Xingchuan's voice could be heard. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked ahead. As far as the eye could see, everything began to change. It was as if the house in front of him was starting to distort. This situation was definitely not natural. No matter what, he couldn't understand why such a change would occur. However, in the next moment, he came back to his senses. Dao marks. This is the power of a Dao sovereign. He didn't react at first, but he immediately felt it now. This was the power of Dao marks. This power was extremely strange. It had already surpassed his understanding and imagination. It was extremely powerful. Although before today, he wasn't a match for Shui Xingchuan. Now, Shui Xingchuan could deal with him as easily as blowing off dust. In fact, if he didn't notice, he would be silently killed by Shui Xingchuan. The power of Dao marks was that they could change the rules. Just like now, Su Yan found that the world around him had started to distort. This wasn't a simple illusion. In his perception, the world was really like this. Because Shui Xingchuan was relying on his Dao marks to distort the rules around him. At this moment, Su Yan was in awe. It seemed that he had underestimated Dao sovereigns. When he fought with Yan Shao, he relied on the existence of an aureole, which was why he was so brave. At this moment, it seemed that if Yan Shao hadn't been restrained by Shui Xingchuan and wanted to preserve the power of Dao marks to kill Shui Xingchuan, he would have died even if there was an aureole. What he did was still too risky. Although he was lucky enough to survive this time, what if there was a next time? Therefore, strength was the foundation of everything. If he wanted to be invincible in this world, strength was a must. Of course, he also knew that Shui Xingchuan was testing him. At this moment, his power burst forth. Then, a powerful sword qi was formed. Facing such power, Su Yan had no other way. This was the distortion of Dao marks, which directly changed the rules. If he wanted to find the rules, it would be impossible for him to do so. If he could really do it, then the power of Dao marks would be too laughable. Therefore, the best way at this time was to use force to break the technique. Su Yan used all his power to condense sword chi to see if he could break this rule. The sword chi on Su Yan's forehead condensed at this moment, and a scarlet sword light shone. Such power naturally contained boundless destructive power. Such a blow was enough to completely destroy the small courtyard. However, at this moment, Su Yan's sword chi didn't even have the slightest ripple. He was completely enveloped by Dao marks. In other words, he had entered a strange world. Although it was an exaggeration, it wasn't far off. Grand Supreme, Sword Pinnacle. Since he knew that Xue Xingchuan was testing him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. This sword was the sword move of the Grand Supreme Sword Cannon that he used during the battle with Shengguansheng. This sword slashed out with unbelievable power. He directly communicated with the sword pool and destroyed everything. This sword move was simple and pure without any fancy moves. At this moment, Su Yan's power condensed into a straight line, shattering everything in its path. However, this indomitable momentum stopped after a while. He frowned. His overbearing power had actually disappeared in such a short time, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, the scene in front of Su Yan changed again, and everything was reversed. The Xue family's ancestral hall was still simple and unadorned, and the white clouds in the sky were still drifting leisurely. Everything that happened before seemed to be just a dream. However, Su Yan understood that everything that happened before was definitely not a dream. Not bad, your sword move is enough to threaten ordinary venerable ones. At this moment, Su Yan realized that Xue Xingchuan had appeared in front of him. He didn't even know how Xue Xingchuan appeared. This showed how powerful Xue Xingchuan was now. Senior, congratulations on becoming a Dao Master. Su Yan congratulated him. The two words, Dao Master, were extremely heavy. Throughout history, there were countless cultivators, but how many of them had the ability to become a Dao Master? Not to mention now, even in the most prosperous ancient times, there were not many. Xue Xingchuan was able to become a Dao Master at such a young age, so there was no need to talk about him. Moreover, Xue Xingchuan's battle strength was extremely high. After becoming a Dao Master, his battle strength was simply terrifying. Yan Xiao was also a Dao Master, and he was able to become the 7th deputy suzerain of the Boundless Demon Sect. How could his battle strength be weak? However, such a person could not even escape in front of Xue Xingchuan. If it weren't for the appearance of the second vice-sect master of the Boundless Demon Sect, he would have definitely been killed. Su Yan would not underestimate such a person. Xue Xingchuan shook his head and said, "There's nothing to congratulate. Becoming a Dao Master is something that comes naturally to me." He said this sentence calmly and naturally. A realm that was unattainable to others was easily within his reach. However, he had been suppressing himself because he wanted to condense the most powerful Dao marks. If possible, he did not want to become a Dao Master so early. However, in the scene that day, if he did not become a Dao Master, it would be extremely difficult to kill Yan Xiao, and many unforeseen events would occur. Therefore, he had no choice but to do so. "Senior, this junior admires your righteousness." Su Yan knew that if Xue Xingchuan was given more time, he could become even more powerful. Chapter 828. Female Literature, There's no such thing as being righteous or not. I think that if it were you, you would do the same. Let's not talk about him. It's good that you've become a Dao sovereign. Su Yan, you must remember that the higher your realm, the further you can see. There are many things that you didn't understand in the past, but when your realm is high enough, you'll be able to see clearly. Your battle strength is very strong, which is naturally rare, but you can't fall behind on the path of cultivation. Su Yan knew that this was Xue Xingchuan's guidance for him. He was naturally grateful for this. "Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I definitely won't slack off." In fact, Su Yan's current realm was already very high. When he first entered here, he was barely at the realm of 1 dragon, but in just 1 or 2 years, he had already reached the realm of 7 dragons. This realm had already surpassed Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. And his battle strength was even more so. It was simply invincible. However, this was only in their generation. If he encountered some experts of the older generation, Su Yan's battle strength would already be insufficient. For example, if he encountered Yan Xiao, and Yan Xiao was determined to kill him, Su Yan's chances of escaping alive were really not high. You're already preparing to leave the Taihang sword faction, right? Xue Xingchuan asked. Su Yan said, I have to leave sooner or later, and now, it's about time. The Limitless Demon sect views the plan of the demons as extremely important. When the time comes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it. This time, you've already fought with one of the sons of demons, so you should know how strong they are. And Shangguansheng is definitely not the strongest one. Su Yan's expression did not change. He only said indifferently, some things have to be tried. If you don't even dare to try, then what's the point of living in this world? Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xingchuan knew that he could not dissuade Su Yan. In fact, in his opinion, Su Yan's trip was no different from suicide. Alright, since you want to go, I naturally won't stop you. This time, you go first. When the time comes, we'll act according to circumstances. At this time, Su Yan heard some other meaning from his words. Could it be that the sect is going to take action this time? Su Yan asked. Xue Xingchuan nodded. Our Taihang sword faction has suffered heavy losses this time. The strength of the Limitless Demon sect had been fully displayed. If the Taihang sword faction didn't do anything now, wouldn't that mean that they were too weak and powerless? Therefore, this time, the sect leader will make a move. This is your chance. If the Limitless Demon sect hadn't gone too far this time, sect master might not have made up his mind to fight them. But this time, they've gone too far. This time, the actions of the Limitless Demon sect not only made the Taihang sword faction hate them, but also provoked the other sections. The Raging Flame sect and the Limitless Demon sect had always been at each other's throats. But this time, the Taihang sword faction was directly attacked. Although the Taihang sword faction managed to survive in the end. But what about the next time? What if the Limitless Demon sect directly attacked the Raging Flame sect next time? Therefore, after this incident, their fear of the Limitless Demon sect had increased once again. At this time, the Limitless Demon sect had become the public enemy. The Limitless Demon sect's plan wasn't a big secret. Because for so many years, someone from the Limitless Demon sect would always carry out this plan. If it was in the past, the other sects might not have cared so much. But it was different now. The Limitless Demon sect directly attacked the Taihang sword faction. The fact that they would do this meant that they had already made up their mind to break the balance. If they could do this, it meant that the Limitless Demon sect had enough confidence to start a war with the other sections. In other words, the Limitless Demon sect now had enough protection. So this time, would the Limitless Demon sect's plan succeed? Although this seemed to be impossible, what if it really succeeded? If they were really allowed to create a powerful demon, then what should they do? The other sects would be in danger. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't let the Limitless Demon sect succeed. Therefore, under Zhang Zei's leadership this time, several sects had already responded. Of course, this was the decision of the higher-ups. Xue Xingchuan knew because he was already strong enough. This matter was extremely important. If it wasn't for Su Yan's special situation, Xue Xingchuan wouldn't have told him about this. Even now, he could only give a rough idea. He couldn't tell him the whole story. Although Su Yan didn't know the crux of the matter, this information was enough. After all, with such a piece of information, he could change his plans when he acted. If the other sects made a move together, the Limitless Demon sect's Pan province would be in chaos. At that time, he could act according to the situation. This way, he would have less pressure. Although it was just a casual remark, the difference between the two was huge. If Su Yan didn't know about this, he wouldn't be confident in his actions. Under some circumstances, he might even have to do something extreme and put himself in danger. Thank you for telling me, Senior. Su Yan bowed again. At this time, Shui Xingchuan said, "No need to thank me. This is also the sect master's idea. Although you weren't born in the Taihang Sword faction, with your achievements, the Taihang Sword faction has already seen you as a true disciple of the Taihang Sword faction. The sect will naturally support your actions." He said this to rope in Su Yan. Under Zhang Zai's leadership, the Taihang Sword faction had developed rapidly and become stronger. However, a sect couldn't do without the support of experts. Whether it was the Taihang Sword faction or the Fierce Flame sect, they couldn't compare to the Limitless Demon sect in this aspect. The Limitless Demon sect's strength was too terrifying. When the 7 Vice sect masters came out, almost no other sect could stop them. Although they were both part of the 10 great sects, the difference in strength between them was huge. However, the Limitless Demon sect's ambition was too obvious. All the other sects were afraid of them, and they weren't united internally. Therefore, they could only remain like this for so many years. However, whether it was a sect or something else, there would always be changes. This time, the Limitless Demon sect's actions had already shown their ambition. And with ambition, it meant that there would be changes in their internal structure. If the Taihang Sword faction and the other sects were still the same as before, they would very likely face the fate of being devoured. The Limitless Demon sect definitely had the strength to devour them. When that time came, the sect's legacy would be cut off, and everything would be for naught. This was something that no one wanted to see happen. Therefore, in order to deal with the future, hard work and change were necessary. Of course, there were many other important things to do. Among them, cultivating experts was something that couldn't be delayed. Young geniuses weren't much before they grew up. When the real war came, the Limitless Demon sect would definitely think of a way to kill them first. Only when these geniuses became truly strong could the sect's strength be greatly increased. Zhang Zai had already made up his mind to increase the strength of the Taihang 10 swords in a short time. Su Yan was also one of the Taihang 10 swords. Although he wasn't from the Taihang Sword faction, he had some connections with them. Moreover, the strength of his strength was obvious to all. Compared to Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai, his battle strength was far superior. Zhang Zai naturally wouldn't let go of such a person. He would try his best to rope him in. At least with this layer of relationship, when Su Yan fully matured in the future, he would have some feelings for the Taihang Sword faction. Su Yan was also a shrewd person. However, although he had already guessed Zhang Zai's thoughts, kindness was still kindness. He naturally wouldn't ignore it. Shui Xingchuan knew that both sides were smart people, so he didn't say anything more. He only said, "I know you want to go to Pan Province, but remember, don't be rash. Think of a way to protect your own life. After all, if you can't even protect your own life, how can you save others?" Su Yan said, "Senior, don't worry. I, Su Yan, am not a brainless person. Before I do anything, I will definitely think about the importance of the relationship between the two sides before I act. Alright, I won't say anything more about you. Right, go and see Xanu. No matter what, there's fate between you and her." After Shui Xingchuan finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. At this stage, Shui Xingchuan could come and go without a trace. This was really amazing. At the Venerable Realm, one would start to come into contact with the law of space. However, after condensing Dao marks, one would be able to perfectly control the law of space with the power of Dao marks. This was a completely different difference. Su Yan nodded again, then went to Shui Xinyue's courtyard. At this time, Shui Xinyue was in closed-door cultivation. This time, she was also injured. Fortunately, Mu Tianxing helped her. After entering the courtyard, Su Yan didn't see Shui Xinyue. Instead, he saw Mu Tianxing. Mu Tianxing's condition was much better than before. Sect Master Zhang Zai had already taken the time to help her, loosening the restrictions on her body. After a few more treatments, the shackles on her body would be unlocked. Then, her strength would be restored to its peak and she would become a young Dao sovereign. She's in closed-door cultivation. Do you need me to wake her up? Mu Tianqing said with a smile. Su Yan shook his head and said, forget it. Since she's in closed-door cultivation, there's no need to disturb her. I'm just here to tell her to be careful. Chapter 829. Girls' Literature. Mu Tianqing smiled. She was not in a position to talk about these things. Since Su Yan had said so, she let it go. After all, she was an outsider and had no right to say anything. At this time, Su Yan said, what about you? Are you going back? Mu Tianqing's purpose of coming here was to ask for help from the Taihang sword faction. She hoped that the Taihang sword faction could help her. However, the Taihang sword faction was in troubled times. Zhang Zhe naturally could not go to the Huangji sect at this time. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster for the Taihang sword faction. Fortunately, Zhang Zhe was not a heartless person. After a while, Uncle Zhang Zhe has already started to undo the seal on my body. Once I can use my strength freely, I will be a Dao Master expert. That old man Fan Yunlin will not be able to kill me so easily as long as he hasn't become an Emperor Master. Su Yan was silent. Although Mu Tianqing said so, he clearly knew how big of a risk Mu Tianqing was going to take this time. Since Fan Yunlin had already made a move, he would not do it in vain. He didn't believe that an old fox like Fan Yunlin wouldn't have expected that her strength would increase by another level. However, the current Su Yan couldn't even take care of himself. Although Zhang Zhe had already joined forces with several sects to go back and find trouble with the Limitless Demon sect, he still couldn't relax. The Boundless Demon sect was full of experts. Even among the experts he knew, there were already many troublesome people. Su Yan did not believe that the powerful Boundless Demon sect was only suppressed by a few people. Presumably, he would be able to meet many experts this time. However, no matter what, he would not back down, because this was a path that belonged to him. Since it was his own path, he had to take every step himself. This was Su Yan's principle. Su Yan had long believed that everyone's fate was predetermined. What you need to do is to follow the path of fate and work hard. Alright, it's time for me to leave. Since that's the case, be careful, Su Yan said. This was Su Yan's final blessing. Mu Tianqing nodded and smiled as he watched Su Yan leave. Su Yan had just left the courtyard when he saw a woman. She was also so beautiful. If Xue Xinyue was the tranquil moon, then she was the lively moon. She was Feng Yueyu. Seeing her, Su Yan always felt a little scared. It wasn't that much, it was just that this woman's aggressiveness was a little too strong. However, since she was already standing in front of him, Su Yan naturally could not escape. Senior Sister Feng, are you alright? This time, she was also injured, but her injuries were much lighter than Xue Xinyue's. She was able to move freely now. Alright? That's not good at all. You bastard, are you planning to leave the Taihang sword faction? Feng Yueyu was not pretentious at all and went straight to the point. Su Yan helplessly said, there are some things that I have to do, so I have to leave. Humph, you bastard, you know to come and see Sister Xinyue, why don't you come and see me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? She stared straight at Su Yan as she walked towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan could only helplessly. In front of this woman, he did not know how to open his mouth. Very quickly, Feng Yueyu arrived in front of Su Yan. Feng Yueyu's figure was very tall. She was only half a head shorter than Su Yan. There was a faint fragrance on her body that made people forget to leave. Perhaps this was the reason why so many disciples of the Taihang sword faction were infatuated with her. Don't retreat. She approached Su Yan. Su Yan instinctively wanted to retreat. However, Feng Yueyu had already stopped Su Yan before he could move. Sigh, I really don't know if you can survive this time. Feng Yueyu clearly knew that what Su Yan was about to do was extremely dangerous. However, she also understood that once a person like Su Yan made up his mind, it was impossible to change it. This was the persistence of a martial artist. Not to mention herself, even her sister Xinyue could not change it. At this time, the two of them were very close. She raised her head and the tip of her nose was already on Su Yan's nose. Su Yan wanted to escape, but he did not. For a moment, Su Yan actually lost his mind. Feng Yueyu actually dared to kiss Su Yan's lips. She actually kissed him on the lips. Su Yan was completely stunned. He did not expect this woman to be so daring and dare to do this in front of so many people. If you die, then I won't be able to see you again. I don't ask for much, just give me a kiss goodbye. Don't refuse, or else I will really be unhappy. At this point, there were actually glistening tears in her eyes. Su Yan sighed in his heart. It was the hardest thing to accept a beauty's favor. What did he, Su Yan, do to deserve the favor of these women? When their lips finally parted, Su Yan quickly took a step back. This time, he didn't dare to give this senior sister another chance. He said with a smile, "Senior sister Feng, what are you saying? Are you so eager for me to die?" Feng Yueyu said angrily, "You know, that's not what I mean." Su Yan smiled and wiped away her tears, then said, "In Taihang Mountain, there is probably no one who has seen senior sister's tears. Don't worry, I, Su Yan, am not going to die this time, so I will definitely come back alive." Su Yan said solemnly. He had made up his mind. This time, no matter what, he would live. After saying that, he did not want to give Feng Yueyu a chance to speak again. He directly jumped up. In just a few moments, his body had already flown into the air, and then became smaller and smaller in Feng Yueyu's sight. At this time, another woman walked out of the small courtyard. Looking at Su Yan leaving, she also sighed in her heart. Xue Xinyue was not in seclusion at all, but she could not bear to see Su Yan leave, so she simply did not want to see him for the last time. "Big brother Su Yan, you must live." This was her hope from the bottom of her heart. Su Yan directly left the Taihang sword faction, and the Oriole immediately appeared. The journey from here to Pan Province was not short. Even if he flew at full speed, it would still take some time. However, to the Oriole, this was nothing. This time, Su Yan originally planned to go alone. After all, he felt that this place needed Feng Yueshan's protection more. In this battle, the Taihang sword faction had suffered a great loss. They even lost 3 venerables. If Feng Yueshan could protect this place, he would feel more at ease. However, Feng Yueshan did not want to stay here. In addition, he had been in the Limitless Demon sect for so many years, so he knew a lot about Pan Province. If he went with Su Yan, he could help Su Yan a lot. After thinking for a while, Su Yan naturally agreed. At this time, the two of them were standing on the Oriole's back. The Oriole's speed was really fast. Ordinary Venerable's full speed could not compare to its speed. Moreover, this speed was not maintained for a short period of time. It was constant. The Oriole's speed is really amazing. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll reach Pan Province in another day. He sighed with emotion. If it was in the past, he only wanted to be a small captain quietly. Who would have thought that one day, he would be able to fly in the sky on an Oriole? Of course, with a different strength, his mentality was naturally different. However, Su Yan said, the Oriole's speed is indeed fast, but the shadow creatures are even faster. Feng Yueshan's expression immediately froze. He deeply understood Su Yan's worries. Of course, not all shadow creatures were faster than the Oriole. If that was the case, then humans would have no chance of winning against the shadow creatures and might as well commit suicide. But even so, the situation was not optimistic. The shadow creatures were powerful existences. If their combat strength was similar to the Orioles, then under certain conditions, their speed would definitely surpass the Orioles. The terrifying thing about shadow creatures was that they appeared and disappeared unpredictably. There was no way to know where they would appear in the next moment. Without any precautions, the shadow creatures could easily succeed. In fact, no one knew the terror of shadow creatures better than Feng Yueshan. Feng Yulua had passed her power to him, along with his knowledge of shadow creatures. He clearly understood that shadow creatures were more terrifying than devils. Moreover, the shadow creatures were making a comeback. Once the shadow creatures reappeared in this world, it would be the beginning of chaos. More importantly, he believed that the shadow creatures would definitely appear in this world because Emperor Wu Hui was still alive. In order to reach a higher realm, this guy would definitely do anything. In the previous battle, he was injured by King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng. But he didn't die, after all. 3,000 years ago, he didn't die in such a great calamity and even came back to life in this era. Guangcheng's sword couldn't have killed him so easily. But fortunately, Guangcheng's injuries weren't light, so it wouldn't be that easy for him to recover. Fortunately, there was still some time in this world. Sigh. Our world is facing countless external threats. Devils are eyeing us covetously and the shadow creatures are threatening us. It's a pity that not only are they not united, but they are also constantly fighting among themselves. As such, when the calamity arrives, I'm afraid, there was no need for him to continue. Su Yan knew what he meant. Life and death are up to fate. After all, we are too weak right now and this isn't something we can care about. We just have to be ourselves. Brother Fong, work hard to become stronger because only then can you protect the things you want to protect. In other words, only then can you protect yourself. Chapter 830. Female literature. At this point, the two of them fell silent. Fang Yueshan was very powerful now. It had to be said that Fang Yuluo's inheritance was really powerful. After receiving his inheritance, Fang Yueshan's cultivation had been constantly increasing. At this point, he was about to break through the second layer and become a two essences venerable. If an outsider were to find out about his cultivation speed, they would go crazy. However, even with such a cultivation speed, he still felt that it was not fast enough. Because of Fang Wuhui's existence, his heart could not be at peace. Even at this time, he was still very afraid because if Fang Wuhui appeared at this time, he would not be able to stop him. This was a sense of crisis that came from the bottom of his heart. Fang Wuhui was his natural enemy. Therefore, he yearned to become stronger and stronger. However, on the path of cultivation, one could not be impatient for quick success, even if he had Fang Yuluo's inheritance. Su Yan saw his frown and immediately guessed his thoughts. With such a huge pressure weighing down on one's heart, no one would be able to relax. Fang Yueshan was still able to talk and laugh, which was already very impressive. After all, he was facing a powerful Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was commanding a former Emperor Realm Master, it was still extremely powerful. If it was him, he would not be able to do better. Tell me about Pan Province. At this moment, Su Yan spoke. Firstly, he wanted to distract him. After all, if he was too obsessed with the pressure, he might be defeated by it. However, he believed that with Fang Yueshan's ability, it would not be so. Secondly, he was about to step into Pan Province, but he still did not know much about it. This was not a good thing. If he could not truly understand Pan Province, then his future path would be difficult. Since Fang Yueshan had some understanding of Pan Province, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. At this moment, Fang Yueshan smiled and said, Pan Province is an extremely rude place. Rude and unreasonable. Su Yan didn't expect that he would have such an evaluation of Pan Province. Yes, it is indeed rude and unreasonable. The people here are intrepid, definitely not on par with Tai Province. In Pan Province, everyone worships martial arts and is very overbearing. That is the world of the strong. As long as you have enough strength, you can almost do whatever you want. And there, the limitless demon sect is called the Sage Sect. Su Yan remained silent. Sure enough, nothing was too strange in this world. However, the limitless demon sect was too overbearing. It was not surprising that the style of the place he ruled was so. Then what should we do after we enter Pan Province? What is the distribution of the limitless demon sect here? This was all very important information. Pan Province has a total of 72 cities. The Limitless Demon Sect's headquarters is in the core region of Pan Province. Of course, we've just entered Pan Province, so we shouldn't be too flamboyant. That's because every city has an expert guarding it. It's not so bad in the outer region, but in the inner region, the 36 city lords are all venerables. If we swagger our way in, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult. The 36 city lords were all venerables. In other words, there were 36 venerables in the outer region. Su Yan remained silent. The Limitless Demon Sect was actually so powerful. No wonder they could suppress the other sects for so many years. Including the venerables in the Taihang Sword faction and those venerables who were out on missions, there were only 20 or so people. The difference in strength was too great. If it was a one-on-one battle without the other sects holding them back, it wouldn't be too difficult for the Limitless Demon Sect to eliminate the Taihang Sword faction. At that time, other than the sect leader and Xuexingchuan, who could escape, everyone else would die. Fortunately, the Limitless Demon Sect's actions were restricted, so they didn't dare to put all their eggs in one basket. For example, this time, the Limitless Demon Sect seemed to be putting their lives on the line, but in reality, they were still very cautious. The 7 vice sect leaders of the Limitless Demon Sect weren't all here because of their internal conflicts, but the real reason was because of the other sections. If they came out in full force at this time, the Taihang Sword faction would be eliminated, but the Limitless Demon Sect wouldn't be able to gain much from it. The experts from the nearby sects could arrive almost instantaneously. At that time, even if the Limitless Demon Sect defeated the Taihang Sword faction and eliminated the Taihang Sword faction, their own headquarters would suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, even if they could eliminate the Taihang Sword faction, with Zhang Zhe and Xuexingchuan's means, they might be able to escape. If these 2 tigers who had lost their sects went crazy, it would be a disaster for the Limitless Demon Sect. Su Yan shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. The strength of the Limitless Demon Sect really made people feel despair. Then, let's go directly to the outer cities and come down from the cities guarded by venerables. If they wasted too much time in the outer cities, it wouldn't be worth it. Su Yan didn't want to waste time in such a place. But once they arrived at the cities guarded by venerables, they had no choice but to come down. This was because venerable ones had extraordinary means. If an Oriole openly flew into their territory, it might be discovered. Moreover, that was the core area of the Limitless Demon Sect. If they wanted to know more about Lu Lan, they had to start looking for her as soon as possible. Alright, that's good too. We can save a lot of time. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Fang Yueshan agreed with Su Yan's suggestion. Only the core 36 cities were the focus of the Limitless Demon Sect. The surrounding 36 cities weren't that big of a deal. At this time, the power distribution of the major sects was similar to that of a dynasty. The place where the sect was located was the imperial city, and the other places were the sect's territory. Another day passed. The speed of the Oriole was too fast. The other sects didn't even have time to sense the aura of the Oriole. Su Yan directly flew over their heads. Su Yan, this city is the Celestial Wolf City. The city lord is a one-origin venerable. Even in the Limitless Demon Sect, this Celestial Wolf City is very important because this is the place where information is gathered. If you want to know something, this is the best place to inquire. Seems like you used to hang out here often. Su Yan said with a smile. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was clearly a little excited. There was even a hint of eagerness. Thus, Su Yan asked, Fang Yueshan, is there someone of yours here? I think it's most likely a woman. Looking at Su Yan, Fang Yueshan nodded and said, Brother Su, you're really too smart. You're right, there is a friend of mine here. It's just that I haven't been back for a while, so I don't know how she is now. In this city, there was indeed a confidant of his. However, Fang Yueshan was a very cautious person. He always had his scruples when doing things. Therefore, very few people knew that he had a confidant here. Back then, he was so careful because he was afraid that if something happened to him, she wouldn't be implicated. From the looks of it, his cautiousness back then was indeed the right choice. To make Brother Fong so concerned, it seems like there's a devastatingly beautiful woman here. Su Yan said. It was rare to see him in such an embarrassed state. Fang Yueshan said, don't mock me. If we're talking about confidence, I can't compare to you. Let's go, let's enter the city. She opened a small tavern in the city. We should be able to get some information from her. As he spoke, he had already walked towards the city gate. Stop, let's get checked. Before they reached the city gate, they saw a long line of people waiting to be checked. The two of them looked at each other. They never thought that it would be so strict at this time. Although this is the 36th city, it's usually not so strict. Something must have happened. I'll go take a look first. Fang Yueshan was the local tyrant. Although there was a check here, it was just a small matter to him. If he couldn't even enter the city gate, then all his years in the Limitless Demon sect would have been wasted. Soon, the two of them entered Celestial Wolf City. Brother Fong, did something happen? Su Yan asked. It was impossible for the Limitless Demon sect to know that he was coming, so they were waiting for him here. This possibility was too small. After all, apart from Xue Xingchuan and a few others, no one knew that he was coming to the Limitless Demon sect. Something did happen. Speaking of which, it's related to the Taihang Sword faction. After Fang Yueshan finished speaking, Su Yan frowned. If it was related to the Taihang Sword faction, could it be that the Taihang Sword faction's spy here had been discovered? If that was really the case, then he would have to help. You might not believe it, but the Limitless Demon sect is currently searching for someone. His name is Wang Jingcheng. Fang Yueshan said calmly. At this moment, a murderous look flashed across Su Yan's eyes. Wang Jingcheng. There was probably no one in the Taihang Sword faction who didn't know of this name. This was because he was the one who betrayed the Taihang Sword faction and led the demonic clouds into the sword pool, causing the Taihang 9 expansion's grand formation to stagnate. If it wasn't for him, the Limitless Demon sect wouldn't have been able to break into the mountain gates so easily. Everyone was filled with murderous intent towards him, including Su Yan. This is interesting. I wonder if we'll be able to meet him this time. But didn't he betray the Taihang Sword faction? Why would he be wanted by the Limitless Demon sect now? This was indeed a problem. Fang Yueshan smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. But after we enter the city, we'll look for my friend. She has a lot of information, so we'll know when we get there. Chapter 831. Female Literature. As expected, Fang Yueshan was extremely familiar with this place. Under his lead, Su Yan took a small stroll around Sky Wolf City. Sky Wolf City was indeed one of the major cities of the 36 core cities. It was a vast place with abundant resources. There were many things that Su Yan had never even heard of. Su Yan did not lack spirit stones, so he bought many rare items. The two of them walked and looked around. Soon, they arrived at Fang Yueshan's friend's tea house. This tea house was not big, but it was not too shabby to be able to afford such a tea house. Sir, what do you need? Just as the two of them approached the tea house, a waiter came over. Su Yan sized up the waiter and was a little surprised. This waiter was actually in the spiritual sea realm. If they were in the 5 counties, such a person would be an honored guest of the sect. But here, he could only be a waiter. This showed the huge gap between the 9 states and the 5 counties. Seeing Su Yan's expression, Fang Yueshan was not surprised at all. He walked up to the waiter and said, "Give me a pot of sky-grade sky dragon tea." At this moment, Su Yan noticed that the waiter's expression changed. He seemed to be a little surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. The sky dragon tea is of the highest quality. If you want it, you have to go to the sky grade room. The price, Fang Yueshan said, it's okay. I have a pair of bloodshed crystals. It's enough to drink 3 pots of tea. Su Yan did not say anything. This was obviously a secret message between them. Soon, the waiter led them to the top floor. The two of them were brought to an extremely elegant room. I didn't expect this small tea house to be so grand. It's really amazing. After entering the room, Su Yan could not help but sigh. The decorations here were top-notch. Even the Shui family didn't have such decorations. Fang Yueshan smiled and said, "Of course. This is a heaven-grade room. Brother Su, do you know that if you want to drink tea here, you will have to spend a lot of money? If you don't have 100 pieces of high-grade spirit stones, you will have to cultivate here. Moreover, even if you have spirit stones, you may not be able to enter this place." Hearing this, Su Yan was surprised. Even with spirit stones, one might not be able to enter this place. What other conditions do I need to enter this room to drink tea? Just as Su Yan finished his question, a series of light footsteps came, followed by a slightly sharp but very beautiful voice. "Of course it depends on my mood. Fang Yueshan, you bastard, I don't welcome you today." As he spoke, a beautiful woman appeared at the door. This woman was wearing a long crimson dress. As she walked, her long dress fluttered in the wind. She was truly indescribably beautiful. Deep red was an extremely difficult color to control. If one didn't have the capital to match it, then they would only show their tackiness. However, on her body, there was only an indescribable beauty. "Sanyang." Fang Yueshan helplessly called out. However, this woman didn't buy it at all. "What are you shouting for? Aren't you already dead? What are you doing here? You bastard, are you here to disgust me?" Fang Yueshan could only smile bitterly in the face of her reproach. He naturally knew that Sanyang wasn't really cursing him to die. She was just too concerned about him. After such a long time, he went missing. After experiencing life and death and following Su Yan into the Taihang sword faction, these days could be considered carefree. However, she must have been worried and scared for him. A man who couldn't protect his woman and instead made her worry and scared, this was his own sin and incompetence. At this time, Su Yan saw that the two of them were becoming more and more uneasy. He could only smile and then say, "I think the scenery outside is good. I'm going to go outside and relax. You can help yourselves." After saying that, Su Yan walked out. Fang Yueshan wanted to stop him, but just as he reached out his hand, he stopped. Looking at Shui Sanyang who was looking at him with a bitter face, he could only sigh. Su Yan immediately left the room and sighed in his heart. In this world, there were always too many infatuated men and resentful women. Not to mention himself, Fang Yueshan was such a free and easy person, he also had such emotional fetters. Time passed little by little. Su Yan sat in front of the window and drank tea. At this time, a burst of noise suddenly came from the tea house. Su Yan looked up and saw several fierce-looking people directly breaking in. These people's faces were clearly written with the word bad. If it was somewhere else, Su Yan naturally wouldn't want to meddle in other people's business. But this was different. This place was related to Fang Yueshan, or rather, it was his woman's property. Since this was the case, how could he just stand by and watch? But now, he didn't directly make a move. After all, he needed to figure out what was going on. If he casually made a move and messed up the relationship here, it wouldn't be good. At this time, the waiter had already walked to the front. "Sirs, are you here to drink tea? Drink tea? Are you an idiot? Quickly call Shui Sanyang out, or I will smash your broken shop." He acted arrogantly and didn't put the waiter in his eyes. "Our boss is busy now, it's not convenient for him to come out. Why don't you come back another day after drinking a cup of tea?" The waiter said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. At this time, this guy's face directly turned cold. "Don't play dumb with me, our boss has already said that if Shui Sanyang becomes our boss's concubine, then there is no need for this shop to exist." Bang! A loud sound was heard. This person casually hit the table next to him and smashed it into pieces. Clear the place, if you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, then get the hell out of here. He shouted angrily, but this was Pan Province, and the people here were not kind people. If they were directly asked to leave, it would be too shameful. Therefore, not many people moved. However, the waiter said, "Sirs, I'm sorry, today's tea is on our boss, I'm really sorry. These customers may not care, but after all, it was related to the face of this shop." This waiter did things with some courage. Shui Sanyang's courage is really not small. In that case, he didn't finish his sentence, and he was directly sent flying. It was actually the waiter who made a move. Su Yan originally thought that he would wait for the other party to make a move first, then counterattack, but he didn't expect that he would make a move so decisively. However, Su Yan still admired this character. If it were him, he was afraid that he would do the same. Since the other party had already made it clear that he was looking for trouble, then why should he lower his voice? "Sirs, don't go too far, don't think that you can do whatever you want because you're little demon wolf's people, it won't work in our shop." His move immediately ignited the flames, and these people directly made a move. This waiter's fighting strength was extraordinary, and he directly dealt with them with one move. "So why bother, everyone is just working for others, don't be so angry, this is good." He clapped his hands, apparently not caring at all. Su Yan smiled. It seemed that Fang Yueshan's confidence method was not bad, just a small waiter, actually had such fighting strength. Even in an ordinary sect, he could be regarded as a character. But at this time, suddenly someone walked in. Su Yan looked up, this person's whole body was emitting a hazy aura. The moment he appeared, a strong aura directly shot out. A mere waiter actually dares to beat up the city lord's guards, this is simply a crime worthy of death. This person was really bold, the moment he appeared, he actually wanted to kill. This place was indeed within Pan State, just a word of disagreement and directly injuring people. Su Yan could see that this guy had actually been here for a long time, but he did not come in at the beginning, and directly let the people in front of him make a move. Obviously, he expected the waiter to do this, so he deliberately waited for the waiter to make a move. Obviously, he had expected those people to be knocked down. And as long as the waiter made a move, then he would directly kill. What a vicious mind. At this time, the waiter did not have time to react, he did not expect that there would be someone waiting for him like this. At this time, even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. Such a plan could be considered meticulous. Unfortunately, Su Yan was here today, and he saw everything. Since that was the case, how could he let the waiter get hurt? At this time, the two people upstairs were pouring out their hearts. But at this time, this sudden murderous aura directly alarmed them. Shui Sanyang's expression suddenly changed, and she immediately said, "Damn it, the Hall of Executioners is in danger." But at this time, Fang Yueshan said, "Don't worry, Su Yan is outside, nothing will happen to him, who is it?" Shui Sanyang had her doubts at first, but when she saw Fang Yueshan's shocked expression, she relaxed a little. At this time, she suddenly exclaimed, "How is it possible, you're already a venerable?" At this time, she could be said to be extremely shocked. She was very clear about Fang Yueshan's cultivation in the past. He had some cleverness, but on the path of cultivation, he was not outstanding, so at that time, he was barely in the dragon realm. It was also because of this that when the news of Fang Yueshan's accident came, her heart was almost anxious to the extreme, because she felt that Fang Yueshan had almost no chance of surviving. At this moment, Fang Yueshan had just returned. She was both surprised and delighted, so she didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Only now did she use her secret technique to observe him. Only then did she discover that Fang Yueshan's cultivation had actually reached a level where she was basically unable to see through him. With such a cultivation, there was no need to say, he was clearly a venerable. Chapter 832. Female literature, a lot of unforeseen events have happened, and it's not convenient to tell you these things now. You just need to know that this time, I have enough strength to help you. As he said that, he had already embraced Shui Sanyang in his arms. If it was any other time, Shui Sanyang would have definitely hit his claws off. But at this time, she was shocked and didn't pay attention, allowing Fang Yueshan to take advantage of the opportunity. Of course, she had already noticed it, but at this time, she was too lazy to pay attention to it. At this time, Su Yan was standing in front of the waiter, and in front of him, the guy who attacked before struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes were full of resentment. Of course, there was also infinite fear in this resentment. Although it was only one fight, he already knew how powerful Su Yan was. He was very clear that with his own strength, he was not Su Yan's opponent. Su Yan's means were really too powerful. It seemed that such a casual blow had actually injured his internal organs. And naturally, he also knew that this was the result of Su Yan showing mercy. At this time, if Su Yan really made up his mind to kill him, then he was afraid that he would be dead by now. It's not good to kill people in other people's tea house like this, right? Su Yan asked directly. This person looked at Su Yan with eyes full of endless resentment. If it weren't for Su Yan, he would have already succeeded. He finally let himself breathe, then stared straight at Su Yan and said, "This one, you are so nosy, aren't you afraid of losing your life here?" Su Yan chuckled and said, "Lose my life here? Ha ha ha, so you want to kill me now, but unfortunately, you don't seem to be able to do this." The man was provoked by these words, and suddenly, he couldn't suppress his injuries and almost fell back. At this time, the others ran up and supported him. That person waved his hand and continued, "This is Celestial Wolf City, Lord Devil Wolf's trump card. Ha, I don't care where you're from, nor do I care what your objective is. However, I'll give you a piece of advice. There are some things that you should do well and not pay too much attention to. Otherwise, you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Your strength is naturally not bad, but you're no match for Lord Devil Wolf." Su Yan did not take these words to heart. He only asked, "Lord Demon Wolf? Is he the city lord here?" When he heard Su Yan's words, the man's face sank again. Demon Wolf was not the city lord of Skywolf City. Everyone knew that the city lord of Skywolf City was the Skywolf King. However, Su Yan said so, which meant that he was looking down on Demon Wolf. Unfortunately, he was bound to be strong. He clearly knew that he was no match for Su Yan. Even if he was dissatisfied, it would be futile. Lord Demon Wolf is naturally not the city lord, but he's the #1 warrior below the city lord. I've already remembered your aura, so don't think about escaping. Lord Demon Wolf will catch up to you soon and kill you." At this time, Su Yan laughed again. He was a little scared by Su Yan's laughter. Su Yan said directly, "Since you've already decided to kill me, do you think I'll let you go?" At this time, he directly struck out with his palm. What was originally an ordinary palm strike was incomparably terrifying in the eyes of this person. His soul began to tremble. Before he could react, he was hit by another palm strike. When this palm came, he felt that he was definitely going to die. Then, a sharp pain began to attack his nerves. Even though he was stronger than most people, at this time, his whole body was trembling and he was almost out of breath. Su Yan said directly, "I'm just a passerby. I just can't stand your Lord Demon Wolf's actions. You, go back and tell Lord Demon Wolf about this. If he doesn't want to see his subordinates die, then he'll have to come personally." Su Yan originally did not want to cause such a big commotion, but he suddenly changed his mind. Since he was already in Pan Province, on the territory of the Limitless Demon Sect, then he should make a big commotion. Although it was very dangerous, there were also benefits. If he made a big enough commotion, then the Limitless Demon Sect would naturally turn their attention to him. In that case, it would be easier for Zhang Zhe and the others of the Taihang Sword faction to take action. Of course, at this time, he really wanted to see Lord Demon Wolf because he wanted to know some things. That person left in a hurry. Not long after, a black-clothed person came. This person was not very old, about 30 years old or so, but his cultivation had already reached the 9 Dragons realm. To reach the 9 Dragons realm at such a young age, he was also a genius. Moreover, Su Yan could see that his accumulation was very strong. It would take a long time for his cultivation to break through again. At that time, he would be able to become a venerable. He sneered in his heart. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. If two venerables appeared in Skywolf City, then it would be very lively. Previously, Fang Yueshan had already told him that Shui Sanyang's tea house was actually connected to the city lord's mansion. In other words, she belonged to the city lord's side. Logically speaking, since the other party was the city lord's mansion's #1 warrior, there was no reason for him to make things difficult for Shui Sanyang. But he did so his purpose was very obvious. It was also obvious that this demon wolf was very confident in his breakthrough, so much so that he wanted to provoke the heavenly wolf king. Who are you? He walked in front of Su Yan and asked directly. But before Su Yan could speak, he said, "Forget it, I don't care who you are. Since you attacked my subordinate, then you're courting death." After this cold snort, his murderous aura was already boiling. Upstairs, Shui Sanyang nestled in Fang Yueshan's arms and said, "Is your friend really okay? Little demon wolf's combat strength is very terrifying. Even the city lord would find it very difficult to take him down. Do you need to make a move?" Fang Yueshan smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if this little demon wolf is powerful, so what? If he can really kill Su Yan, then it can be considered his ability." People who had not seen Su Yan's combat strength would not know how terrifying Su Yan's combat strength was. This little demon wolf was indeed a character. If he was facing an ordinary young powerhouse, then he would be able to kill them. Unfortunately, he was facing Su Yan right now. Even he didn't have any confidence in facing Su Yan. It was because Su Yan's means were too powerful. He had seen Su Yan kill a venerable with his own eyes. And if Su Yan used the ghost face, then it would be even more terrifying. Sigh, after all, it's not a good thing to cause trouble here. You're not such a person, how can you let your friend do whatever he wants? Shui Sanyang has been here for a long time and deeply understood the complexity of this place. After all, this was one of the 36 cities of the limitless demon sect. If they really caused trouble here, then it would alarm the sect. At this time, Fang Yueshan smiled and said, "Now that I've taken refuge with him, no matter what he wants to do, as his little brother, I only need to follow his footsteps." Hearing Fang Yueshan's words, Shui Sanyang was startled. She never thought that Fang Yueshan would actually take refuge with this young man. Moreover, she already knew Fang Yueshan very well. At this time, she knew that Fang Yueshan was not joking. "Even if I tell you these things, you won't understand. Let's just wait and see." Although the little demon wolf's murderous aura surged, but at this time, he had no intention of attacking. "Shui Sanyang, if you don't come out, then I will tear down this broken shop of yours." After all, the little demon wolf came here for Shui Sanyang. Others might not know, but he was very clear that this woman was the informant of the city lord. Many of the information about the city lord came from her. Coupled with the fact that Shui Sanyang was indeed extremely beautiful, his heart was moved and he wanted to subdue Shui Sanyang. Unfortunately, Shui Sanyang was stubborn and refused him many times. At this time, he didn't have much patience. Of course, Su Yan was a strange face, he had never seen him before. But in his opinion, he was afraid that this person was called by Shui Sanyang to deal with him. However, if the little demon wolf was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Su Yan said with a smile, "You don't need to call the owner here, it has nothing to do with her. I want to ask you for some information." The little demon wolf smiled and said, "Oh? Ask me for information. That's interesting, tell me, what do you want to know?" At this time, he began to circulate his aura. Su Yan was still as indifferent as before, and said, "Sirius City is also looking for Wang Jingcheng, tell me, is there any news about him?" "Wang Jingcheng? The traitor of the Taihang sword faction. You came for him, interesting. If you want to know about him, you'd better ask the King of Hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Su Yan. Demon Wolf's Howl. He directly slapped down with his palm. At this time, the sound of a wolf's howl sounded in the tea house, but it was not an illusion, it was the sound of his palm. This howl had a strong impact on the mind. The little demon wolf's enemies were often in a trance because of the mental impact before they could react. On top of that, his power was extremely abundant, which made his attacks unstoppable. Unless one was a venerable one would almost be killed by him in one strike. But at this time, Su Yan said with a smile, "Good strength, but it's a pity." Chapter 833. Female literature. Unfortunately, it was still a little short. Su Yan pointed his finger, and a burst of sword chi suddenly erupted. At first, the sword chi was like a trickle that was almost undetectable. However, when the two came into contact, the power of the sword immediately turned into an endless gale. The terrifying power was like a surging river. The demonic dragon's shadow suddenly stopped at this moment. The attack that was originally like a pile of eggs was forcibly stopped. At this moment, his expression changed continuously. It was not that he did not expect Su Yan to be able to block this attack, but he did not expect Su Yan to be able to block it so easily. Such an attack caused his expression to change rapidly. "You're really something." However, this attack was not his strongest attack. Instead, it was just a test. If Su Yan could not even block this attack, he would not take Su Yan seriously and would kill him directly. However, Su Yan was so casual now. Not only did he defeat his attack, but he also launched a brazen counterattack. The sword chi was already rushing toward his chest. The sword chi was so sharp that it was simply invincible. Su Yan's sword energy actually caused him to give birth to a great sense of danger. However, Su Yan's realm was clearly not as high as his. He had never met anyone who was lower than him who could defeat him. In the past, he was the one who could kill people who were at a higher realm. However, today, he was actually defeated by Su Yan. His expression was naturally not good. This time, he had personally taken action for Shui Sanyang. However, he still did not succeed. He was now at a critical juncture. The reason why he was so jumpy at this time was that he wanted the position of Celestial Wolf City's governor. If it was in the past, although he was arrogant, he would not dare to do so. However, it was different now. Firstly, the old governor's cultivation had not improved for many years. He had been a one-origin venerable and seemed to have no hope of breaking through. Moreover, he was very young and was very strong now. He was already standing at the peak of the Nine Dragons realm and might be able to break through to the Venerable One soon. Once he became a Venerable One, he would no longer fear the governor. More importantly, he had someone backing him up this time. Right now, he was doing something for that lord. If this matter was handled well, then in the eyes of that lord, he would naturally show his value. However, if he messed up this matter, then it would be his own incompetence. And the best way to deal with the city lord was to blind him first. That was why he attacked Shui Sanyang. If this step was not successful, then many of his arrangements might be known to the city lord in advance. He was not a venerable yet. Although he was acting without restraint, the Heavenly Wolf King couldn't directly attack him. However, if the Celestial Wolf King were to find out about his plans, he would definitely abandon all of his concerns and attack him directly. Although the Celestial Wolf Demon King might not be able to do anything to him because of that great figure, this was his own incompetence. "I'd like to see just how powerful you are." Seeing that his attack was about to be defeated, he hardened his heart and activated another power. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the terrifying power directly rolled and swept out at this time. Su Yan's sword chi was already in front of him, but at this moment, it was directly destroyed. Not even a bit of such a powerful force was left. Lord Demon Wolf is mighty. At this time, the subordinates behind him sighed with emotion. Especially the gloomy person. He had previously experienced Su Yan's power, but now, Lord Demon Wolf easily destroyed his sword chi. However, although they said so, Demon Wolf's expression was very ugly. This was because only he knew that he had used a lot of power to dissolve the sword chi. And he couldn't tell how much power the other party used. He also couldn't tell where Su Yan came from. His combat strength was actually so powerful. Such a genius definitely didn't appear out of thin air. Right now, he was even wondering if that old bastard was already prepared to make a move on him, so he had found a helper. Su Yan ignored the change in his expression and only said with a smile, "Lord Demon Wolf, I still want to know the answer to the question just now. Do you know the whereabouts of Wang Jingcheng?" At this time, Demon Wolf was even more furious. This Su Yan, even now, was still talking to him so casually. It was obvious that he did not put him in his eyes. The more Su Yan acted like this, the more furious he was. "Do you really want to know the news of Wang Jingcheng? Since that's the case, come with me." After thinking about it for a while, he finally extinguished the thought of using all his strength here. If he could get rid of Su Yan in an instant, then of course, it didn't matter. However, if they caused too much of a commotion here, it would be too much of a loss for them. So he decided to retreat in order to advance. At this time, Su Yan chuckled, "Are you going to retreat in order to advance? Let me leave here and then attack." "Hee, not bad, this is a good idea." Seeing his plan being directly exposed by the other party at this time, he was naturally very angry at this time. However, Su Yan said, "Well, since you have this plan, then I will go out with you. I hope your answer won't disappoint me." Demon Wolf was extremely angry at this time. This guy's nonchalant attitude made him extremely angry. Humph. He snorted and left directly. As for his subordinates, they naturally followed him out. Su Yan walked out unhurriedly. Shui Sanyang watched Su Yan go out with little Demon Wolf and the others, but she was anxious in her heart. "Your friend is too rash. This little Demon Wolf has already begun to challenge the city lord. He must have something to rely on. No matter how strong your friend is, he is not a venerable after all." What if Fang Yueshan knew what she wanted to say, but he just smiled and shook his head, then said, "It's nothing. I just said that he is my boss. If he can't even deal with such a person, then it's too stupid. Don't worry, I came this time to take you away." Hearing Fang Yueshan's words, Shui Sanyang was obviously stunned. She never thought that Fang Yueshan would say such words. Sigh, Su Yan followed all the way. At this time, he was really fearless, as if he was not worried about being ambushed at all. It's just that the more he was like this, the more uneasy the other party was. Su Yan's performance was a bit too calm. Demon Wolf was not a fool. He clearly knew that the reason why Su Yan was like this, either he was really brainless, so he could be calm and not think about anything. Either that, or he was so powerful that he had nothing to fear. This Demon Wolf was more cautious in doing things. He constantly swept the surroundings with his divine sense, obviously wanting to know if someone was following him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the traces of others. At this time, his heart was beating like a drum. "That's about it, isn't it? You lured me out so that you can kill me outside without others knowing, right? Of course, if it's possible, you should also get some useful information from me. Am I right?" Demon Wolf raised his eyebrows. Such a shrewd person was naturally not a fool. It seemed that it was the latter. But what did he rely on? Could it be that he was so confident just because of that one strike from before? At this time, Su Yan said, "All right, let's not waste any more time, just attack." There were many things that couldn't be said. If they didn't attack, then it would be meaningless. Demon Wolf didn't want to attack in the tea house, and Su Yan didn't want to do the same. It was fine to attack outside, after all, it wouldn't expose his relationship with the lady boss. But if he attacked inside, it would very likely bring her unnecessary trouble. Although Su Yan felt that he was not afraid of such trouble, it was better to avoid it as much as possible. At this point, Su Yan no longer had any intention of wasting time. His divine sense had already sensed that there were about 20 experts lying in ambush nearby. And there were 6 people above Dragon Realm level 5. Such a lineup was already very luxurious. Against a mere Dragon Realm cultivator, it wouldn't take too much effort, and there wouldn't be any accidents. Let's end this quickly, I don't want to waste time here. The scorching sun sword appeared directly, and a powerful and fierce aura spread out unscrupulously at this time. Sacred Sword. When Demon Wolf saw the sacred sword, his first thought was to take it for himself. His strength was already strong enough, and if he could have a matching weapon, then his combat power would definitely increase by another level. Perhaps with the strong power of the sacred sword, he could advance to become an honorable one step earlier. As for Su Yan, at this point, he no longer cared about him. He was sure that Su Yan didn't have any helpers, and there were so many people here. You're right, it's better to end this quickly. Kill him. At this point, he didn't even have the intention to feign civility with Su Yan. With such strength, he didn't believe that Su Yan would be able to continue living after launching a thunderous attack. A figure dashed out at an unimaginably fast speed. Unfortunately, although they were fast, Su Yan was even faster. A red figure flashed, and a majestic sword aura burst out. It was clearly sword aura, but at this moment, the sword aura seemed to have transformed into a ferocious and terrifying monster. Chapter 834. Female Literature, the sword chi kept rolling at this moment. The powerful force flashed and screams were immediately heard. In just a single exchange, the person who had rushed to the front and wanted to kill him in one strike was directly killed. When Su Yan moved earlier, he still had some scruples. But at this moment, he had no scruples at all. Just as he said just now, he had to end the battle quickly. The power of the dance of the fish dragons had reached its peak at this moment. Such power was enough to cause despair in people's hearts. In the beginning, the many experts who were lying in ambush wanted to kill Su Yan and gain the first merit. However, after that one sword strike, they no longer had such thoughts. Originally, Su Yan was not a sheep, but in their eyes, there was absolutely no need to be afraid of him. But at this moment, the power that Su Yan displayed made them despair. At this moment, they even felt that they were facing a supremacy. Killing a person with a sword, and the person that Su Yan killed was not a weakling, but a person whose cultivation had reached the 7 Dragons realm. In theory, his realm was the same as Su Yan. But such a person could not block Su Yan's sword. You think that you can solve everything with numbers? If that's the case, why do we still need experts? Su Yan's provocation was simply unbridled. At this moment, Mo Lang was furious to the extreme. No wonder you dare to be so bold. You actually have this ability. You are also powerful. You guys hold the line for me. Let me kill him personally. Mo Lang was also a powerful person. After he knew that Su Yan's sword, his subordinates were already terrified. If he did not make a move at this time, then these people would not even have the courage to make a move. So, he directly made a move now. Moreover, Su Yan's strength was indeed qualified for him to make a move. No, it could be said that he had to make a move. He had always been very confident in himself. He felt that he was a genius even if he was stupid. Even if he was the son of a demon, he felt that he was nothing more than that. But he knew that in this world, there were indeed such experts who could not be judged. However, what he wanted to do the most at this time was to directly kill Su Yan. If such a genius continued to live, it would make him very unhappy. There were too many people in this world. When they could not surpass others, they did not think about how to become stronger. Instead, they thought about how to kill others and eliminate their competitors. At this moment, he suddenly made a move. It was as if a terrifying demon wolf had started to hunt at this time. His name came from his martial arts. As he made a move, whistling sounds and countless wolf howls continuously sounded. It was as if a pack of wolves had started to hunt. Just this terrifying aura alone was already extremely powerful. He had such capital. It was no wonder that he had his own ambitions and dared to challenge the city lord. However, at this time, although his aura was incomparably fierce, Su Yan was still as calm as before. In the face of his fierce attack, Su Yan first took a step back. At this time, the demon wolf sneered. His attack was like 10,000 horses galloping. Facing such an attack, the best way was to face it head-on and then break it with a powerful force. However, Su Yan took a step back one after another. Although it was only a small step, it gave him a chance to accumulate his aura. This would only make his strength stronger. As time passed, his strength would only become stronger and stronger. At this time, no matter what Su Yan wanted to do, it was already too late. It seemed that although this guy's talent was strong, he was just an inexperienced idiot. In this way, he would only waste his talent. This was what made him angry the most. Little did he know that at this time, Su Yan was also sneering. His eyes were staring straight at the guy in front of him. It was a kind of ridicule. The demon wolf's heart was suddenly shocked. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan was still like this. Now, if he still thought that Su Yan was just an idiot, then he could just go and die. Damn it, this guy is absolutely fearless. Sure enough, Su Yan finally made his move. It seems that your strength has reached the strongest point. What? This guy was not avoiding him, but waiting for his strength to reach the strongest point. What was he thinking? He actually deliberately waited for his strength to reach the strongest point. At this moment, Su Yan directly gave up the scorching sun sword in his hand and directly punched out. Such a punch was not fancy. It was like a bright flowing light, gorgeous and unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan was just like when he dealt with Wu Ya. He wanted to use the most direct and domineering method to defeat his opponent in the field that his opponent was best at. Su Yan clearly knew that if he wanted to break a person's heart, he had to defeat him in the field that his opponent was best at. Only in this way could he make his opponent despair. This was his domineering nature. At this moment, he was like a god. The terrifying power of the howling wolves was actually unable to withstand a single punch from him. Within this punch, the demon wolf seemed to be able to see a terrifying dragon race being howling out. Such a powerful force had already begun to break his heart. By the time he realized this, his mental power had already relaxed. His strength was originally very strong. If his heart did not relax at this time, then he would not be defeated so quickly. However, Su Yan defeated him so violently, which had already covered his heart with a layer of shadow. Damn it! Originally, he still wanted to challenge the city lord and then seize the city lord's position. Recently, he was almost flushed with success. His cultivation continued to rise, and his strength continued to increase. Seeing that his goal was getting closer and closer, but at this time, Su Yan actually appeared. To him, Su Yan was simply a malefic star. In such a short time, his heart had already been covered in dust. For a powerhouse, this was definitely not a small matter. Having one's heart covered in dust would have a far-reaching impact on one's future path. The demon wolf was very ambitious. Becoming the city lord of Sky Wolf City was far from his goal. However, if he could not defeat Su Yan this time, then even if he was lucky enough to become a venerable one this time, he might not be able to go further. At the thought of this, all of his anger began to turn into the water of a large river, which began to surge. Attack together and kill him. At this moment, all of his aura had been burned to the extreme. At this time, all of the powerhouses also began to attack under his command. Kill. Those people had seen Su Yan's power earlier and deeply understood how terrifying Su Yan was. If such a young man wanted to kill them, then they would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, it would be best if they could kill Su Yan at this time. Die, he must die. The demon wolf thought to himself. At this time, Su Yan had already thrown out a punch. The demon wolf thought that at this time, he had not exhausted his old strength and had not yet recovered his new strength. If he wanted to kill Su Yan, this was the best time. If it was any other time, Su Yan was not a fool. At this time, he might have escaped. If that was the case, then he could only live in fear in the future. Therefore, this time, he had to finish it in one fell swoop. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care at all. At this time, his body was still flying in the air. In the face of such an attack, he said, "I have already said that there is no use in having more people. Yet, you still came to court death." At this time, Su Yan suddenly placed his palm on his face. 20 powerhouses in the dragon realm, and the demon wolf himself was a powerhouse at the peak of the 9 dragons. Such a lineup was very luxurious. Such an attack was very powerful. However, at this time, Su Yan did not think of retreating. Instead, he activated his strength and synchronized the frequency of his 3 hearts. The current Su Yan had gradually grasped the trick and had some experience in controlling this power. "It is time to let you know what a demon is." As his words fell, the terrifying power directly descended. When the tricolored mask appeared, the huge pressure turned into an endless terrifying aura. It was as if a mountain was pressing down. If having more people is useful, then what is the point of having experts? Dancing fish dragon sword. At this moment, all of his sword was concentrated in this one sword. The raging power directly turned into a terrifying fish dragon. The fish dragon was extremely ferocious, and its power was natural. At this time, it was as if the fish dragon was a real existence and not an illusion created by his sword aura. At the top of the sky, dark clouds appeared. This sword of Su Yan's actually already started to affect the weather. How is this possible? How can his strength reach this level? At this time, everyone began to feel despair. Such an attack was almost on par with a venerable one. However, how was this possible? How did he do it? However, this was no longer important. Because under Su Yan's attack, everyone was severely injured. Under the sunlight, Su Yan's mask was very strange. How is it? I have already said that if having more people can solve the problem, then what is the point of having experts? Su Yan walked in front of the demon wolf and squatted down. After Su Yan's attack, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. He raised his head and looked at the mask. At this time, he suddenly felt that he had fallen into a sea of demons. The demon wolf had never been so frightened in his life. Even when facing a venerable one, he had never felt such despair. However, at this time, he was really afraid. Who the hell are you? Chapter 835. Female literature, hee, now doesn't seem to be the time for you to ask me questions. Su Yan's ghost face had yet to disappear. Initially, he was afraid of ghost face and was afraid of using its power. However, after using it a few times, he seemed to have found a good way to restrain ghost face, which was the regal sword soul. Every time he unleashed the power of the 3 hearts and ghost face appeared, the killing intent in his heart would be awakened. Su Yan knew very well that the desire to kill was the source of ghost face's awakening. One day, when he could no longer suppress his desire to kill, that would be the time when Grimace would awaken. Today, he realized that if he unleashed the regal sword soul's power, the desire to kill would not swell. The 3 hearts were his power, to begin with. If he could control the power, his combat power would be further enhanced. Now that the regal sword codex could restrain the desire to kill, it could not be better. In actual fact, he had noticed a long time ago that he would calm down when he cultivated the regal sword codex. It seemed to be a power that could accommodate hundreds of rivers. Su Yan had always thought that his foundation should be the regal sword codex, and now it seemed like that was the case. Under Su Yan's gaze, Devil Wolf's body began to tremble. Su Yan did not use any mental power at the moment, but he felt a terrifying power invading his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was the most important place for a cultivator. Whenever a body was taken over, it would enter the sea of consciousness. At this moment, Devil Wolf felt that his sea of consciousness began to tremble as if his mind was about to tremble. Damn it, what exactly do you want? At this moment, he forcefully bit the tip of his tongue and abruptly focused his mind once more. He clearly knew that once his mind was taken away, it would be a terrible thing. "Tell me, where is he?" Su Yan asked. At this moment, Devil Wolf remembered that Su Yan wanted to know about Wang Jingcheng. "I don't know. We haven't caught him yet," Demon Wolf said. Su Yan chuckled and said, "Do you think there's any meaning in lying to me now? Tell me the answer. This is the last chance I'm giving you." He spoke very calmly, without the slightest hint of killing intent. However, it was precisely because of this that this person felt fear. He could already imagine that if he really did not say anything, there would be terrible consequences. However, at this moment, he was still hoping for a fluke. Su Yan said, "I remember that there should be a secret technique in your devil's sect called the puppet technique. I think you should have heard of it, right?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the demonic wolf's pupils suddenly shrank. Naturally, he had heard of the puppet technique. It was a secret technique of the limitless demon sect. However, there weren't many people who could use it. In fact, it could even be said that it had already been lost. He vaguely heard that someone who knew this secret technique had appeared in the limitless demon sect. However, it was just a flash in the pan. Apart from that person, no one in the limitless demon sect knew about this secret technique. However, this young man had actually said it out loud. At this moment, he didn't doubt that Su Yan was lying. This was because Su Yan had given him too much of a shock. His gaze landed on the ghost face once again. At this moment, he finally gave up on the hope in his heart and said, "I really don't know. I only know that he left Heavenly Eagle City a few days ago. He might arrive in Heavenly Wolf City in the next few days. That's why Heavenly Wolf City is so guarded. Do you know why he's wanted by the Limitless Demon Sect? If I remember correctly, didn't he betray the Taihang Sword faction and become a disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect? I'm not sure about that either. It seems like he stole a certain treasure from Heavenly Eagle City. That's why he's being hunted down. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. Between the various city lords, with the exception of an extremely small number of people, almost all of them do things their own way. Hence, I don't know if you want to ask me about this." At this moment, he naturally understood the logic of being on someone's chopping block. The other party seemed to be able to clearly distinguish whether he was lying or not. More importantly, he seemed to have mastered the puppet technique. Although he wasn't sure, he didn't dare to take the risk. This was because his life was at stake. If he lost, he would be in an extremely miserable state. "I see. However, why are you so sure that he'll come to Sky Wolf City?" This was an extremely strange question. Wang Jingcheng was able to betray the Taihang Sword faction without a sound. This was enough to show how terrifying his intelligence was. A person like him would definitely be careful in his actions. He wouldn't leave behind such a loophole. Su Yan didn't believe that this person would be so stupid. "I know about this. Actually, it's a very simple matter. He was betrayed by his own people. I heard that he obtained something from the Taihang Sword faction. It was something that an important person wanted, but he rejected it. He didn't expect that the person who came into contact with him would betray him. However, this person is quite a character. After he found out that he had been betrayed, not only did he kill the traitor, he even stole the treasures of Heavenly Eagle City and fled." Su Yan was silent for a moment when he heard this. This person had already stolen something from the Taihang Sword faction. He didn't know about this. When he was in the Taihang Sword faction, no one mentioned this to him. From this, it could be seen that the item he had stolen was extremely valuable. Both Zhang Zhe and Xue Xingchuan chose to remain silent. Now, Su Yan was even more curious. He wanted to know what this person had stolen. Of course, Wang Jingcheng had stolen a treasure from Sky Eagle City, but he was heading towards Sky Wolf City. It seemed like he was also collecting something. Su Yan smiled. There were less than 2 months until Lu Lan's demon ritual. Although 2 months wasn't a long time, it wasn't short either. Moreover, he suddenly felt that if he could find Wang Jingcheng, he would have a better chance of success. Actually, he didn't know why he had such a feeling. However, Su Yan had always trusted his intuition. Very good. I can see that you're not lying. Now, you'll be in charge of finding him for me. Su Yan said directly. The demon wolf roared almost instinctively, that's impossible. He was the man who wanted to become the governor of Sky Wolf City. How could he listen to Su Yan's orders? If that was the case, what was the point of his pursuit? Moreover, he had the support of a powerful figure. If he knew that he was working for Su Yan, he wouldn't be able to survive. Before today, he still had a lot of confidence in himself. However, today, he finally recognized the reality. In the eyes of a true powerhouse, he was nothing. In the past, he had only felt the majesty of a venerable one, but he had never truly fought against one. Today, he was already in such a sorry state in the hands of someone who was not even a venerable one. He did not even have the strength to fight back. What about when he faced a venerable one? Now, he knew that it wasn't because he was outstanding that the venerable one valued him. Instead, it was because the venerable one valued him that he became more important and outstanding. However, if he really chose to betray the venerable one, the consequences would be obvious. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Su Yan was still looking at him. At this moment, he suddenly laughed and said, "Looks like you're very afraid of death." Such a mocking voice made him even angrier. Unfortunately, he was already afraid of the previous fight. Not only him, but many of the Dragon Realm powerhouses around him were the same. He could only say helplessly, how many people in this world aren't afraid of death? Su Yan stood up and the surrounding sunlight shone on him. Su Yan said, "You're right. There aren't many people in this world who aren't afraid of death. It's because you're afraid of death that you don't dare to work for me. You're afraid of the person behind you taking revenge. However, you forgot that if I'm unhappy, you'll die now without waiting for the person behind you to take action." As soon as he said the word, die, a wave of spiritual pressure pressed down on him. At this moment, he was almost out of breath. He even felt that his sea of consciousness was about to be crushed. At this time, Demon Wolf couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After the failure, he already knew that this person was very powerful and terrifying. However, he never thought that Su Yan's terror had already reached this level. It was at this moment that a blood-curdling scream was heard. He immediately turned his head and saw that not far from him, a 7-Dragon Realm powerhouse had died. If it was under normal circumstances, to him, death wouldn't be too much of a pressure. However, he was currently under Su Yan's control. Although he was at the peak of the 9-Dragon Realm, at this moment, he wasn't much better off than the person beside him. If Su Yan had made up his mind to kill him, then it seemed that only death would be left for him. He understood what Su Yan meant. He was telling him that if he continued to be stubborn, then he would end up like the person in front of him. Just as he was thinking and struggling, this person who was supposed to be dead stood up and walked to his side. At this moment, Mo Lang exclaimed, "Puppet technique." Knowing was one thing, but witnessing it with his own eyes was another. At this moment, he no longer had any wishful thinking. He could only ask helplessly, "Tell me, who are you?" Su Yan smiled lightly and said, "Call me Ghostface." Chapter 836. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt that Ghostface was not a bad name. Start taking revenge in the name of evil spirits. That was what he was thinking at this moment. The people of the Limitless Demon sect had killed countless people. Since they had committed such a crime, it was only natural that evil spirits would take revenge. Mo Lang nodded blankly. The two words Ghostface were particularly heavy. It was as if every word fell on his heart like a heavy hammer. Su Yan looked up at the sun and said, "Don't worry. Perhaps things aren't as bad as you think. I'm only asking you to do something for me, but I'm not asking you to betray the people behind you. You're a smart person, so I think you should understand what I mean." Hearing Su Yan's words, he immediately looked up. Just as Su Yan had said, he was definitely not a stupid person. Otherwise, the person behind him would definitely not value him and make him the representative of Celestial Wolf City. He knew that this was a promise from Su Yan. Once he agreed, he might be able to obtain Su Yan's help. Of course, he did not expect Su Yan to help him. However, this at least gave him a chance to live. To the current him, there was nothing more important than surviving. He sighed and finally said, "Is what you said true?" At this moment, he was deeply afraid that Su Yan was lying to him. Su Yan only remained silent. Mo Lang felt more and more pressure. Finally, he sighed and got up to kneel. He said, "Lord Ghostface, I, Mo Lang of Celestial Wolf City, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you and become your subordinate." He was such a proud person, but at this moment, he had no choice but to say such words. It was obvious that he was extremely helpless at this moment. If he could, he would not have chosen to speak so humbly at this moment. Unfortunately, he was bound to be stronger. At this time, he was not a match for Su Yan. Since he was not a match for him, he could only follow Su Yan's arrangements. Su Yan seemed to have expected him to be like this, so he said, "What do you want to do? Go ahead and do it. I won't stop you, but you have to remember that you must pay attention to my news. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Demon Wolf silently nodded, but Su Yan didn't know what he was thinking. Of course, Su Yan didn't need to know, because since he said so, he naturally had a way to make him submit. At this moment, Su Yan directly pointed out with his finger. A ray of black light shot directly into his mind. At this moment, he was shocked. "Milord, you..." He wanted to say, "Didn't I already agree to follow your orders? Why are you still doing this?" However, at this time, Su Yan said, "You are a smart person, and I don't like to deal with smart people like you. So if possible, I don't want to let a smart person like you live. However, I do need you now, so I let you live." Su Yan's words made his heart sink to the bottom. He naturally understood that he was still alive now because Su Yan needed him at this time. However, when he was no longer of any use, Su Yan might directly kill him. He constantly worked hard to usurp power and seize the throne. He wanted to make himself stronger, whether it was his power or his strength. It was all so. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Just when he felt that he was not far away from victory, Su Yan suddenly appeared. At this moment, Su Yan continued, "You don't have to worry. The black light that I just shot into your body won't take your life immediately. This is just a way for me to make sure that you won't betray me. Of course, if you think that you're capable enough to get rid of my control, you can give it a try. Hee, pay attention to the news. If there's news, send someone to find me at the tea house. I'll be staying there for a while." After saying this, Su Yan directly turned and left. He didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for this place. Demon Wolf looked at Su Yan, who turned and left, and clenched his fists tightly. At this time, his heart was in turmoil. Naturally, his killing intent towards Su Yan was indescribable. At this time, thoughts were constantly spinning in his mind. If he could, he would directly kill Su Yan. Unfortunately, he knew that with his abilities, he would not be able to succeed no matter what. If he wanted to kill Su Yan, he would have to ask the person behind him to do it. As the representative of Heavenly Wolf City appointed by that person, he naturally had a way to directly summon that person. He had a bracelet in his hand, which allowed him to summon a clone of that powerful person to fight for him. That clone was naturally very powerful, and it already had the combat power of a venerable one. This was also why he dared to rely on it to challenge Heavenly Wolf City's governor. Once he became a venerable one, with the help of this item, he was confident that he could defeat Heavenly Wolf City's Heavenly Wolf King. Previously, he could not do anything in front of Su Yan. However, if he could summon this clone now, there was a high chance that he could kill Su Yan in a sneak attack. However, he was hesitant now because he did not dare to. Su Yan did not say what he had done to his body. He was certain that Su Yan was lying to him, but he did not dare to take the risk. What if Su Yan was not lying to him? Then his life would be in danger. The more he wanted to have more people, the more he cherished his life. Therefore, he would definitely not joke around with his life. Because he did not dare to. It had to be said that this was a tragedy. Unfortunately, he could not do anything about it. His hand was on the edge of the bracelet, and he raised it up and relaxed. Knowing that Su Yan had completely left, he still could not make up his mind. At this moment, Su Yan had already walked far away. Seeing Su Yan's figure disappear into the distance, he could not help but roar in anger. At this moment, some of the Dragon Realm powerhouses had begun to wake up. Mo Lang looked around at them. He was really struggling in his heart. These people were his own subordinates. In order to make these people loyal to him, he had spent a lot of effort. However, at this moment, he had to make up his mind to kill them. He knew that among these people, there were definitely people who were spies for that lord. If this matter was leaked out, the mysterious Ghostface would at most lose a person who could help him, but he would lose his life. I'm sorry, but you all have to die. It had to be said that this person was an ambitious and ruthless person. At this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Waves of wolf howls rang out, and every time, a life would disappear from this world. Ghostface, Ghostface. One day, I will definitely kill you. Standing among the pile of corpses, he roared towards the sky. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by, giving him a fright. When he calmed down, he realized that it was the 7 Dragon Realm powerhouse that Su Yan had turned into a puppet. At this moment, the puppet was coldly looking at him. Mo Lang immediately broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, Su Yan's voice came from afar, I'm looking forward to that day, but I hope you won't disappoint me. This made Mo Lang sluggish again. At this moment, he began to rejoice over his previous decision. Fortunately, he was not impulsive, otherwise, he might have already died at this time. At this moment, he sat on the ground dejectedly. Su Yan re-entered the tea house, and at this time, the waiter directly greeted him. His attitude was naturally very different from the last time. After all, Su Yan had saved his life this time. If not for Su Yan, he would have already been killed. Although he had some skills, he was also self-aware. Naturally, he was aware of his own strength. Previously, when that person wanted to kill him, he had no chance of surviving. Moreover, this time, that Mo Lang actually came in person, obviously harboring ill intentions towards the boss. Sir, please take a seat, I will make tea for you. The waiter eagerly left. At this time, Fang Yueshan also came over with Shui Sanyang. How was it handled? Fang Yueshan knew Su Yan's ability, so he was not worried that Su Yan would be injured. He just asked him how the matter was handled this time. Su Yan did not answer his question, but just smiled at the 2 people in front of him. Although he was a rank 1 martial addict, but in this life, after all, he already had many close female friends, so he could see the feelings in the eyes of these 2 people. Su Yan said, It's nothing, I just went to chat with that Mo Lang. By the way, Yushan, you can stay here from now on. Of course, you can go to other places if you want, but we will separate here. Fang Yueshan and Shui Sanyang were surprised. Especially Shui Sanyang, in fact, she didn't like Su Yan. Since she knew that Fang Yueshan was following Su Yan at this time, she always felt that Su Yan was coercing Fang Yueshan. Whether it was a debt of gratitude or something else, it was a kind of coercion. But she did not expect that at this time, Su Yan would actually say such words, which immediately changed her view of Su Yan. Fang Yueshan frowned and said, Su Yan, I already said that I will follow you, could it be that you think that I, Fang Yueshan, am a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death? Su Yan said with a smile, I think it's quite similar. This was naturally a joke, but Fang Yueshan could see the determination in Su Yan's eyes. At this moment, Su Yan added, You need to understand what I'm going to face next. To be honest, even if you're a venerable one, you're not enough. On the contrary, I'm more at ease alone. What do you think? Chapter 837. Female literature. Su Yan had already considered this problem a long time ago. He was the only one who knew his own situation best. He didn't have any confidence in this trip to the limitless demon sect. If he wasn't careful, he might even die here. Although Fang Yueshan said that he wanted to be loyal to him, he had always treated him as a friend. Therefore, no matter what, he didn't want his friend to take risks with him. Moreover, after today, he already had an even better helper, and that was Demon Wolf. Demon Wolf's cultivation was indeed not comparable to Fang Yueshan, but there was one thing that Fang Yueshan couldn't compare to him. That was his relationship background. In fact, cultivation wasn't important. Su Yan didn't expect him to fight to the death for him. Moreover, with Demon Wolf's temperament, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill him. However, he had already injected a puppet halo into Demon Wolf's body. This halo entered Demon Wolf's body, so he couldn't make any big waves. Once he found out that Demon Wolf had thoughts of betrayal, then he only needed to use his mind, and Demon Wolf would directly become his puppet. Su Yan wouldn't trust Demon Wolf, so naturally, he was too lazy to trick him. With the existence of this chess piece, it would be much more convenient for him to act. Next, Su Yan decided to go into seclusion for a day. He wanted to try to smelt these 3 hearts with the regal sword soul. The existence of the 3 hearts gave him an incomparably strong motivation. When the 3 hearts supplied blood at the same time, Su Yan's strength was simply unparalleled. However, these 3 hearts seemed to have their own consciousness. Although this feeling was very subtle, Su Yan was very sure. At this time, he naturally wouldn't naively think that the power of the Buddha was justice, and the heart of the great demonic dragon or the demon god was evil. Now, Su Yan was a chess piece to them. As for what they were thinking, Su Yan didn't know. He absolutely could not let this situation continue to develop, and it was impossible to remove these 3 hearts from his body. In that case, the only way for him to do so was to refine the will within. Before this, he hadn't thought of a good idea. But today, he realized that the regal sword aura could do it. Of course, he also knew that this was definitely a process of dripping water to penetrate a stone. However, if he didn't try, he would never succeed. Shui Sanyang arranged a room for Su Yan, and Su Yan naturally went inside to cultivate. At this time, she found that Fang Yueshan's expression was not good. In fact, she was secretly happy. Although Fang Yueshan would not be happy, she would not watch him take risks. She was a very smart woman. Although she didn't know what Su Yan was going to do, she knew that if the 2 of them were so serious, then this matter was definitely not simple. When she heard that Fang Yueshan had become a venerable one, she was indeed very happy. After becoming a venerable one, there was no need to explain Fang Yueshan's strength. He would have a better foothold in Celestial Wolf City. Even the city lord was only a one-origin venerable. As long as he was willing, Fang Yueshan would be able to live a good life. He didn't expect Fang Yueshan to be in charge. As long as he could live peacefully, that would be good enough. However, if he followed Su Yan, then who knew what kind of life and death he would have to go through. Yueshan, since this is what your brother wants, then you should follow his wishes. Shui Sanyang was also a strong woman. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have said such a thing. The demon wolf had wanted to deal with her for a long time, but she was still able to live comfortably. Furthermore, she was able to become the Celestial Wolf City's city lord's glasses. It was obvious that she was a strong woman through and through. Now, such a strong woman was pleading so sincerely. It was enough to see that she had deep feelings for Fang Yueshan. However, Fang Yueshan shook his head and said, Sanyang, you don't understand this at all. Forget it, I won't tell you. But you must listen to my orders. We have to leave here. Shui Sanyang said, leave here? Why? Are you afraid of Demon Wolf? You're already a venerable one now, so you don't have to be so afraid of him. Besides, do you really think Celestial Wolf Monarch is a good-for-nothing who can be tortured by Demon Wolf? Yueshan, don't worry. As long as we continue to stay here, the City Lord will protect us. Celestial Wolf Monarch was naturally not a good-for-nothing. If that was the case, he wouldn't have been the City Lord for so long. Fang Yueshan smiled helplessly and said, Celestial Wolf Monarch? No. I don't care about the dispute between Celestial Wolf Monarch and Demon Wolf at all. You only need to know that Pan Province will be in chaos in the coming days. A small Celestial Wolf Monarch is nothing. I'm afraid that such a person will only be cannon fodder. Fang Yueshan's words immediately startled Shui Sanyang. She had been doing well in Celestial Wolf City, but no matter what, she was still in Celestial Wolf City. Her vision was too small. Such a matter was enough to shock her even if she only heard about it. Her first reaction was that Fang Yueshan was joking. Unfortunately, she knew very well that although Fang Yueshan liked to joke, he would never do such a thing when it came to such a big matter. What exactly is it? She asked cautiously. The matter of the limitless demon sect attacking the Taihang sword faction, I presume you know about it. Fang Yueshan asked helplessly. Shui Sanyang nodded. This matter had shaken the entire Pan province. Naturally, she had heard about that battle. The limitless demon sect's surprise attack on the Taihang sword faction was too sudden. Even the disciples of the limitless demon sect were very surprised at this time. This action was too sudden. Of course, the most shocking thing was that their surprise attack was actually blocked by the Taihang sword faction. The limitless demon sect suffered heavy losses. Then, do you think that the other sects wouldn't react after the limitless demon sect did such a thing? In the near future, this Pan province's great enemy will set off endless flames of war. So, staying here won't end well. Fang Yueshan finally made Shui Sanyang understand the situation. If the other sects directly attacked, the outer 36 cities would be nothing but paper tigers. They would be directly smashed into pieces. The next barrier would be the inner 36 cities. No one knew what would happen to cities like Heavenly Wolf City and Heavenly Eagle City when the time came. Alright, Sanyang, listen to me on this matter. Leave this place as soon as possible. The regal sword chi slowly circulated. The position of the three hearts was very strange. Su Yan's power slowly entered and began to nourish this heart. When the power reached this place, a weak aura immediately appeared in the three hearts. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the will of the three hearts. This thing was combined with Su Yan's own power. It seemed to be inseparable, but in reality, there was a difference. These few powers seemed to have their own will. When the regal sword chi arrived, a small cyclone appeared near the heart. The cyclone's appearance directly blocked the regal sword chi. Su Yan furrowed his brows. If he didn't try it today, he was afraid that he wouldn't have discovered this. The existence of this power made Su Yan feel that it was extremely dangerous. The sword chi was slow and leisurely, like a small stream flowing slowly. With the passage of time, the feeling of resistance finally began to slowly weaken. When the regal sword chi and the cyclone met, he actually felt a trace of pain. However, Su Yan didn't stop because of this. At this time, although it was resisting, in Su Yan's eyes, this was a good start. If he could completely refine this power, then perhaps he would be able to resolve his worries. Soon, Su Yan's heart completely sank. This was a very strange feeling. With the passage of time, at this time, he actually gradually entered a meditative state. Meditative state was an extremely rare state. At this time, Su Yan directly emptied himself. At this time, he wasn't thinking about anything, as if everything in this world was empty. However, it was precisely because he didn't think about anything that some things naturally became clear and transparent. Su Yan had too many fortuitous encounters. His body was a huge treasure. However, even until now, Su Yan was still unable to control his own body. The three powerful hearts and the mysterious and unpredictable vision in his sea of consciousness. Of course, There was also the finger bone of the great devil Heaven Lord. These were all extremely shocking things. If he could master all of them, then his strength would definitely be raised to an extremely powerful and terrifying level. At this time, Su Yan's spirit seemed to be in a trance. Everything in the past and everything in the future hovered in his heart. The world began to fade slowly, as if everything was starting to disappear. Unknowingly, the regal sword chi's circulation speed began to increase. In the end, the regal sword chi circulated over and over again until it reached its peak. The resistance of the three hearts also gradually weakened. Loop-dub, loop-dub. In the past, once the three hearts beat at a frequency that resonated, Su Yan's body would immediately go berserk. However, today, under the influence of such power, Su Yan was still so calm. Although berserk was powerful, it also meant that it couldn't be controlled. No matter how powerful the power was, if it couldn't be controlled, then what could it do? It would only make one more dangerous. At this time, the feeling was indeed very good. Gradually, a lot of information appeared in his mind. Among them, there was even a terrifying scene of a great battle. Chapter 838. Female Literature. In the endless starry river, a figure stood in the sky. He was not a human, but a great demon god. There was a terrifying demon horn on his head. This pitch-black horn seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Behind him, there was a pair of demon wings that were even more terrifying. At this moment, he stood under the starry river, as if countless stars were surrounding him. This was the great demon god Bing Ju. Even if he was just standing there, in that illusory world, Su Yan already felt breathless. It was easy to imagine that if he was standing in front of him right now, he would probably have turned into ashes by now. He had worked so hard to cultivate, and his strength had increased rapidly. But in front of such a powerful existence, he could not even stand. At this moment, Su Yan was just a bystander. At first, he did not understand why he was here. But soon, he understood that it was because of the darkness holy man and Bing Ju. They came from the remains of the great demon god Bing Ju. So naturally, they had the memories of the great demon god. Last time, in the great battle of the Taihang sword faction, Su Yan joined hands with the flame demon emperor in his sea of consciousness and reversed the situation. The darkness holy man and the newly born Bing Ju were directly destroyed by Su Yan in his sea of consciousness. Everything about them was left in the sea of consciousness, like duckweed, drifting in the sea of consciousness. Until today, Su Yan began to meditate. At this moment, he suddenly picked up the piece of duckweed. And this memory was stored in the duckweed. Outside the body of the great demon god Bing Ju, wind and fire surged. Wherever he was, he seemed to be able to destroy everything. At this moment, another extremely powerful aura appeared. After this aura appeared, the world seemed to start to shake. Boundless power surged. It was the power of endless laws. A powerful expert had descended. Even if Su Yan used all his strength, he could not see the person's face clearly. But through this strand of memory, he knew that it was a human saint. When the demon clan invaded, it was the 7 great saints of the human race who took action and defeated these powerful great demon gods. This was the reason why this world was able to enjoy peace. Seeing this human expert appear, the great demonic god Bing Ju was obviously very angry. At this moment, he let out a terrifying roar like a wild beast. He directly punched out. The violent power directly formed a terrifying space at this time. Then, the surrounding space began to collapse bit by bit like glass fragments. The power of this punch was the most terrifying power Su Yan had ever seen. Whether it was Zhang Zhe of the Taihang sword faction or anyone else, none of them could compare to this punch. However, right at that moment, the mysterious human expert made his move. A beam of sword light suddenly appeared in his hand. Compared to the domineering punch, this sword seemed calm, like a ripple in the water. However, Su Yan clearly saw an endless amount of power here. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of the sword Dao. Then, he also recognized the sword in the saint's hand. It was the evil sword Cold Jade. Yes, in that secret realm, he already knew that the great demon god Bingju was killed by the evil sword Cold Jade. And this was clearly the last scene before his death. Su Yan wanted to observe the clash between the terrifying sword and the punch. Unfortunately, just as this scene was about to happen, he immediately felt an incomparable pain, as if his sea of consciousness was about to be directly torn apart at this moment. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His mind was blank. Such a strike was the most terrifying power in the world. Although it was just a memory, he was not qualified to look at it at this time. Su Yan stood up. At this time, he realized that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. What a strong power. If I forced myself to look, then even my sea of consciousness would be directly shattered. This is the power of a top expert. Even if it's just a memory, it can destroy everything. But then, Su Yan suddenly laughed. Although this attack was so dangerous, to him, this time, it was incomparably worth it. Because this time, he had witnessed such a terrifying battle. He could not possibly learn any moves or laws from it, but he could feel two completely different auras. Auras were invisible, but they were the most important thing. As long as he could understand the strength of this aura and then integrate it into his sword momentum, then his battle strength would increase. He stood in front of the window and began to ponder. Unknowingly, the sun had already set. At this time, a will suddenly came. Su Yan's heart moved. He immediately knew that this was the will of the demon wolf. He injected the puppet's aura into his body, so that he could sense everything about the other party through this aura. There's already news so quickly. It seems that senior brother Wang's current situation is not good. Su Yan did not tell Fang Yueshan. Instead, he directly went out of the window and disappeared. Fang Yueshan actually saw Su Yan leave. At this time, Shui Sanyang said, "Do you want to go and take a look? This is compared to the Sky Wolf City. Although your friend is strong, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Yueshan shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Since he doesn't want me to interfere, then there's no need for me to interfere. Otherwise, I'll just be wasting my time." Since Su Yan had made up his mind to not let him participate, then he would have a way to avoid him. After all, he was clear about his strength. He also had the help of powerful demon beasts. These demon beasts were very powerful. He was still a bit lacking compared to these demon beasts. Power surged and the three-colored mask appeared on his face. Su Yan had already decided that in Pan Province, he would act as Ghost Face. In a luxurious building, Demon Wolf stood alone in front of the railing. His aura was so cold that it seemed to freeze everything in this world. Damn it, damn it. At this time, he had already discovered Wang Jingqing's movements. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Wang Jingqing had already escaped. If Su Yan hadn't appeared last time and killed all of his Dragon Realm subordinates, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state this time. What made him even angrier was that he had already personally taken action, but Wang Jingqing still escaped. "What, you still failed even when you personally took action?" At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind Demon Wolf. At this time, his entire body shook and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. "Lord." Ghost Face. He instinctively turned his head and saw that Su Yan was already sitting on a chair not far behind him. With regards to everything that Su Yan had done, he actually did not detect anything at all. "Lord Ghost Face, you're here." This was his second time meeting Su Yan. At this time, he realized that he was so nervous. It was as if he had seen the Lord behind him. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "I remember telling you to inform me if there's any news about him." Su Yan's voice was very calm. But when it fell into his ears, it caused his entire body to tremble incessantly. At this time, an intense pain rose in his body. "Ah!" He screamed and rolled on the ground. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the 9 dragons, but at this time, he could only roll on the ground. From this, it could be seen how intense the pain was. "Spare me, Spare me. He kept begging for mercy. Under such intense pain, all of his pride and persistence had disappeared. At this time, he was as pitiful and sad as a dog. All right, I'll let you off this time. However, you'd better not forget what I said. If you dare to act on your own again, you won't feel any pain next time. Su Yan withdrew the power of the puppet technique. At this time, the demonic wolf was lying on the ground, panting heavily. He was better off dead. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be better off dead. Not only was he in pain, when Su Yan used the puppet technique, he also felt an extremely terrifying power devouring his consciousness. It was a terrifying feeling of his consciousness being devoured bit by bit. He did not want to feel it again in his life. Su Yan made it very clear that he wouldn't feel any pain the next time he did it. If he did not feel pain, he would naturally die. Tell me everything you know, Su Yan said directly. Yes, Lord Ghostface. According to my speculation, Wang Jingxing will probably appear in the City Lord's mansion tonight. He wants to steal the Heavenly Wolf seal. Su Yan listened but did not say anything. He continued, I've already found out that Wang Jingxing stole the Heavenly Eagle seal in Heavenly Eagle City. At the same time, he also stole the Heavenly Tiger seal. This is the third seal that he wants to steal. Although I don't know if there's any secret behind it, I'm sure that he will definitely come. Su Yan nodded. There must be a connection between them. This could be guessed without needing to be said. As for the connection between them, he would know once he met this senior brother Wang. Alright, do what you should do tonight. Don't bother about me. The demonic wolf lowered his head and said, Yes, I will do as you command. Night always came so suddenly. When the moon was high in the sky, Heavenly Wolf City was already quiet. The moonlight reclined lazily. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared in the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion's security was very tight, but at this moment, it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Chapter 839. Female literature. However, if one looked carefully, one would realize that this person was extremely fast. Although he seemed to be walking, he was like a ghost. Such a movement technique was almost the same as a shadow creature. With such speed, he could come and go without a trace. It was no wonder that even Mo Lang could not stop him. His figure continued to wander in the pitch-black night. His speed was simply unimaginable. It was as if this was not the heavily guarded City Lord's mansion, but his own home. The defense of Celestial Wolf City seems to be nothing more than this, he muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the cabinet. Several times, he almost walked past the guards. However, the guards did not notice him at all. His movements were too fast. In just a few ups and downs, he had already entered a deeper place. Celestial Wolf City's City Lord is seriously injured. It seems that it's true. If this guy is here to defend, even if I can easily break in, it will be difficult to take this thing out. Soon, he saw what he wanted, which was the Celestial Wolf Seal. This was the private seal of the City Lord. Only a venerable City Lord could have it. This seal was not only a symbol of status, but it also had a deeper meaning. Legend had it that this seal had a very important meaning. It was the cultivation method of these City Lords. For example, the City Lord of Celestial Eagle City was best at the demonic Eagle Sky attack. The City Lord of Celestial Wolf City was good at the demonic wolf hunt. In fact, Wang Jingxing still collected 7 City Lord seals. If this one was included, then there would be 8 of them. The reason why he was wanted was precisely because of this. Wang Jingxing had never been a law-abiding person. He wanted to make himself stronger. The Celestial Wolf Seal floated quietly. That faint golden light shone on his cheeks, looking so clear. The Celestial Wolf Seal, you're mine too. Come with me. Falling into the hands of a piece of trash will only embarrass you. After muttering to himself, he directly reached out to grab the Celestial Wolf Seal. However, it was at this moment that a powerful force came crashing over. Humph, you damn thing. You are simply courting death. That was the voice of the demon wolf. The last time they fought, he was actually defeated by Wang Jingcheng. He even let this guy kill his subordinates in front of him and then escape. To him, this was a huge humiliation. Therefore, this time, he naturally wouldn't let him succeed so easily. He had no intention of showing mercy at all. He used all his strength from the very beginning. Vaguely, a terrifyingly huge black wolf appeared. As soon as the black wolf appeared, everything began to shake. It was as if the room was about to be destroyed. His punch was very meticulous. If Wang Jingcheng wanted to dodge his punch, then his plan would fail and he would have no choice but to give up on the Heavenly Wolf Seal. However, if he insisted on taking the Heavenly Wolf Seal, then he would have to endure this punch. At this moment, Wang Jingcheng's gaze immediately fell on him. He then said, "Ha, that's a good move. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to stop me." At this moment, he actually did not dodge in the slightest. A storm appeared around him. It was a powerful sword chi. He was born in the Taihang sword faction, and his cultivation was naturally very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become one of the Taihang 10 swords. Moreover, he was ranked 4th, even higher than the last disciple of the sect master, Zhang Zhe. The powerful sword chi actually blocked the demon wolf's punch. It was also at this moment that his palm finally came into contact with the Heavenly Wolf Seal. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf Seal exploded with a bright light, and an extremely loud wolf howl sounded. This sound traveled extremely far. Under this sound, even the moon in the sky seemed to have sensed it. "Humph, you are courting death." The City Lord's Heavenly Wolf Seal is protected by his Heavenly Wolf demonic technique. If you try to steal it, you will immediately suffer a backlash from the Heavenly Wolf demonic technique. You are just courting death by doing this. The demon wolf snorted coldly. However, his attack was not slow at all. He directly closed in on his opponent and then punched out. This Heavenly Wolf Seal was very important to the Heavenly Wolf King. The Heavenly Wolf King was not a fool. How could he not have made preparations? Especially after he heard the news that Wang Jingcheng would come. So, he left a strand of energy on the Heavenly Wolf Seal. Once the Heavenly Wolf Seal was touched, then this strand of energy would explode. This strand of energy was practically his full-strength attack. That was the full-strength attack of an Exalt Realm expert. If this strand of energy did not exist, then the demon wolf would have stolen the Heavenly Wolf Seal without waiting for Wang Jingcheng's arrival. After all, he had other thoughts about the City Lord since a long time ago. Moreover, that was not all. Once the Heavenly Wolf Seal was touched, then the Heavenly Wolf King would be able to sense it immediately. This was the City Lord's estate, and the Heavenly Wolf King could arrive here in an instant. At this moment, the demon wolf sneered. He wanted to see exactly how formidable this fellow called Wang Jingcheng was to actually be able to steal the City Lord's seal from Sky Eagle City. Just as the terrifying Heavenly Wolf was about to charge towards his body, a black hole suddenly appeared in Wang Jingcheng's palm. "Black wind, devour." He spoke softly, and a powerful force immediately erupted from his palm. It was not the force of an attack, but the force of devouring. The attack that the Heavenly Wolf King had hidden on the Heavenly Wolf Seal was actually directly devoured by this strand of energy. At the instant that the strand of energy was directly devoured, Wang Jingcheng did not hesitate to directly raise his hand and immediately aimed the black wind at the demon wolf. At this moment, the demon wolf's heart was immediately shocked, and he felt a fatal threat. At this moment, how could he still dare to approach? He directly tried his best to stabilize his body and did his best to prevent himself from being devoured by the black wind. Wang Jingcheng smiled and said, "Hee, what a pity. Looks like you're unable to stop me. Since that's the case, then I'll be taking the Heavenly Wolf Seal." As he spoke, his figure started to become fainter and fainter, and he was about to transform into a ghost and leave. At this moment, the demon wolf's expression became extremely unsightly. The first time he'd suddenly encountered Wang Jingcheng, he was not on guard, so it was understandable. But this time, he'd personally set up an ambush here, yet he was unable to stop this fellow, and he'd even allowed the heavenly wolf seal to directly take it away in front of him. To the demon wolf, this was simply a huge humiliation. At this moment, a cold laugh was directly heard. Wang Jingcheng. You're indeed a young hero, but you didn't even greet me after taking this heavenly wolf seal of mine. That doesn't seem very good. Although the voice sounded a little old, it was filled with endless majesty. Just the transmission of this sound wave was already an extremely terrifying impact of power. The demon wolf's expression immediately became extremely unsightly. As a general of the Heavenly Wolf City, if he could not even recognize the Heavenly Wolf King's voice, then he could go and die. According to what he knew, the Heavenly Wolf King had been in seclusion in order to break through to the Two Essences Supremacy realm. It was also because of this that the demon wolf had begun to act unscrupulously during this period of time. However, he never expected that the Heavenly Wolf King would actually come out of seclusion at this time. He knew that the Heavenly Wolf King would be able to sense when the Heavenly Wolf Seal was activated. However, in his opinion, the Heavenly Wolf King would not come out of seclusion so easily. After all, although the Heavenly Wolf Seal was very important, how could it compare to his life and death? Now that the Heavenly Wolf King had suddenly appeared, it was not a good thing for him. This meant that the Heavenly Wolf King had broken through the bottleneck and directly advanced to the Two Essences Supremacy realm. A One Essences Supremacy was completely different from a Two Essences Supremacy. As such, it would be even more difficult for him to carry out his plan. However, since the Heavenly Wolf King had appeared at this time, it seemed that Wang Jingcheng would not be spared. No matter what, he had finally managed to vent his anger. So it's Lord Heavenly Wolf King. I thought that you would die in seclusion, but from the looks of it, you must have successfully broken through and become a Two Essences Supremacy. Congratulations, but I have to take my leave. In the face of the might of a Two Essences Supremacy, he did not seem to have any qualms. As he spoke, his figure became even more illusory. At this moment, an old man appeared in the secret room. Trying to escape. That's simply wishful thinking. You'd better stay. The Heavenly Wolf King directly struck out with his palm. This palm was many times stronger than the demon wolf's, and it even had a powerful might that could decide the universe. The demon wolf's heart suddenly shrank when he felt the aura of this palm. The might of a Two Essences Supremacy was truly terrifying. Black wind, break. Just as the palm was about to land on Wang Jingcheng's figure, Wang Jingcheng raised his hand again, and a terrifying black storm appeared once more. Previously, this black wind had directly dissolved and devoured the attack that the Heavenly Wolf King had hidden in the Heavenly Wolf Seal. However, that was an attack that the Heavenly Wolf King had set up when he was a One Essences Supremacy. Now, the Heavenly Wolf King was personally attacking, and his cultivation had already reached the Two Essences Supremacy realm. This attack was far stronger than the previous one, but Wang Jingcheng still managed to unleash it. Evidently, he had absolute confidence in this attack. City Lord, farewell. I won't see you out. The black storm suddenly exploded, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. Although the secret room had been set up, it still could not withstand such a powerful shockwave and began to shatter. At this time, Wang Jingcheng directly rushed into the sky and flew towards the sky. City Lord, since you gave me the Heavenly Wolf Seal, I might as well tell you that the Heavenly Eagle City Lord is already a Two Essences Supremacy. I'll take my leave now. Chapter 840. Female Literature. The Heavenly Wolf King's expression was extremely ugly. Of course, he was unwilling to let this guy leave just like that. However, he did not have any good ideas because Wang Jingcheng's speed was too fast. Even as a Two Essences Supremacy, he could not catch up. He had never heard of a secret technique that allowed him to transform into a shadow. Damn it! At that moment, his killing intent exploded. His gaze landed on Demon Wolf. At that moment, Demon Wolf immediately felt a chill all over his body, as if he had entered hell. The Heavenly Wolf King was not an idiot. How could he not know what Demon Wolf was doing? However, he did not dare to kill Demon Wolf directly because he was afraid of the person behind Demon Wolf. Killing the Demon Wolf at this time was not a good choice. Demon Wolf, get people to lock down the entire city. Don't let anyone enter or leave Heavenly Wolf City. In fact, he also knew that there was not much meaning in locking down the entire city. That guy's last words were to show off, but it was also to tell him that if he could escape from the hands of a Two Essences supremacy, he could also escape from him. Since a Two Essences supremacy could not even stop a Dragon Realm guy, he was naturally infuriated. However, after his anger subsided, he began to consider many things. For example, that guy used to block his attack. That power was definitely not something a Dragon Realm person could control, but he had done it. What was Wang Jingqing's background? He betrayed the Taihang Sword faction and stirred up a storm in Pan province by stealing the city lord's seal. There must be a strong person behind him. After Demon Wolf left, the Heavenly Wolf King's face immediately turned pale. The previous exchange was nothing to him. Although Wang Jingqing's attack was powerful, it could not hurt him. However, this time, he had forcefully left. Although he had succeeded in breaking through to Two Essences supremacy, he still had to pay a price for leaving at the last moment. Otherwise, even though Wang Jingqing's speed was fast, how could he just watch him leave like this? At that moment, Wang Jingqing was floating under the moonlight. He immediately dissipated, but in fact, his situation was very bad. Although he said it beautifully, how could the power of a Two Essences supremacy be so easily received? Of course, he could control the black wind. However, that power did not belong to him. Every time he used black wind, he had to pay a certain price. Furthermore, the greater the power, the greater the price. Fortunately, he had obtained the Heavenly Wolf Seal. The 8th Seal. Sky Eagle City, Sky Wolf City, Sky Tiger City, Sky Snake City, Sky Horse City, Sky Dog City, Sky Bear City, and Sky Fox City. The seals of the 8 cities all fell into his hands. Speaking of which, he was quite capable. In fact, this was what he needed. Among the 36 cities of the Limitless Demon Sect, these 9 cities held a great secret. This secret was related to some of the secrets of the cause. In this era, very few people knew about it. But he just happened to know. If he could extract power from it, then his cultivation level would rise rapidly. Thinking of this, he almost laughed out loud. However, the last city was a little troublesome. This was because the city lord of the last city, the Heavenly Lion City, had an extremely powerful cultivation base that made people gasp in amazement. That was a 4 Essences Venerable. If he wanted to obtain the city lord's seal, he might have to rely on the people behind him. Senior Brother Wang, long time no see. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded. Wang Jingqing was shocked. Who is it? Currently, he was in that special specter transformation. Under the state of specter transformation, his speed was extremely fast. More importantly, he was almost in a semi-transparent state. Ordinary people could not even see him, let alone follow him. However, this person's voice directly entered his ears. More importantly, this voice seemed to be somewhat familiar. He suddenly raised his head and saw a shadow in the sky. Su Yan. After discovering Su Yan's identity, the uneasiness in Wang Jingqing's heart directly flashed. Among the 10 Taxing swords, he was only ranked 4th. However, he thought highly of himself because in that sword battle, he did not use his full strength at all. But when it came to Su Yan, he was fearful. This was because he had seen the battle between Su Yan and Wu Ya. He knew that Su Yan's battle strength could not be measured by common sense. This was an extremely terrifying person. However, he had never thought that he would have to deal with Su Yan, let alone meet Su Yan in a place like this. After the initial shock, he calmed down very quickly. Su Yan, you actually appeared here. This is surprising. Could it be that you are not afraid of dying here? Su Yan had played a huge role in the battle against the Taihang Sword faction last time. the limitless demon sect must hate him to the core. If people found out that Su Yan was in the limitless demon sect's territory in this world, he probably would not be able to survive. Since Senior Brother Wang is not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Senior Brother Wang, you seem to have obtained something good. Why don't you show it to me? At this moment, Su Yan looked at Wang Jingqing calmly. Such an attitude made Wang Jingqing a little flustered. Su Yan, you and I are not senior brothers. Don't talk nonsense. If you dare to stop me, you are courting death. He shouted angrily. Then, he directly attacked. His sword light flashed, and a ray of sword chi suddenly burst forth. Such a sword chi was like a cavalry charging towards him. It was truly a high level of attainment. If it was an ordinary expert, he would have been killed by this attack. Su Yan laughed and said, Wang Jingqing, your taxing swordsmanship is indeed powerful. However, a traitor like you is actually using such a price. Isn't that a little too ridiculous? He did not use his scorching sun sword. Instead, he condensed two of his fingers and turned them into sword fingers. At this moment, the sword chi directly burst out. Wang Jingqing's aura was indeed powerful, but Su Yan's sword actually directly broke his sword chi. It was so direct without the slightest hesitation. It's just a pity that your swordsmanship doesn't seem to be that good. After Su Yan's sword chi destroyed Wang Jingqing's sword chi, it did not disappear. At this moment, it actually turned into two long snakes and pressed towards Wang Jingqing. Wang Jingqing's heart skipped a beat. He did not want to fight with Su Yan here because this place was not far from the city lord's mansion. Such a battle would definitely be sensed by the Heavenly Wolf King. It would be too late by the time the Heavenly Wolf King came. However, Su Yan's sword was really pressing. Even if he wanted to escape now, there seemed to be no way out. Black wind. He no longer hesitated and raised his palm again. At this moment, a black wind immediately appeared. Although Su Yan's sword chi was powerful, it was still directly swallowed up. Using this time, he pushed his shadow divine technique to the extreme. In just a few ups and downs, he had already disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to be unaware of this. This Su Yan's strength is so terrifying. Personally fighting him has left a deep impression on me. Such strength is simply heaven-defying. It seems that only by stealing the 9th Great Seal and mastering the limitless 9 Devil Seal will I be able to defeat and kill him. Knowing this, he still had some lingering fear in his heart. Su Yan's strength was really amazing. Even with his strength, he could not shake him in the slightest. Such terrifying combat strength could almost be described as heaven-defying. Moreover, he did not know why, when facing Su Yan, he actually felt like he was seen through. It was as if there was no way out in front of Su Yan. Even the Heavenly Wolf King did not give him such a feeling. However, in front of Su Yan, this feeling was indeed very obvious. He shook his head to get rid of this feeling. After a period of time, he was already far away from the Heavenly Wolf City. At this point, he finally felt at ease. He had absolute confidence in his ability to escape, so at this point, he was no longer worried that Su Yan would catch up to him. Su Yan, you're formidable. But unfortunately, you can only eat dust before me. He first laughed in a carefree manner, and the gloominess from before was completely swept away. Then, he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his body. Today, he had used it 3 times in a row, which was enough to cause fundamental damage to his body. May I ask what that black wind of yours is? It's so powerful that even a 2 essences venerable like Celestial Wolf King couldn't do anything to it. Just as he was about to use his mental cultivation method, the voice appeared again. This voice appeared too abruptly, giving him a huge fright. He abruptly turned his head around, only to discover that Su Yan was actually not far from him at this time. At this point, his heart had already turned cold. If it was just once, then it could be said to be a coincidence. However, at this point, if he still thought that way, then he was a fool. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? This Su Yan was really able to keep up with his speed. However, under his specter transformation, his body was like a ghost. How did this guy discover him? After all, even a powerhouse as sharp as the Heavenly Eagle King had let him escape. At this moment, Su Yan had already walked to his side and sat down beside him. Then, he said, "Are you very curious? In fact, it's not a big deal. Of course, I won't tell you how I found you. So, at this time, the best choice for you is to cooperate a little. This way, we can get along with each other." Chapter 841. Female Literature. Su Yan stood not far away from him and looked at him with a smile. He wasn't afraid that he would run away. At this time, Wang Jingcheng could be said to be extremely angry. But the more it was like this, the more he didn't dare to act rashly. Su Yan gave him an unfathomable feeling. And his methods were almost useless against Su Yan. This made him even more afraid. He didn't understand how Su Yan did it. But since Su Yan could do it, it was definitely not a good thing for him. At this moment, thoughts were running through his mind rapidly. At this time, the best way was to directly kill Su Yan. Although his cultivation was high, and his combat strength was also superior, he had to admit that his strength couldn't be compared to Su Yan's. So, if he wanted to kill Su Yan, he could only use Black Wind. But although Black Wind was strong, it had a heavy effect on the body. It was almost like a curse. Every time he used it, it would cause great damage to his body. And this damage was permanent. He had already used it 3 times today. If he used it a 4th time, it would be unwise. But at this time, he had no other choice. After thinking about it, he finally decided to use this move. "Su Yan, you want to kill me, don't you?" Since he had already made up his mind, he tried to calm himself down. Su Yan's gaze never left him. He could roughly guess what Wang Jingcheng was thinking. Su Yan laughed as he continued, "Wang Jingcheng, to think that you were able to regain your composure so quickly. You are truly a character. You are right, I did want to kill you. Do you know how many disciples of the Taixing Sword sect died because of your betrayal?" Su Yan's words were very calm. There was no coldness in them, as if he was just chatting with an ordinary friend. But Wang Jingcheng knew that this time, Su Yan wanted to kill him. And the reason why he hadn't made a move yet was probably because of his secret. "Su Yan, many Taihang Sword faction disciples have died, but I know that you're not a real Taihang Sword faction disciple. These deaths have nothing to do with you. You haven't made a move yet, isn't it because you want my secret? How about this, if you let me go, I'll tell you my secret. I can also reveal some secrets to you. My secret is very important. It's related to the Limitless Demon Sect's Limitless 9 Demon Seal." Hearing this, the corner of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said directly, Limitless 9 Demon Seal? Very good, go on. I want to know what kind of secret it is." Seeing Su Yan's reaction, Wang Jingcheng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of now was that Su Yan didn't want to know his secret, and would choose to kill him directly. If that was the case, he wouldn't have a chance at all. But now that Su Yan was interested in listening to him, it couldn't be better. Because this way, he would be able to seize the opportunity and start accumulating power. For this secret, he had already paid a huge price. How could he easily share it with Su Yan? Of course, he didn't believe that Su Yan would let him go, so the best way was to kill Su Yan directly. "I'm sure you've seen the power of the Limitless 9 Demon Seal." Su Yan nodded. That day, in the Taihang Sword faction, although he sank into the sword pool, he saw the entire battle clearly. On that day, how powerful was Zhang Zei's sword qi? It came and went. It was simply terrifying. However, the Limitless 9 Demon Seal was actually able to block the sword qi of his Taihang Divine Sword. This kind of power could no longer be described by the word terrifying. Limitless 9 Demon Seal, why are there 9 demons? They are the Sky Eagle, Sky Wolf, Sky Tiger, Sky Snake, Sky Horse, Sky Dog, Sky Bear, and Sky Fox. The limitless 9 Demon Seal is indeed powerful, but to truly unleash the power of the 9 Demon Seal, it still requires a set of cultivation techniques. That is the limitless 9 Demon Seal, and this set of cultivation techniques is hidden in these 5 seals. I have already collected 8 of the Demon Seals, and I'm only missing the last one in the Sky Lion City. As long as I can gather all of them, I will immediately possess extraordinary power. Su Yan's expression didn't change, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. This made him even less confident. At this time, he suddenly gritted his teeth, and then suddenly took out the seals from his hand. This is the Sky Wolf Seal that I just obtained. Su Yan, I can give it to you now. As for the other seals of Seventh Sister, I hid them. If you promise me that you won't kill me, then these seals are all yours. Wang Jingcheng grabbed the Sky Wolf Seal in his hand, as if he was about to throw it over at any time. Su Yan said, "Forget it, Wang Jingcheng, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. How can I not know what you're thinking? You must be thinking of using that powerful black wind to kill me in one fell swoop when I was distracted. It's better not to use such an inferior method. As for the mark, if I'm not wrong, it should be on your body. After all, although space-type treasures are precious, it's not impossible to obtain. Now that you've told me all your secrets, it's time for you to die." Su Yan didn't want to waste any more time. This Wang Jingcheng's combat strength was extraordinary, and he was very cunning. Su Yan naturally wasn't afraid of him, but dealing with such a person was really tiring. Moreover, Su Yan didn't know if this guy had someone to help him. Therefore, it was better for Wang Jingcheng to die early. At this moment, Su Yan's sword chi condensed again, and he was about to kill him directly. However, at this time, Wang Jingcheng laughed loudly, "Su Yan, if you had attacked directly from the beginning, then I might have really died. Unfortunately, you still gave me too much time." Black Wind, Silent Destruction. At this time, Wang Jingcheng, who looked very weak, suddenly jumped up, and then a powerful force directly burst out. At the moment this power burst out, black lines appeared on his face, and such a power kept rolling at this time. At this time, his strength was actually so powerful and terrifying. Kill. Su Yan had really left a strong psychological shadow on him, so in order to be sure that he could kill Su Yan this time, he didn't hold back at all. As the power surged, the terrifying black wind directly turned into a terrifying and sharp giant wind blade at this time. The wind blade slashed down, and there was silence. At this time, it seemed that only the sound of his own heartbeat was left. Gave you too much time? I don't think so. At this time, Su Yan first took a step back, and then, the ghost face suddenly appeared. The moment the tricolor mask appeared, his power immediately increased several times. Without any fancy moves, he directly slashed down with his sword, and the terrifying aura immediately collided with the giant black wind blade. The two powerful auras intertwined, and at this time, blue arcs of light actually appeared. Wherever the blue arcs of light passed, everything was destroyed. This power was actually so strong. At this time, Wang Jingcheng's face turned waxy yellow. Originally, he wanted to use the Black Wind's silent destruction to kill Su Yan instantly. In this way, although he would have to pay a great price, he would still be safe if he killed Su Yan. Moreover, he clearly knew that Su Yan had a holy sword in his hand. If he could get this holy sword, it would be worth it. He was a disciple of the Wang family, but unfortunately, he was not a direct descendant, so the Wang family's holy sword would never fall into his hands. As a powerful sword cultivator, who could turn a blind eye to a holy sword? Unfortunately, he still misjudged one thing, and that was Su Yan's strength. He never thought that Su Yan would be so strong. The black wind that he released at the cost of his life did not have any effect, and it could not even block one of his opponent's attacks. At this time, Su Yan's gaze was coldly fixed on him, and it made him feel desolate. He had used up his last trick, and he knew that he had lost in the end. Do you have any other tricks? If you do, use them quickly. I won't give you a second chance. Su Yan's voice was still the same, calm and indifferent, like flowing water. However, the more it was like this, the stronger the pressure it gave him. After such a powerful attack, Wang Jingqing's face was still ashen, but Su Yan was safe and sound, and he did not even feel it. Wang Jingqing's gaze landed on the ghost face. At this moment, he realized that his mind seemed to have been completely engulfed. This kind of terrifying power was actually so strong that he couldn't control his own mind. No, Su Yan, senior brother Su, let me go. This time, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Please, let me go. At this time, Wang Jingqing, who had betrayed the Taihang sword faction and caused the deaths of thousands of disciples, was actually in such a state. This made people sigh. Su Yan suddenly felt that those disciples of the Taihang sword faction had died unjustly. However, it was also because of this that Su Yan did not want to waste any more time with this guy. Forget it. I will naturally know everything that I want to know, so why do I still need you alive? If that's the case, then you can go to hell. Su Yan's body moved right away, and at this moment, Wang Jingqing's body turned into a specter. He wanted to make a final struggle to escape Su Yan's killing move. Activating his ghost state, his body turned transparent at this moment. However, almost at the same time, Su Yan's hand grabbed his neck. Chapter 842. Female literature. A person like you is really unwilling to die, but have you never heard of the eyes of truth? Su Yan asked softly. It was just that at this time, Wang Jingqing had no ability to answer his question. His life was completely in the hands of Su Yan. He still wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, the difference between his strength and Su Yan's was too great. Su Yan was a monster. If it was just the physical body, maybe he could already be comparable to a young dragon. Not to mention that Wang Jingqing was still seriously injured at this time. Even if he was in his heyday, what could he do? Falling into the hands of Su Yan, there was only a dead end. He didn't want to die, so he could only beg for mercy. However, for such a person, Su Yan would not give him another chance. To know the thoughts in his heart, Su Yan had many ways. He was proficient in puppetry and could use puppetry to understand people's hearts. It was just that such a method was against the natural order. Therefore, Su Yan had always been unwilling to use it. But facing Wang Jingqing, he didn't want to have the slightest mercy. The power of puppetry was directly operated, and that powerful brilliance immediately penetrated. Su Yan's sea of consciousness directly began to crush his mind. Wang Jingqing's sea of consciousness was already very powerful. But compared to Su Yan, it was nothing. Su Yan's sea of consciousness had many fortuitous encounters. The azure lotus vision and the bright moon vision directly displayed endless power. The brilliance of the bright moon forcibly opened Wang Jingqing's sea of consciousness, and the azure lotus immediately rushed in. The sea of consciousness was one of the most important places for cultivators. When the sea of consciousness was broken in, it immediately suffered a huge blow. The aura in the sea of consciousness was directly transmitted to Su Yan. But at this time, Su Yan suddenly discovered that there was a black aura in this guy's sea of consciousness. This black aura was like a poisonous snake subduing. After feeling Su Yan's aura, it directly woke up and immediately attacked Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan was shocked. This power was definitely not to be underestimated. If he was directly hit by this strange power, then he would definitely not feel good. Su Yan understood that this power was definitely not Wang Jingqing's own power, but a means set up in his sea of consciousness by someone else. Bright azure lotus, suppress. Su Yan's two visions directly rotated, and then turned into an incomparably terrifying power to suppress it directly. That black power suddenly turned into a venomous snake at this moment. At this moment, it actually turned into an extremely terrifying majesty. The radiance of the green lotus and the bright moon clashed with him, and immediately, endless waves of energy erupted. This was Wang Jingqing's sea of consciousness. Under such a great battle at this moment, his sea of consciousness was immediately greatly. Su Yan immediately shouted angrily, "Suppress him." At this time, he had already understood the true purpose of this black snake, which was to destroy his sea of consciousness. The person behind Wang Jingqing was really terrifying and very vicious. He did things without leaving any leeway, and did not give any chance at all. Wang Jingqing still thought that once he obtained the Jiu Mei mark, he would be able to dominate the world. But how could he have known that he was simply in someone else's scheme? If someone wanted him to die, he would definitely not be able to live. Such a person was so pitiful and sad. Under the full suppression of the azure lotus and the bright moon, the black snake's aura was finally directly scattered, but more than half of Wang Jingqing's sea of consciousness had already collapsed. So the useful aura was almost useless. However, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was ultimately strong. At the last moment, he finally felt a trace of Wang Jingqing's memory. Although it was almost indistinct, Su Yan finally got some information he wanted, Duanmu Longhu. Su Yan's divine sense returned to his own sea of consciousness. At this time, he was silent. So the mastermind behind this was actually Duanmu Longhu. This guy was really like a lingering spirit. No matter where he went, there was this guy's shadow. Moreover, he was really resourceful. He was actually able to subdue Wang Jingqing of the Taihang sword faction. One had to know that although Wang Jingqing was not a direct disciple of the Wang family, he was still one of the Taihang 10 swords, and he was also ranked 4th. As long as such a person did not die, he would definitely be nurtured by the Taihang sword faction. As long as he did not die, although he would not be able to become the sect master of the Taihang sword faction in the future, he would definitely be able to become an elder. If his strength and methods were enough, it would not be impossible for him to become an elder with real power. One had to know that it was very difficult to become an elder with real power. Not to mention the rogue cultivators, even the people of many sects struggled bitterly. But in the end, to what extent would they end up? Most of them died without any signs of life. Wang Jingqing was a smart person. It was impossible for him not to understand this point. However, such a smart person was still controlled by Duanmu Longhu. This crown prince of the devil's sect who had come back from the dead was truly a terrifying person. Even though Su Yan had always thought highly of himself, he could not help but admire Duanmu Longhu's methods at this time. He did not want to admit that among all the enemies he had encountered so far, Duanmu Longhu was definitely the strongest, and also the most difficult person to deal with. Su Yan sighed. This world was really not peaceful. The evil demon clan and the shadow world were all eyeing this world covetously. However, the experts of the world of the 9 continents still did not realize the danger and were still scheming against each other. Some ambitious people were still scheming against each other and wanted to stir up chaos. After all, Su Yan was not a saint. He could not care so much. He could not save the world, so the only thing he could do was to protect the people he wanted to protect. In order to do this, he had to increase his strength. Su Yan scanned with his divine sense. Soon, he found a ring in Wang Jingqing's body. This small ring indeed contained a change in space. It was a very unique space inside. At this time, since Wang Jingqing was already dead. In that case, this thing belonged to Su Yan. Su Yan took out the things inside the spatial ring. There were 8 seals. It had to be said that Wang Jingqing's methods were not bad. He had really obtained such things. However, since he was backed by Duanmu Longhu, it meant that this thing was needed by Duanmu Longhu. Su Yan was very clear about Duanmu Longhu. This guy thought that he was a high and mighty chess player. No matter who it was, they were all chess pieces in his hands. Wang Jingqing wanted to collect the 9 seals and then cultivate the limitless 9 Devil's seal. But how could he know that there was already a poisonous snake in his sea of consciousness? As long as these 9 seals were collected, perhaps before he could even start cultivating, his life would already be taken away. Su Yan held the 8 seals in his hand. Then, he began to use his spiritual qi to infect the seals. He wanted to feel the power inside. Time passed little by little. Not long after, he finally opened his eyes helplessly. These 8 seals were indeed extraordinary. It was as if each seal contained a cultivation method. However, when Su Yan wanted to connect these 8 seals, he was unable to do so. There was always a gap in between. It seems that these 9 seals are indispensable. The Limitless Demon sect was able to dominate the continent for so many years. It was not without reason. Their inheritance was also very strong. However, if it was not for Duan Mulonghu, the crown prince from 1,000 years ago, it would not be easy to know this secret. At this time, Su Yan already had an incomparably strong interest in the Limitless 9 Devils seal. Although he already had many powerful cultivation techniques, the Limitless 9 Devils seal was different. If he guessed correctly, as long as he cultivated the Limitless 9 Devils seal, he would be able to directly control the seal. The seal and the Limitless 9 Devils seal should be complete things. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt a strong force coming towards him. There were actually venerables among them. Moreover, there was more than one. Through the induction of the Limitless 9 Devils seal, he could immediately sense that 2 of them were the owners of the seal. After all, they cultivated the corresponding seal. Su Yan directly waved his hand and put the seal into his scarlet parting sword sheath. This scarlet parting sword sheath could even seal the Godslayer sword in the past. It was easy to seal these seals. After doing all this, he directly used the Scarlet Spirit Fire. Wang Jingcheng, you have your own way of seeking death. So, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Under the Scarlet Spirit Fire, Wang Jingcheng's body directly disappeared. After doing all this, Su Yan directly retreated. At this time, facing 3 venerables was not a good choice no matter what. Not long after Su Yan left, the 3 venerables had already arrived. One of them was naturally the city's governor, the Celestial Wolf King, while the other 2 were the governors of Sky Eagle City and Tiango City. The 3 of them directly fell to the point where the previous battle had happened. The governor of Tiango City was a burly man with a strong body. However, his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. If one treated him as a person with only brawn but a simple mind, one would definitely be extremely stupid. However, with such a person in charge, Wang Jingcheng was still able to steal the seal. This was also his ability. At this time, his nose twitched slightly. In the end, he said angrily, "Damn it, that guy's aura has disappeared. It's completely gone. It's as if he evaporated from the world." The secret technique that he cultivated had extremely strong control over one's aura. Even if Wang Jingcheng relied on the spirit transformation technique, he had still suffered a loss at his hands. Fortunately, a mysterious power helped. Evaporated from the world? How could that be? Not only is this kid's combat strength not bad, but his escaping ability is even better. Once he turns into a spirit, even the Eagle King can't catch him. The Celestial Wolf King said unwillingly. Chapter 843. Female literature. No, he was indeed killed by someone. Because there seems to be another person's aura here. Although it's very weak, I'm sure it's there. He fell silent. At this moment, his expression was very serious. This was something that the venerables could not do, but someone else had done it before them. In that case, this person must be very powerful. As a result, it became very important to know who this person was. After all, this was Pan Province, the territory of the Limitless Demon sect. However, as city lords, they knew nothing about it. To them, this was simply the greatest humiliation. Su Yan didn't go far. He just hid at the side. Although his invisibility technique was not as exquisite as Wang Jingcheng's ghost transformation, it was powerful enough to hide even the aura on his body. His gaze fell on the 3 venerables. This was actually a very dangerous action. After reaching the venerable realm, one would be able to sense many things. Even if one's gaze fell on one's body, one would be able to sense it. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Just like now, Su Yan's gaze was so unrestrained, but they didn't know it at all. Su Yan's gaze finally fell on the Heavenly Wolf King. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to kill the Heavenly Wolf King. He could see that although the Heavenly Wolf Monarch had reached the two essences venerate level, he was already injured. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was enough to damage his foundation. However, an injury was still an injury. At this moment, Su Yan was confident that he could kill the Heavenly Wolf King in his ghostly state. There were many reasons to kill the Heavenly Wolf King. The most simple one was that he was a venerable of the limitless demon sect and was destined to be his enemy. If he could kill such an enemy in advance, it would be a good thing. Moreover, Su Yan hoped that Pan Province would fall into chaos. This was because there wasn't much time left for the limitless demon sect to hold the demon ritual. In other words, the time for Zhang Zhe and the others to kill their way into Pan Province would soon arrive. Most importantly, no matter what, Pan Province had to fall into chaos. Only then would he have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Of course, now was definitely not a good time to make a move. With three venerable ones standing together, no matter how crazy he would not attack at this time. But it didn't matter. These guys couldn't stay together forever. When they were unable to track his whereabouts, they would eventually split up. At this time, Su Yan's opportunity had arrived. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan was waiting very patiently. Dog King, in your opinion, what should we do now? King Tianying asked directly. His sharp gaze seemed to be everywhere. To Su Yan, both King Tianying and King Tiango were trouble. These two people, one with vision and the other with sense of smell, were both superior existences. Su Yan did not dare to be careless. There's no need to look. Someone must have made a move, so that brat named Wang Jingsheng is most likely dead. That damn thing, he is very good. If he dies, then he dies. Damn it. Right now, he was extremely furious. The City Lord's seal was extremely important. It was something that the limitless demon sect had bestowed upon him. It was their token. But such an important token had actually been lost. Even if they had suppressed the news, it was not of much use because these things would eventually spread out. What's the use of saying this now? The most important thing now is to get the item back, King Tianlang said directly. At this moment, King Tiango said, get it back. You stupid wolf, he left right in front of you. How are you going to chase after him now? There's not even a trace of his scent. At this moment, King Tianlang's anger rose. King Tiango was naturally not lying. Wang Jingsheng had stolen something right in front of him this time and even made a move himself. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Wang Jingsheng's methods were really strange. Therefore, he was not angry at this moment. He only said indifferently, you're acting as if your item wasn't stolen. As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent surged from both sides. Everyone knew that Welkin Wolf King and Celestial Hound King didn't get along. At this moment, both sides were enraged, and it was even possible that they would directly attack each other. King Tianying shook his head helplessly and shouted, all right, that's enough. What's the point of saying this now? He looked at the two people who had quieted down and continued, the most important thing now is to find that person's whereabouts. How about this, we'll split into 3 groups and look for him. Perhaps he hasn't gone far. Of course, once there's news, we'll immediately send out a signal. He emphasized this sentence because he was afraid that if one of them discovered something, they would take the imprint for themselves. After all, they knew that each of the seals recorded a unique skill. King Tiango and King Tiango each snorted coldly and then headed east and west. At this moment, King Tianying was heading south. Seeing the 3 venerables leave, Su Yan still did not do anything. He just waited quietly. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was actually King Tianying. This white-haired old thing was indeed a cautious person. Although he did not discover anything when he killed earlier, he had a vague feeling in his heart. Although this felt very dull, he still came back to kill him. If Su Yan had not continued to lie low and directly chased after the Heavenly Wolf King, he would have definitely been exposed by now. King Tianying seemed to be very disappointed. He then whistled softly and left again. However, at this moment, Su Yan still did not make any movements. King Tianying was too suspicious. Although he had already played the trick of leaving and returning. But who could guarantee that this wasn't a return trip? Anyway, at this moment, Su Yan already knew the direction in which the Heavenly Wolf King had gone, and that was enough. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yan carefully got up and chased in the direction that the Heavenly Wolf King had gone. His movements were extremely light, and his every move made almost no extra movements. That ghost face looked particularly strange under the moonlight. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf King was really irritated. He had been searching for a long time, and his spiritual consciousness had almost searched every corner in the vicinity. Even so, he still did not find anything. At this time, although he was unwilling, he had to admit that the mysterious murderer did not escape in this direction. At this moment, he was already regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have continued to chase after the murderer regardless of his injuries. In that case, he might have been able to see the murderer. The situation now was worse than before. After all, if it was only Wang Jingcheng, they could still know his appearance, aura, and what he was good at. In this way, as long as they continued to chase after him, they would eventually catch up to him. However, at this time, they did not know the murderer's appearance. They did not even know his aura. What exactly was his boundary? Was his boundary stronger than theirs, or did he master some secret technique? At this time, they had no way of knowing these key pieces of information at all. This was the worst thing that could have happened. Damn it! Thinking of this, he could not help but curse. As a venerable one, at this time, he could only vent his dissatisfaction in this way. It was at this moment that he suddenly stopped. Because at this moment, he immediately felt that there was a thought lingering on his body. As a venerable one, his senses were naturally sharp. At this moment, he directly smiled and muttered to himself, "Interesting. Are you trying to make a move on me? I'd like to see who exactly you are." At this time, he naturally did not inform King Tiango and King Tianying. Judging from this conception, the other party did not seem to be very powerful. Of course, this could be done on purpose. Even so, it did not matter because he was not afraid. If he really could not defeat the other party, it would not be too late to send a signal then. If he directly sent a signal now, he would alert the other party and scare the fellow, who had finally shown up, away. "Come, I'll wait for you here. Let me see how capable you are to have the guts to make a move on me." King Tianlang's aura was still rather loose. Nevertheless, how could such an old thing be as simple as he looked? In actuality, he had already gathered his power long ago. He was only waiting for Su Yan to appear to attack right away. At this moment, a dark shadow charged at him at an extremely terrifying speed. Demonic dragon wings. Su Yan directly pushed the demonic dragon wings to the extreme. The demonic dragon wings was an extremely fast attack method. It was an extremely powerful assassination technique. Su Yan naturally would not be fooled by King Tianlang's appearance. Moreover, facing a venerable one, if he still spoke a few words to him, he would be courting death. Moreover, he did not plan to waste his breath on this old guy. What he wanted was to kill the old man in one blow. Therefore, using the demonic dragon wings was the best choice. The demonic dragon wings was an extremely powerful technique. At this moment, 3 hearts were operating at the same time. The powerful energy turned into Ghost Face, which then nourished his entire body, causing his combat strength to become even more terrifying. Back when they were fighting at sea, Ghost Face could directly kill a venerable one. Now, his combat strength was even more powerful than before. Therefore, even if King Tianlang had become a 2 essences venerable, he was not enough to block Su Yan's sudden assassination. Chapter 844. Female Literature. Ah! The heavenly wolf monarch's furious roar reverberated throughout the night sky. It was as if the entire night sky could hear his voice. At this moment, the Heavenly Eagle Monarch and the Heavenly Dog Monarch immediately rushed in the Heavenly Wolf Monarch's direction. Su Yan's attack with the demonic dragon wings hadn't been able to kill the two essences venerate. Even so, he had already achieved a glorious result. The venerate's arm had been directly severed by the previous sword strike. This was definitely an extremely cruel thing to do. Losing an arm meant that one's strength was greatly reduced. The intense pain continued to devour his nerves. Su Yan didn't give the Heavenly Wolf Monarch any extra time. After slightly adjusting his aura, he immediately launched a second attack. His goal was very simple, to kill the Heavenly Wolf Monarch. The Heavenly Wolf Monarch's pained and furious howl must have been heard by the other two venerates. This was definitely not good news for Su Yan. Therefore, he had to speed up. Only then could he kill the Heavenly Wolf Monarch directly. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Su Yan didn't use the Scorching Sun sword because it was too obvious. After all, it had almost become Su Yan's symbol in the Taihang sword faction. The sword he used was an accessory of Wang Jingcheng. Although it wasn't a sacred sword, it had already reached the pinnacle of famed swords. Although it couldn't be compared to the Scorching Sun sword, it could still bear the weight of his power. The Heavenly Wolf Monarch actually felt powerless when the Deity Vanquishing Sword appeared. At this moment, he almost wanted to flee immediately. However, he eventually put that thought aside. This was because he knew very well that he was in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, he was already at a disadvantage. If he only thought about escaping now, he would definitely leave his descendant to the terrifying ghost face in front of him. At that time, it would truly be a matter of life and death. But now, he still had a chance of survival, and that was to stall for time. The Heavenly Eagle Monarch and the Heavenly Dog Monarch should have already heard his miserable howl. This was especially true for King Tianying. His speed was extremely fast. Such a distance would not take him much time at all. Therefore, the key was the attack before him. If he could endure it, he would be able to preserve his old life when King Tianying arrived. However, if he couldn't endure it, then he would die without a doubt. It was also at this point that he needed to remain calm. This was something that every experienced expert knew. Therefore, at this moment, he had already retracted all of his consciousness. He was waiting for the ghost face's attack to arrive. Ghastly Face did not disappoint him. His figure disappeared at this moment, as if he had turned into a beam of sword light. With a flash of creation light, a terrifying devil shadow appeared. The Welkin Wolf King opened his eyes, and his entire body began to tremble. He finally recognized this sword technique. It was the Limitless Demon Sect's lost technique, the Deity Vanquishing Sword. Ever since the disappearance of the Great Demon Heaven Lord, this sword technique had been lost in the Limitless Demon Sect. But now, Ghastly Face had actually used this sword technique. What exactly was this guy's background? How could he master such a sword technique? However, at this moment, all of this was no longer important. The most important thing was to endure it. He would only have a future if he thought of a way to endure it. Greedy Wolf goes against fate. He used all of his strength. His blood gathered at this moment, and a large amount of blood gushed out, causing his face to turn pale instantly. However, he did not care at all. Preserving his life was the key. The Greedy Wolf goes against fate was his most powerful life-saving technique. It was a technique that burned all of his cultivation and turned into the last Greedy Wolf to protect himself. He would definitely not use it unless he had no other choice. This meant that he would have to abandon all of his cultivation. Even if he could continue cultivating in the future, he would still have to pay a huge price. However, the Welkin Wolf King could not think of any other way to preserve his life. The ferocious Greedy Wolf appeared. As soon as the Greedy Wolf appeared, the moonlight in the sky immediately reacted. The cold light shone down and immediately turned into an extremely dense moon shadow. The waning radiance moved slowly. The blazing radiance seemed sorrowful and resolute. Under the radiance of the greedy wolf, Su Yan's attack was blocked in the end. The deity vanquishing sword did not succeed this time. Ha ha ha. The greedy wolf's defense is almost absolute. No matter what, you won't be able to break it. Therefore, I will definitely survive. The Welkin Wolf King had almost lost all of his cultivation. However, as long as the greedy wolf still existed, he was invincible. He did not have to worry about his own death. At this moment, the sound of Sky Eagle King breaking through the air could be heard. He only needed a few breaths to reach this place. Therefore, he was certain that his life was saved. At this moment, the sword in the devil-masked man's hand had already shattered. After all, it was not a sacred sword. Therefore, after receiving such a powerful blow, it finally shattered. His gaze landed on the Welkin Wolf King's demonic face. The tricolored mask was particularly dazzling. At this moment, a strong sense of danger appeared once again. The Welkin Wolf King's left hand suddenly grew out. The fingertips of his left hand seemed to be suffused with a black glow. When he saw this black brilliance, his thoughts immediately stopped at this point. Die, demonic finger. Su Yan's voice was indifferent. Along with the jet black light, it directly pierced through the greedy wolf's life-reversing sword and his body. After doing all this, Su Yan did not linger. He immediately got up and left. He had never imagined that the Welkin Wolf King's final greedy wolf king's defense would be so strong. Even the deity vanquishing sword in the Welkin Wolf King's demonic form could not break through his defense. Therefore, he could only use the demonic finger by force. His left hand contained the finger bone of the great celestial demon lord. Therefore, the power of this attack was much more terrifying than the sacred sword. After all, the greedy wolf king's demonic form was not an absolute defense. In the face of Su Yan's attack, it was still shattered. The shattering of the greedy wolf king's fate also meant the end of his life. Su Yan did not need to wait for the final outcome. After all, he knew that the Welkin Wolf King would definitely die. However, although he had indeed killed the Welkin Wolf King this time, he was not in a very good state. This time, he had been greedy. Previously, he had already used the power of the demonic face when he had killed Wang Jingcheng. Now, it was even more so when he faced the Welkin Wolf King. He had used the power of the demonic face twice in a row. Furthermore, each time was more thorough than the last. Although the three hearts had already been calmed down by the regal sword soul, they were still like wild horses that had escaped their reins. He clearly knew that it was not a good time for him to engage in battle. Otherwise, he would be in endless trouble even if his enemy was not dead. Furthermore, although he had been greedy, he had actually achieved a pretty good result. Not only had he killed Wang Jingcheng, but he had also obtained his secret. Furthermore, he had also killed the Welkin Wolf King. The Welkin Wolf King had lost his city lord's seal and the existence of the Heavenly Dog King and the Sky Eagle King. Today, he had already forcefully broken through, so it was really not appropriate for him to continue using force. If he went back and stabilized for a few days to heal his injuries, he would definitely become even stronger. At that time, even if Su Yan could still defeat him, it would not be so easy to kill him. However, there were no ifs in this world. Now that he was dead, he was dead. His body had been penetrated by the heavenly demon finger. There was no way he could wake up no matter what. A few breaths after Su Yan left, the Sky Eagle King had already arrived. His gaze was extremely gloomy. How long had it been since they had separated? The dignified Welkin Wolf King had actually been killed. He looked into the distance and could vaguely see Su Yan's shadow. However, he did not choose to continue chasing. This was because Su Yan's speed was very fast. Although it had only been a few breaths, this amount of time was enough for a top powerhouse to escape a very long distance. Furthermore, the most important thing now was that the Welkin Wolf King did not seem to be dead. At least, he was not completely dead. After all, the Welkin Wolf King was a city lord. If he died, it would definitely incur the wrath of the limitless demon sect. The Sky Eagle King was right in front of him. If he chose to leave him in the lurch and the sect found out, he would definitely suffer. Therefore, the Sky Eagle King went directly to the Welkin Wolf King's side. He frowned when he saw the Welkin Wolf King. At the moment, the Welkin Wolf King was almost out of breath. Clearly, his life was already in danger. The Sky Eagle King took out an elixir pill. It was a top-grade elixir pill of the Limitless Demon Sect. Although it could not be said to be able to bring the dead back to life, it was still very beneficial for injuries. The Welkin Wolf King's condition seemed to improve a little after he swallowed the elixir. The Sky Eagle King heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Welkin Wolf King was still alive, he would be able to contact the Ghost Doctor of the Limitless Demon Sect. The Ghost Doctor's methods were unfathomable. He was someone who could really bring the dead back to life. The Welkin Wolf King was already a 2 Essences Venerate. He was already qualified to make the Ghost Doctor take action. At the same time, the Heavenly Dog King also arrived. He was furious when he saw the Welkin Wolf King's condition. He and the Welkin Wolf King were indeed at odds. In fact, he could not wait for the Welkin Wolf King to die as soon as possible. However, they were both city lords. In terms of strength, the Welkin Wolf King, who had become a 2 Essences Venerate, might even be stronger than him. He could not help but worry about the Welkin Wolf King's fate. Chapter 845. Female Literature, Wolf King, who injured you? Heavenly Eagle King immediately asked when he saw that Heavenly Wolf King's condition had improved. Ghost, mask, he. Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Wolf King stuttered. At that moment, Heavenly Dog King could not help but complain, what a piece of trash. You can't even speak clearly. Heavenly Eagle King has already made you consume the true spirit pill. You shouldn't be like this now. Heavenly Dog King and Heavenly Wolf King had always been enemies. Although he could not kick Heavenly Wolf King while he was down, it was good to make some sarcastic remarks. At the very least, it would allow him to vent his anger. However, just as he finished speaking, Heavenly Wolf King suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good, quick. Heavenly Eagle King did not have time to think. He directly injected his aura into Heavenly Wolf King's body. He did not expect that Heavenly Wolf King's injuries would not improve even with the help of the true spirit pill. It turned out that Heavenly Wolf King's complexion had only improved before death. At that moment, Heavenly Dog King could not care less and was ready to save Heavenly Wolf King. However, just as he sat down, Heavenly Wolf King's body directly collapsed. His meridians had already stopped beating, and his aura had long disappeared. Heavenly Eagle King's expression was extremely gloomy. He never expected that Heavenly Wolf King would still die in front of him. He's dead. That aura was too powerful. Even the true spirit pill could not suppress it. It only delayed it for a moment before it completely destroyed his vitality. Heavenly Wolf King was already a 2 Essences Venerable. His current strength was not inferior to Heavenly Eagle King's. How exuberant was a 2 Essences Venerable's vitality! His powerful strength was even more unimaginable. However, he was still dead. In other words, this powerhouse who came out of nowhere was a huge threat to them. If he could kill Heavenly Wolf King, he could also kill Heavenly Eagle King. Heavenly Eagle King suddenly felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of that. Originally, losing the City Lord's seal was already a headache for him. However, he still thought that it was just a capable thief. As long as they hardened their hearts, they should be able to capture that guy no matter what. However, his thoughts had completely changed today. Perhaps this time, the situation they were facing was incomparably terrible. The person they were facing was definitely not an ordinary thief. Perhaps there was someone behind all of this. Right now, King Heavenly Eagle suddenly rejoiced that he had not chased after them previously. Otherwise, would he have followed in their footsteps? Old Eagle, what should we do now? Tengu Monarch's expression was extremely gloomy. The Heavenly Wolf King was dead, but he wasn't happy at all. In fact, his heart was already palpitating with fear. King Heavenly Eagle pondered for a while before finally saying, "First, let's report this matter to the sect. I'm afraid we'll need to alarm the vice sect master or the elders of the 3 great halls. Second, connect the other people whose city lord seals were stolen. I feel that there must be some secret that we don't know about. Although our city lord seals each contain a cultivation technique, everyone knows that this cultivation technique isn't profound. It's definitely not something that can be cultivated to a powerful level in a short period of time. Whether it's Wang Jingcheng or that mysterious guy, they shouldn't be interested in it." Although Wang Jingcheng was only in the dragon realm, even they had to admit that his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was originally a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. The inheritance of the Taihang sword had already benefited him greatly. Moreover, he had also grasped the specter transformation technique. As long as he was given time, he would definitely become a venerable powerhouse. Therefore, logically speaking, there was no need for him to take the extra step to learn the cultivation technique on the city lord's seal. It was even more so for the person who killed Wang Jingcheng and the Heavenly Wolf King. However, they just had to make a move. This made people wonder if there was some secret that they did not know about. Right now, the only way to find out the secret was to gather everyone. "What about the Heavenly Wolf City?" asked the Heavenly Dog King. His eyes flickered. It was obvious that he had his own thoughts about the Heavenly Wolf City. Without a powerhouse, his territory was too big. Therefore, his thoughts were very simple at the moment, and that was to annex the Heavenly Wolf City. The Heavenly Eagle King said, "Heavenly Dog King, I know that you are ambitious, but at this time, I advise you not to court death." After saying that, the Heavenly Eagle King no longer paid attention to the Heavenly Dog King and left. In fact, the reason behind this was very simple. The Heavenly Wolf King and the Heavenly Dog King had a feud. This was something that everyone knew. At this time, the Heavenly Wolf King had just died. If the Heavenly Dog King jumped out and wanted to take the city for himself, what would others think? Did the Heavenly Dog King kill the Heavenly Wolf King? In other words, the Heavenly Dog King was the one who called that powerhouse over. Although there were many flaws in this, just this alone was enough to bring him countless troubles. At this time, if the Heavenly Dog King was smart enough, he would not touch anything and wait for the sect's powerhouse to arrive. The Heavenly Dog King fell silent. He was not a fool, he was just a little impulsive. Moreover, the Heavenly Eagle King had already reminded him. He snorted coldly, but in the end, he still carried the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse and headed toward the Heavenly Wolf City. In the Heavenly Wolf City, Demon Wolf was pacing around uneasily. His uneasiness was not because of Wang Jingcheng's success, but because the Heavenly Wolf King had come out of seclusion. These days, he had been jumping up and down and was not calm. In order to get a share of the Heavenly Wolf City's governor, besides his cultivation base that was almost at the Venerable Realm, the Heavenly Wolf King's lifespan was about to come to an end. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for the Heavenly Wolf King to break through while in seclusion. However, he never expected that the Heavenly Wolf King would actually come out of seclusion and become a Two Essences Venerable Realm. In that case, it was very bad. Even if he immediately became a Venerable Realm expert, he would not be a match for the Heavenly Wolf King. Even if he could summon that Venerable Realm expert's clone, it would not be easy to kill the Heavenly Wolf King. It was impossible that the Heavenly Wolf King did not know what he was doing these days. In the past, the Heavenly Wolf King did not have the time to care about other things because of his cultivation base. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to bother with him. After all, he was about to lose his life, so what was the point of caring about other things? However, it was different now. After becoming a Two Essences Venerable Realm expert, his lifespan would definitely increase again. In other words, his life would not be in danger for a very long time. How could the Heavenly Wolf King tolerate Demon Wolf's nonsense? Perhaps the Heavenly Wolf King would immediately settle the score with him after he returned. At that moment, Demon Wolf was already considering whether to contact the Venerable Realm expert behind him. If he did not contact the Venerable Realm expert, his life might be in danger. However, if he contacted the Venerable Realm Expert, he would be able to survive, but in the Venerable Realm Expert's eyes, he would be a useless person. Why would a person like the Venerable Realm Expert care about a useless person? That was why he was so hesitant at that moment. He even thought about just leaving. However, this thought was rejected by him. Right at that moment, a long howl suddenly sounded. "Heavenly Wolf City's Demon Wolf, quickly come and see me." This voice gave Demon Wolf a fright. Demon Wolf could tell that it was King Tianying's voice. The Heavenly Wolf King and the Heavenly Dog King had an extremely bad relationship, but their relationship was not bad. Could it be that King Tianying was going to directly attack Demon Wolf when he summoned Demon Wolf and his voice contained such anger? At that moment, Demon Wolf almost immediately wanted to flee. However, he knew that he was not Wang Jingcheng. No matter what, it was impossible for him to escape from King Tianying. In the end, he made up his mind and tried his best to calm himself down. He carefully walked in front of King Tianying and bowed respectfully. Demon Wolf greets Lord Tianying. After he finished speaking, he did not move and waited quietly. If King Tianying attacked at that moment, he would directly summon the Venerable Realm Expert's clone. However, King Tianying did not attack. He only sighed and said, "Your city lord has fallen. I will report this matter to the Sage Sect. During this period of time, everything in Heavenly Wolf City will be handled by you. You must not make any mistakes." Demon Wolf was extremely shocked by King Tianying's words. He even suspected that he had misheard. The Heavenly Wolf King had fallen. However, how was this possible? Although Wang Jingcheng's figure was strange like a specter, how could he kill the Serious King? Not to mention that the Serious King had already become a 2-essence venerable. Even if the Serious King was still a 1-essence venerable, Wang Jingcheng definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him. Heavenly Dog King will send the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse over later. Take good care of it. Take care of the other matters as well. If Heavenly Dog has any instructions, just do as he says. The fall of the city lord of the 36 cities is a huge matter. I will not stay here any longer. King Tianying's speed was extremely fast. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Demon Wolf was still unable to believe that the Heavenly Wolf King was actually dead. For a moment, he did not know whether he should be happy or not. Just as he was in a daze, a figure arrived directly. It was Heavenly Dog King. Demon Wolf was less afraid of him. Firstly, he knew that Heavenly Dog King's cultivation was only a 1-essence venerable, similar to the Heavenly Wolf King in the past. Moreover, he had never been on good terms with the Heavenly Wolf King. No matter what, Demon Wolf was the Heavenly Wolf King's general in the past. Naturally, he would not be afraid of the Heavenly Dog King. Moreover, he had something to rely on. If the Heavenly Dog King really went crazy in front of him, he would not mind using the power of the Venerable Realm Expert's clone to directly kill the Heavenly Dog King. After all, the Venerable Realm Expert was not only interested in Heavenly Wolf City. Chapter 846. Female Literature. The Heavenly Dog King arrived in front of him. However, the dilemma Mo Lang had imagined didn't happen. He tossed the Celestial Wolf King's corpse to Mo Lang and said, "Take good care of his corpse. You will be in charge of Celestial Wolf City for the next few days. Little wolf cub, I advise you not to let anything happen here." After saying those words, he hurriedly left. Demon Wolf knew that he was living in a dream. Only when he saw the corpse in front of him did he believe that he was not dreaming. The Heavenly Wolf King was actually dead. He was currently in an unstable state of mind. He did not know whether this was good news or bad news for him. After all, he had no idea how the Heavenly Wolf King had died. Could it be that Wang Jingcheng had really killed him? If this Wang Jingcheng was really so powerful, then he could have killed her the last time they met. However, he did not do so. Demon Wolf did not know why he did so. He carried the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse and walked toward the City Lord's mansion. The Heavenly Wolf King was dead, and the Heavenly Dog King had no intention of interfering in Heavenly Wolf City. Therefore, Demon Wolf was now the master of this city. At least, that was the case for now. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Su Yan. At this moment, he was bewildered, and a possibility appeared in his mind. Could it be that Ghostface did this? If he knew what the Heavenly Wolf King had said before his death, he would not have the slightest doubt. Unfortunately, neither the Heavenly Eagle King nor the Heavenly Dog King would take him seriously. Although he was the #1 general under the Heavenly Wolf King and his cultivation was about to enter the Venerable One realm, that was all. As long as he had not entered the Venerable One realm, he and the Venerable One would be in two different worlds. The arrogant Venerable One would not take him seriously no matter what. Demon Wolf kept thinking about this possibility on his way to the City Lord's mansion. In the end, he decided to test Su Yan. After arranging the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse, he immediately sent someone to Shui Sanyang's tea house. At this moment, Su Yan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Although using Grimace's power this time had allowed him to achieve great results, the damage to his spirit was also quite great. At this time, he needed to sleep to replenish his spirit. Su Yan went to bed and fell asleep. It was also at this moment that the aura of the Regal Sword mantra began to circulate. That calm and peaceful aura washed over his body again and again. Under the influence of the mysterious and peaceful aura, Su Yan finally calmed down. Su Yan's sleep was different from other people's sleep. This was because when he slept, his chi of the Grand Supreme did not fall asleep. Instead, it was like a gentle stream that gradually flowed through his entire body, quietly repairing everything that had been damaged. On the roof of the tea house, Shui Sanyang and Fang Yueshan were leaning against each other. Perhaps it was because they had been separated for too long, so the two of them especially cherished this little bit of time. However, Shui Sanyang could see that at this time, Fang Yueshan seemed to have a lot of things on his mind. But there were many things that Fang Yueshan did not want to talk about, so she would not ask. Because she was very clear that Fang Yueshan had his reasons for doing things. In the past, he looked lazy, but he was very shrewd. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding calamity, living a good life, in fact, was an extremely lucky thing in this world. In today's world, if one did not have enough ability, then one should let go of the thoughts in one's heart. Otherwise, the more one thought, the more they would only make themselves more distressed. In just a few days after their reunion, Fang Yueshan was indeed very happy, but Shui Sanyang could still inadvertently see his worries. Regarding this, she saw very clearly, and Fang Yueshan could not hide it from her. Fang Yueshan actually did not sleep well these days, because his fate made him feel uneasy. In his dreams, that person's shadow would appear again. Fang Wuhui, that great Emperor Wuhui who had come back from the dead, would most likely come looking for him. He was very sure of this. But even though he knew this, there was nothing he could do. Although his current strength was not bad and he was about to become a two-essence venerate, once Emperor Wuhui was resurrected, how could he face him? Therefore, at this time, he only wanted to take Shui Sanyang and escape to a truly safe place. Of course, there was also Su Yan. Su Yan treated him as a friend, so he naturally treated him with sincerity. He knew how big of a problem Su Yan was facing. However, at this time, he was helpless and couldn't help at all. In fact, he knew that he could do a lot of things. For example, he could kill the Celestial Wolf City Lord. He had already learned from Shui Sanyang that the City Lord was only a one-essence venerate and was in the process of breaking through to the two-essence venerate. Such a cultivation realm was nothing to him. If he wanted to make a move, he was more than 70% sure that he could kill the City Lord. After all, he had received a gift from Fang Yulua, which allowed his cultivation to increase. His battle strength was also at a freakish level and he could fight those above his level. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation realm was the same as his. But he didn't make a move. In fact, he knew that Su Yan telling him not to make a move was just an excuse. The real reason was that he was afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid of not being able to kill the city lord, but that if he did, the peace he had obtained with great difficulty would be gone. He didn't know when Emperor Wuhui would appear, and even if Emperor Wuhui recovered and returned, he might not necessarily be unable to escape. Therefore, under such circumstances, he still had a very good chance of finding a quiet place with Shui Sanyang. But if he made a move, he would be tainted by karma. The limitless demon sect was so powerful that the sect master and vice-sect master's methods were ever-changing and inexhaustible. Once he was tainted with karma, these experts might be able to find his location through this karma and then start hunting him down. If he was alone and didn't have anything to worry about, it wouldn't matter. But now, he had Shui Sanyang. This woman had waited for him for a long time, and he didn't want her to take any more risks. Under the moonlight, the two people each had their own thoughts, but at the same time, they felt each other's warmth. Downstairs, the waiter was tidying up in boredom. Compared to the two people on the roof, his thoughts were much simpler. At this time, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the tea house. He furrowed his brows. It was already so late, so why was there still someone here? He walked out of the door and saw a person he didn't want to see. He was a servant of the Demon Wolf Mansion, and he had dealt with him before. The Demon Wolf Mansion was deliberately making things difficult for them, so he naturally didn't like it. Lai San, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you want to come here to eat and drink? The two sides had made it clear that they were enemies, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. But he didn't expect that the other side would be so polite today, and didn't have any temper in the face of his ridicule. Lai San said with a smile, "Young Master Zhantang, don't joke. Although I, Lai San, am a fool, I don't dare to come here to eat and drink. I'm here to deliver a letter on the orders of my master." Lai San left the letter and directly left. This made the Hall of Executioners somewhat baffled. To be honest, he still hoped to come and make trouble, so that he could exercise his muscles and bones. Sometimes, when life was too boring, it would also make people crazy. After all, the pitiful him now had to watch the lady boss show off her love every day. Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Yueshan appeared behind him, which gave him a fright. At this time, he directly said, "Okay, the news from the Demon Wolf Mansion? Give it to me." Of course, he knew that the news was for Su Yan. Zhantang didn't waste any time and directly gave the letter to his lady boss's man. He thought very clearly, no matter what, he was just a small character. It wasn't his turn to worry about these things. The only thing he had to do was to identify the direction and follow the footsteps. That was all he had to do. At this time, Shui Sanyang also came over. She was still very afraid of the demon wolf. What kind of trouble did the Demon Wolf Mansion next to her do at this time? What's wrong? At this time, Fang Yueshan sighed and then said, "Sanyang, tomorrow morning, let's prepare to move. I've already thought about it. We'll go to the 5 counties continent." Shui Sanyang was very surprised. She didn't expect Fang Yueshan to make such a decision. Even though she was very happy, she had gotten used to this place. Moreover, the Heavenly Wolf Demon King had taken good care of her. Direwolf Mansion is dead, Fang Yueshan said directly. Hearing this news, Shui Sanyang was immediately shocked. What kind of person was Direwolf Mansion? He was at least a venerable. For a woman like Shui Sanyang, even a peak dragon realm demon wolf was very troublesome, let alone a venerable. However, such a venerable had fallen at this time. But, how could it be? Could it be that the demon wolf did it? If that's the case, then we really have to leave. She had a foothold in Direwolf City, and Direwolf Mansion was her backer. Therefore, when Direwolf Mansion was not in seclusion, she was very popular. However, if Direwolf Mansion did not come out of seclusion, the demon wolf would not put her in his eyes. On one hand, he coveted her beauty, and on the other hand, he wanted to eliminate Direwolf Mansion's informants. Therefore, the demon wolf directly targeted her. However, in any case, the demon wolf did not dare to go too far. However, since Direwolf Mansion was dead, the demon wolf would act unscrupulously. If the demon wolf dared to attack Direwolf Mansion, it meant that he had the means to deal with a venerable. Although she knew that Fang Yueshan had become a venerable, she always felt that Fang Yueshan would be very dangerous against the demon wolf. Chapter 847. Female Literature. At this time, Fang Yueshan shook his head and said, "No, although that demon wolf has some ability, it can't kill Heavenly Wolf King. It was Su Yan who did it. In short, we must leave now. Once Heavenly Wolf King dies, this place will immediately become chaotic. After all, you were his informant." Fang Yueshan didn't need to continue his words. The fall of a city lord was definitely not a small matter, not to mention that it was the city lord of the 36 inner cities, a venerable. The Limitless Demon sect would certainly send people to investigate this matter. And once the investigators arrived, Shui Sanyang, as an informant, wouldn't be able to escape from questioning him. The Limitless Demon sect was too big. Naturally, there were also many people who wanted to add insult to injury. Without the Heavenly Wolf King, this little Shui Sanyang was nothing. "Alright, Chop Tang, go pack up your things. Once you're done, we'll leave immediately." She was a very decisive person and clearly understood the seriousness of this matter. The waiter Chop Tang didn't understand. Compared to the lady boss, he was actually more willing to stay here. After all, he was very used to this place. "Ah, lady boss, why are you leaving now? Even if you want to elope with the big boss, you should give me some mental preparation." He wasn't an ordinary waiter. Shui Sanyang had always taken care of him like a younger brother, so she spoke very casually. "Shut up, now is not the time to talk nonsense. If you don't want your head to move, then hurry up." Shui Sanyang was not in a good mood at this time. Although she didn't hate Su Yan, it was inevitable that she was unhappy. It wasn't until dawn that Su Yan finally woke up. Last night's battle made his strength increase a bit. Although it was minimal, it was better than nothing. He was too tired last night. Although the sequela of using Ghost Face was not like before, it was still very big. Once he woke up, he immediately knew that he had a lot of things to do. At this time, he directly went to find Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan was already waiting for him at the entrance. "I know that you've already killed the Heavenly Wolf King, so I'm going to take Sanyang and leave this place." Now was not the time to drag things out, so he went straight to the point. Su Yan smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I've dragged you all into this. If it wasn't for him, then as long as Tian Lang City was stable, Shui Sanyang wouldn't have to do this." Therefore, this sentence was not wrong. He then asked, "Where are you going?" This was a problem. Although Fang Yueshan's strength wasn't bad, in the near future, the 9 regions would be filled with flames of war everywhere. The most important thing was that Fang Yueshan himself wasn't stable. Fang Wuhui's threat could not be underestimated. The 5 counties continent. His answer surprised Su Yan, but after calming down and thinking about it, it was indeed a good choice. With his strength, as long as he reached the 5 counties, he would be able to dominate the world. That place was too remote compared to the 9 regions continent, and it wasn't too dangerous. Even if Fang Wuhui recovered, he might not be able to sense Fang Yueshan's presence. After all, although the 5 counties continent was remote and lacking in spiritual energy, it seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power. Moreover, if he went there, he could help Su Yan take care of his friends and teachers. "We've already packed up, so we're going to set off immediately. However, for safety's sake, we'll need your help." This was the 36th city in Pan Province. If they wanted to leave by normal means, it would take a lot of time. Unfortunately, what they lacked the most now was time. If they insisted on leaving by normal means, it was very likely that the people of the Limitless Demon sect would catch up. In the face of the Limitless Demon sect's pursuit, a venerable was actually not enough. Therefore, the best way was to attract the attention of the Oriole and leave directly. Su Yan nodded and said, "That's how it should be. Leave it to me." When the sun was high in the sky, the Oriole finally appeared. It stopped in a secret mountain between the 36th city and the 36th city. It would take some time to fly to this place. Su Yan, I'll leave with San Yang now. I should have helped you, but... Fang Yueshan still felt that he had let Su Yan down. However, Su Yan didn't let him continue. He just smiled and said, "You talk a lot of nonsense and pretentious. Take your woman and enjoy life." Fang Yueshan thought for a while and said, "Su Yan, I'm not pretentious. There are many things that are beyond my control. Moreover, I know your ability." He clearly understands that if I continue to follow you, I'll only be a burden to you. He continued, "But before we leave, I still have something to say to you." "Okay, say it." "I'm listening." Su Yan smiled. "Su Yan, you like to do things unconventionally. You like to take risks and gamble. Although you've always been the winner so far, you have to know that no one in this world can always win. So sometimes, you have to calm down. That's all I have to say. I'll leave first." After saying that, he didn't hesitate and left directly. Seeing him leave, Su Yan helplessly smiled bitterly. In fact, how could he not know this? It was just that sometimes, things in this world were beyond his control. He would only keep these words of dissuasion in his heart. However, when it came to gambling, he would still do so. The Oriole soared into the sky, turning into an afterimage and disappearing into the horizon. Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. According to his guess, the Heavenly Eagle King and the Heavenly Dog King would definitely report this matter. At that time, the people from the Limitless Demon sect would probably arrive. He had killed the two essences Venerable Heavenly Wolf King, so the people sent by the Limitless Demon sect would definitely not be simple. They would at least be 4 essences venerables, and perhaps even 5 essences. He didn't dare to underestimate the Limitless Demon sect in the slightest. Against a 5 essences venerable, Su Yan didn't have any chance of victory. Therefore, it wasn't wise to continue staying here. His next destination was the Sky Lion City. He had already obtained 8 of the 9 seals. Now, he was only missing the Sky Lion seal. As long as he obtained the Sky Lion seal, he would be able to gather all 9 seals and obtain the cultivation method of the limitless 9 Devil seal. From there, he would have a chance of directly controlling the Limitless Demon sect's divine weapon. The Limitless Demon sect had 2 divine weapons, the Limitless Holy Demon sword and the Limitless 9 Devil seal. If he could get rid of one, it would be a heavy blow to the Limitless Demon sect. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to obtain the Sky Lion seal. The Sky Lion City's city lord was extremely powerful. He was a 3 essences venerable. In the venerable realm, every increase in cultivation was no small matter. The difference of a single origin was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even so, he still had to go. The people of the Limitless Demon sect weren't fools. They must have guessed the reason why Wang Jingqing had stolen the 8 seals. It was only a matter of time. Therefore, Su Yan could only take a gamble. If he didn't hurry, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to obtain the seals. Of course, Duan Mulonghu's shadow was behind this matter. He didn't know what that guy was planning. For Su Yan, it was a huge problem. Last time, before the Shadow World, that guy had caused him a lot of trouble. After that, he disappeared once more. Such a person naturally wouldn't go fishing, gardening, and enjoying life. However, before leaving, Su Yan decided to meet someone. Another day passed, but Demon Wolf seemed to be somewhat restless. At that moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed to be a mirror. This was the round light mirror technique. Through this technique, they could communicate with each other. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the round light mirror. At that moment, Demon Wolf immediately knelt down. His attitude was extremely respectful. At that moment, he was almost prostrating himself on the ground. This lowly Demon Wolf greets the Lord Envoy. His voice was trembling. Every time he met the Lord Emissary, he would be so nervous. Demon Wolf's cultivation was about to break through the barrier and reach the venerable realm. However, at this moment, he was still unbelievably weak in front of the Lord Envoy. He naturally understood that it wasn't that he was too weak, but that the Lord Envoy was too strong. Demon Wolf, tell us about your situation. The emissary calmly said. Demon Wolf knelt on the ground and told the Lord Envoy about the death of the Heavenly Wolf King. I already know that the Heavenly Wolf seal was stolen. This bunch of trash, even the City Lord seal was stolen. To think that they are venerable realm experts. However, how did the Heavenly Wolf King die? Do you know? The Lord Envoy asked coldly. At that moment, Demon Wolf was about to spit out his heart from his throat. He wanted to say Su Yan directly, but when the words reached his mouth, he stopped abruptly. He only said, Lord Heavenly Eagle and Lord Heavenly Hound didn't mention this to this lowly one. However, according to this lowly one's speculation, I'm afraid that Wang Jingqing set up an ambush and had the help of an expert. That's why he killed the Heavenly Wolf King. After saying that, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground to prevent the Lord Envoy from noticing anything wrong with his face. At this moment, he really wanted to mention Su Yan's name. However, Su Yan's puppet technique made him deeply afraid. There was no need to mention the Lord Envoy's strength, but he actually didn't realize that his body had been implanted with the puppet technique. At that moment, if he told the Lord Envoy about Su Yan and was sensed by Su Yan, then he didn't know if the Lord Envoy could save him before Ghostface activated the puppet technique. Since he didn't know, then he wasn't willing to take the risk. After all, his life was his own. Chapter 848. Female Literature. At this moment, his heart was tangled to the extreme. He hated Su Yan very much. If not for the restriction of this oath, he would have already told him about Su Yan. However, he still did not dare to say it now. Because he had already seen the power of Su Yan's puppet technique. He knew very well that if he directly told him about Su Yan at this time, or even if he only had this thought, Su Yan would be able to sense it. Last time, Su Yan had already used his actions to tell him how powerful his control over him was. At this moment, the person in the mirror suddenly said, No, you're not telling the truth. Do you know something else? Hee, it seems that you've become bolder recently. How dare you lie to me? At this moment, this person had actually seen through his inner hesitation and directly shouted angrily. At this moment, Demon Wolf's face immediately turned ashen. Now, he was really in a difficult situation. Whether it was Su Yan or this Lord Messenger in front of him, they were all extremely difficult to deal with. Originally, he thought that as long as he was given time, he would be able to continuously improve, and in the end, he would be able to become a person above others. However, in front of Ghostface and this person, he was simply like a clown. What he was most afraid of was the current situation. He could not say anything about Ghostface, but this Lord Messenger just had to find something unusual. At this time, he really directly told him about Su Yan. However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of the puppet. The unlucky ghost treasure of the Seven Dragons realm was directly refined into a puppet by Su Yan, and had been walking like a corpse ever since. In a flash, he changed his mind and immediately said, Lord, there is indeed something that I haven't said. In the past few days, this lowly one had met a mysterious person. He wore several terrifying masks, and his strength was very strong. This lowly one is definitely not his opponent. It's just that this person only appeared briefly, so this lowly one was wondering if this person would make a move. He was a smart person. At this moment, he was already speculating in his heart. If it was really Lord Grimace who did it, then Lord Tianying and Lord Tiango would have known about it. They might have even seen Grimace before. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to reveal this information. Of course, he did not know if he would anger Ghostface by doing so. However, this was the only way out of desperation. That was the only thing he could do now. That Lord Emissary didn't speak. Although Demon Wolf didn't raise his head, he seemed to be able to see that Lord Emissary was looking at him. Finally, the person in front of him sighed and said, "Very well, you didn't lie to me. In fact, I have also received some news. You have to remember, this matter is very important. Don't leak it to others. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be." Demon Wolf immediately said with even more respect, "Yes, this lowly one understands. I will definitely not leak any information." He knew very well that the Boundless Demon sect would definitely send someone to investigate after the death of the Celestial Wolf Demon King. However, this lord didn't allow him to leak the news. Obviously, this lord was already interested in Ghostface. It was even possible that he would come here personally. How could he have known that as the matter of Wang Jingqing stealing the City Lord's seal fermented, the matter of the Boundless Nine Devils seal was also gradually uncovered? The Boundless Demon sect was so big. After all, not everyone was incompetent. There were always some people with outstanding abilities. If it was in the past, although this matter would have infuriated the Boundless Demon sect, they definitely wouldn't have mobilized so many people. However, it was different now. This was related to who could truly control the Boundless Nine Devils seal. Right now, the Boundless Nine Devils seal was in the hands of the third vice sect leader, Xing Tianrua. However, even this powerful third vice grandmaster had yet to fully refine the Limitless Nine Demons seal. This was the reason why the Limitless Nine Devils seal was unable to suppress the Taixing Celestial Sword when they were attacking the Taixing Sword sect. In fact, Zhang Zhe had even launched a ferocious counterattack, almost killing Xing Tianrua. At this time, after this news spread out, the third vice sect master, Xing Tianrua, was determined to obtain these 9 seals, not to mention the others. After all, if he could obtain the seals, his strength would increase by another level. The previous battle with the Taihang Sword faction not only did not bring him any glory, but it also became a stain in his life. Of course, he was not the only one who wanted this thing. After all, even if he was the third vice sect leader, he still had his own enemies and enemies. The Boundless Demon sect was very big. The 3 great palaces were on par with each other. This situation had been going on for a long time. It was actually very difficult to completely change it in a short period of time. Therefore, after hearing the news, Vice Sect leader Xing Tianrua immediately sent his men over. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that his enemies were also personally involved and would bring endless variables to this matter, he would have personally taken action at this time. However, in the end, he did not dare to do so. Because if it really came to that step, the Boundless Demon sect would be in internal strife. It was fine if the people under the 3 great palaces of the Boundless Demon sect made a move on a small scale, but if these big shots really made a move, then it would be disrupting the foundation of the Boundless Demon sect. At that time, it would be time for the sect leader to personally take action. At that time, no one would be able to bear the consequences. There was no need to guess the strength of the Boundless Demon sect's sect leader. Some people even felt that he had already reached the level of a saint master. The first elder of the Ghost Killing Hall was also the first vice sect leader of the Boundless Demon sect. This old man was so terrifying and perverted, but for so many years, he had only been quietly and honestly lying dormant. It was not that he did not have ambition, but because he clearly knew how powerful the sect leader was. Before he had the confidence to defeat the sect leader, he did not dare to make any moves. It was also because of this that the Ghost Killing Hall had gradually declined over the years. Of course, the demon wolf did not know about these things. After all, he was just a pitiful worm who was not even a venerable, and these things were things that only the real big shots had the qualifications to participate in. However, the demon wolf knew that the Lord Emissary in front of him did not belong to the third vice sect leader's faction, so he definitely did not want the third vice sect leader to gather all 9 seals. During this period of time, pay close attention to the news of that guy. Remember, once there is news, do not act on your own. I know you are a smart person, but you should know that there are some things that are not meant to be yours. Even the Heavenly Wolf King died at his hands. Do you think you are stronger than the Heavenly Wolf King? At this moment, the demon wolf finally let out a sigh of relief. Of course, he understood the Lord Emissary's meaning. The Lord Emissary was afraid that he would be greedy and want to take this thing for himself. However, he did not know that Su Yan had already used the puppet technique on him. He did not even have the courage to see Su Yan, let alone have any other thoughts. Alright, don't worry. Since the Heavenly Wolf King is dead, your day of glory has arrived. This is a true spirit pill. I'm sure you know how precious it is. With the help of this pill, you should be able to become a venerable. You must remember not to disappoint the Lord. At this moment, the space was directly broken. In front of him, it was as if the glass had shattered. However, at this moment, he was not willing to let the shattered glass touch him. Those were spatial fragments, which were much sharper than divine weapons. If he was not careful, only death would await him. Such a price was too heavy. However, he was drooling over the pill that suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a true spirit pill. He knew that the Heavenly Wolf King had a true spirit pill. The Heavenly Wolf King treasured this pill. It was a top-grade pill bestowed by the Limitless Demon Sect. Its medicinal strength was simply unimaginable. This time, the Heavenly Wolf King was able to break through to the two-essence venerable realm because of his hard work in many aspects. However, it was definitely inseparable from this pill. In the past, he did not even have the chance to look at this pill. The Heavenly Wolf King valued this pill more than his wife and children. But now, this pill was actually placed in front of him. At this moment, he was almost unable to suppress his emotions. The Lord Emissary was expressionless. He only said indifferently, "I'll give you the pill now. However, you must be clear that this pill is not given for free. Raise your strength properly and do more for the Lord. The benefits will definitely not be good for you." After he finished speaking, the mirror of round light dissipated. At this moment, the spatial fragments went against the flow, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf King felt like he was dreaming. A true spirit pill. This incomparably precious true spirit pill had actually appeared in front of him. With this pill, he could definitely become a venerable. And as long as he became a venerable, he would be a city lord. At this moment, he even thought of taking revenge on Ghostface. Unfortunately, he suddenly recalled the Lord Emissary's words and recalled the dead Heavenly Wolf King. His expression immediately turned cold, and he suddenly felt somewhat dispirited. So what if he became a venerable? Could he be stronger than the Heavenly Wolf King? The Heavenly Wolf King was already a two-essence venerable. Even so, he died at the hands of Ghostface. Was Ghostface really that strong? Chapter 849. Female literature, sighing is not something a cultivator should do. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the spacious hall. This sudden voice gave Demon Wolf a huge fright. He almost jumped up from his seat. Without any hesitation, he took the true spirit pill into his arms. However, he immediately scolded himself for being stupid. How could someone like Grimace not notice his little trick? His subconscious action would only infuriate Grimace directly. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, the terrifying tricolored mask suddenly appeared in front of him. He was caught off guard and fell backwards. Finally, he calmed his mind. Then, he immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Ghostface." At this moment, he felt extremely bitter. The Lord Messenger's mirror of perfection had just disappeared, and Ghostface had appeared in front of him. It seemed that Ghostface's control of himself had reached an extremely terrifying level. Now, he was somewhat glad. He was glad that he had only reasonably revealed some information and did not directly betray him. Otherwise, this time, he was afraid that he would have immediately died this time. "Hee, you're a smart person," Su Yan said softly. Su Yan's words gave him a fright. The devil wolf had never lived such a cowardly life before. Su Yan's appearance had caused his situation to become extremely bad. However, Su Yan's strength was definitely above his. Furthermore, Su Yan had killed the Heavenly Wolf King. He could not help but be afraid. At this moment, he thought of something and immediately handed over the true pill respectfully. Then, he said, Lord Ghostface, this is the most precious pill of the limitless demon sect that I just obtained, the true pill. I'll give it to you. Of course, he was unwilling to give up the pill. However, he had no choice. He was afraid that Su Yan would be jealous and attack him. When comparing his life and the pill, he naturally knew which was more important. At this moment, Su Yan directly took the pill from his hand. He sized it up and found that the pill did indeed contain a powerful spirit chi. Although it couldn't be compared to the great recovery pill that the Shui family's ancestor had given him, it was still very precious. He said calmly, You're good at acting, but have you ever thought that I'd just take this pill away and not return it to you? Demon Wolf's heart sank. He immediately knew that his thoughts had been seen through by Su Yan. However, it turned out that the reason why he had directly offered this pill was to predict Su Yan's thoughts. Su Yan was probably already here from the start. It was just that he was able to avoid the detection of the Lord Messenger. Therefore, he must have seen this pill. Therefore, if he really wanted this pill, he could directly take it away. After all, in front of him, he was just a puppet that had no power to resist. However, he did not do so. This meant that he did not want this pill, or rather, he wanted her to accept this pill. Since he had confirmed this thought, he directly pretended to offer this pill to win Su Yan's favor. After all, he knew very well that if Su Yan was in a bad mood, he would be in a terrible state. The torture from the previous puppet art had left a deep impression on him. More importantly, that was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was to directly become a puppet. That was a punishment more terrifying than death. It was just that he didn't expect Su Yan to see through his heart so quickly. This made him feel depressed in his heart, and he didn't know what to say. Take the true spirit pill. You're right. I still need you, so the stronger you are, the better. This true spirit pill should be able to help you directly become a venerable one. Of course, after becoming a venerable one, if you feel that you have the ability to force my puppet art out or kill me directly, I welcome you to do so. Su Yan's words were so calm, but every word directly hit Demon Wolf's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, at this time, he had no other choice. At this time, Su Yan directly chuckled and said, Next, you will listen to the instructions of the emissary. Do what you have to do. I think you should understand. By the way, help me pay attention to the whereabouts of two people. At this time, Su Yan directly pointed at Demon Wolf's head. Demon Wolf was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. However, he did not dare to resist in the slightest. A little light directly entered his knowledge sea, and finally, the shadows of two people appeared in his knowledge sea. One of them was very handsome, but also gave people a very terrifying feeling. On the other hand, the other person was very gloomy, like a poisonous snake. Hydralisk. At this time, he couldn't help but cry out. Su Yan was surprised for a moment, then said, Huh? You actually know Hydralisk? That's great. In that case, you have to do one more thing, and that is to reveal the news that Hydralisk is still alive to your superiors. Also, you have to link Hydralisk to this matter. Su Yan's finger left his body. At this time, Demon Wolf still hadn't completely woken up. Today's impact on him was too great, and the news that Hydralisk was still alive was absolutely shocking. He and Hydralisk were indeed old acquaintances. The Limitless Demon sect had its own training grounds, and he and Hydralisk came from the same place. Hydralisk became an assassin, and he came to Sky Wolf City. As time passed, he had long forgotten about Hydralisk's existence. After all, they both came from the same training camp, and they were both disciples of the Limitless Demon sect. However, the Limitless Demon sect was really too big. After the two of them separated, there was no longer any relationship between them. Later, when he heard that Hydralisk had died, he felt that it was a pity, but that was it. However, he never thought that he would actually see Hydralisk again today, and that the emissary would even ask him to investigate Hydralisk. Thinking about it, this matter was definitely not simple. He and Hydralisk came from the same training camp, so he knew everything about Hydralisk. Hydralisk's assassination techniques were indeed powerful, and his innate talent was also extremely terrifying. However, he would never believe that the mastermind behind this matter was Hydralisk. In other words, the person that Ghostface wanted to investigate was the person next to him. He recalled the appearance of Duan Mulonghu in his knowledge sea. He always felt that this person seemed to have walked out of a fog, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see him clearly. You're a smart person, so you shouldn't need me to teach you what to do. Alright, I hope you become a venerable soon. Then, we'll meet again. After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly left. Watching Su Yan's figure disappear in front of his eyes, Demon Wolf was no longer as shocked as before. He had already seen how powerful Su Yan's methods were. At this time, he was only rejoicing that he didn't do anything stupid. In the end, he sighed, these people, every one of them is so terrifying. Yes, this was what he was feeling at this time. Whether it was Su Yan or the emissary, their methods were unimaginable. At the beginning, he thought that he was very amazing, that he was about to reach the venerable realm and could dominate the world. But compared to these two people, what was the difference? Now, he could no longer resist his fate. The only thing he could do was to tread on thin ice and do his job well. If it was in the past, he would definitely be very happy to become the city lord. But at this time, he was afraid. It was really difficult to be the city lord. It was no wonder that Welkin Wolf King was so low-key after becoming the city lord, to the point of ignoring the world. He thought that Welkin Wolf King was a coward, but he didn't know that Welkin Wolf King was smart. Only smart people know how to protect themselves. However, no matter what, he had no way out. Since that was the case, he could only continue to walk down this path. Therefore, he took out the true spirit pill without hesitation. Pass down the order. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. For the next few days, the city will be under martial law. No one is to act rashly. Since the emissary had given him the true pill, he naturally hoped that he would become a venerable as soon as possible. Since that was the case, he might as well go into seclusion from now on. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in the tea house. He drank the last mouthful of tea and said softly, "It's really good tea, but it's time to go." After he finished speaking, he left quietly and disappeared into the horizon. The place he wanted to go was the Heavenly Lion City, because there was the last mark there. Now, the only advantage he had was the opportunity. The people from the Limitless Demon sect might not know about it yet. Of course, this was not very likely, but there was still a chance. The people from the Limitless Demon sect might not know that Wang Jingqing's next target was the Heavenly Lion City. After all, there were a total of 36 inner cities. If Wang Jingqing didn't have Duan Mulonghu's guidance behind the scenes, he wouldn't have known. This was Su Yan's advantage. However, Su Yan also knew that no matter what, he had to be prepared for the worst. Of course, he wasn't going to go to the Heavenly Lion City directly. His destination was the Heavenly Dog City. The City Lord's seal of the Heavenly Dog City had been stolen. Logically speaking, there was no need for him to go to the Heavenly Dog City. However, he already knew another piece of news. The 7 city lords whose City Lord seals had been stolen were going to meet in the Heavenly Dog City to discuss the matter of capturing him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't going there to deliver goods. In fact, he was going there to kill someone. What Su Yan needed now was chaos. The more chaotic it was, the more he could take advantage of the situation. Now, although he had achieved his goal, he knew very well that it wasn't enough. Chapter 850. Female Literature. Now, the Limitless Demon sect had begun to pay attention to him. Although this put him in a lot of danger, it was indeed his goal. The more chaotic the Limitless Demon sect was, the more effective it would be when Zhang Zhe and the others took action. At that time, he would be able to seize the opportunity to rescue Lu Lan. Since that was the case, he might as well make this place completely chaotic. Tiango City and Tianlang City weren't far away. With Su Yan's speed, he could arrive in almost half a day. He didn't even go through the city gate, but directly climbed over the wall. Although the Heavenly Ghost City was heavily guarded, it was not difficult for him to get in. At this moment, King Tianying and King Tiango were gathered together. Their expressions weren't good. As the secret of their city lord's seal was dug out, the Limitless Demon sect had placed more importance on this matter. At this moment, in the eyes of the Limitless Demon sect's big shots, they had been labeled as incompetent. For them, this was definitely not a small matter. It meant that the higher-ups no longer had any expectations for them. In other words, they couldn't continue to improve. Damn it, I really didn't expect that the thing I've been with day and night would be so important. Originally, he thought that the City Lord's seal only contained a set of mental cultivation techniques and was also a symbol of authority. There was no other important meaning to it. But at this moment, he didn't expect that there was such a thing hidden inside. Forget it, things have already come to this point. There's no point in talking anymore. The only thing we can do now is to capture the devil-masked man and atone for our sins. King Tianying said. Of course, King Tiango knew this, but was it really that easy to capture the devil-masked man? After all, King Tianlang died in the hands of this guy. Humph, let's wait for those guys to arrive first. We are not the only ones who are under pressure now. Now that there is only one mark left, that guy will definitely take action. It would be best if we could find out which city the last mark belongs to. That way, we can secretly set up a trap. Let's wait for those guys to arrive first. King Tiango said directly. In fact, he didn't have any patience now. I recently received news that an assassin from the Limitless Demon sect, Hydralisk, is still alive. Interestingly enough, he seems to be related to this matter. Although I don't know where this news came from, there's no smoke without fire, so let's strengthen the search. Tiango Monarch said with disdain, search? How to search? Relying on those good-for-nothings. They're all a bunch of trash. His temper had always been bad, and it was even worse at times like this. Lord Tianying didn't say anything. He was already familiar with Lord Tiango's temper. He knew that nothing he said would be of any use. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I have to leave first to deal with the matters in Sky Eagle City. Those fellows will probably arrive in another day. Don't worry, I will rush over in time. Since that's the case, I will leave first. After he finished speaking, he left. At this moment, he was the only one left in the Tengu Palace. Damn it! Tiango King's expression was gloomy. Suddenly, he let out an angry roar and threw a punch forward. Crash! An expensive table was directly destroyed just like that. Men! At this moment, Tiango shouted. However, there was no movement at all. His frown deepened. This bunch of fellows were getting more and more ridiculous. There was no movement at all at such a time. Did they want to die? Where are they? Where the hell did they go? Come out now! He roared again. This bunch of trash should have understood that he was extremely angry at this time. However, no one had appeared even at this time. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Tiango Monarch frowned. The footsteps were different from usual. It was too calm and steady. More importantly, it was the smell. He wasn't familiar with this smell at all. After cultivating the Tengu's secret technique, his sense of smell was far more sensitive than ordinary people. Even many powerful demonic beasts couldn't be compared to him. However, he couldn't identify this smell now. At this moment, his entire body tensed up. At the same time, he looked straight ahead. This long corridor that he had walked countless times had become exceptionally long at this moment. The shadow made him feel an indescribable pressure in his heart. Ghost face. Although Tiango Monarch had a bad temper, he wasn't stupid. At this moment, he suddenly thought of someone. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so bold as to come alone at this time. Moreover, King Tianying had just left not long ago. He believed that as long as he called out, King Tianying would immediately rush over. By then, Su Yan wouldn't be far from death. However, Su Yan didn't care and walked over. "That's right, it's me." While he was talking, Su Yan had already walked in front of him. In the darkness, his ghostly face was particularly dazzling. "How dare you? You killed King Tianlang, and now you want to kill me?" At this moment, he was so angry that he laughed. Although he was extremely afraid of Ghost Face, he couldn't let himself lose his composure. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to come here. Su Yan didn't stop walking. Tiango Monarch's aura began to accumulate. Then, he said, "Aren't you afraid that King Tianying will come back and join forces with me to kill you?" If King Tianying rushed back at this time, Su Yan would be attacked from both sides. No matter how powerful he was, it was still too difficult for him to fight two people at once. It was simply courting death. Su Yan said, "Heavenly Eagle King's speed is too fast." After hearing this, Tiango Monarch's face became even gloomier. He understood what Su Yan meant. Heavenly Eagle King's speed was too fast, so in just a short while, he was already very far away. It was already very difficult for Heavenly Dog King to contact Heavenly Eagle King again. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan could appear in such a grand manner. "Ghost Face, you're cunning. You actually calculated everything. However, do you really have the confidence to kill me? If I'm not wrong, you're not a venerable one yet." Tiango Monarch naturally didn't do nothing after such a long time. He was sizing up Su Yan. Judging from his aura, Su Yan wasn't a venerable one. This was his opportunity. As long as he wasn't a venerable one, he could directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't care about this. He only said, "King Tianlang is a 2-origin venerable, but he still died in my hands. You're only a 1-origin venerable." This was a fact. Since the 2-origin venerable King Tianlang was already dead, it didn't seem difficult to kill a 1-origin venerable. This sentence directly infuriated Tiango Monarch. At the same time, it made him even more fearful. The two of them naturally weren't chatting. It was a psychological attack. Obviously, Su Yan had the upper hand. Some things were actually very simple. Being fearful meant having some misgivings. Being fearful meant that when making a move, it was inevitable that one would be fearful. There was no need to do anything. Even if there was a slight obstruction in one's movements, that would be enough. Under Su Yan's gaze, he was extremely uncomfortable. "Damn it, you're too arrogant." At this moment, King Tianlang finally couldn't hold back and directly attacked. His speed was extremely fast. It was as powerful and ferocious as a hunting dog chasing after its prey. Unfortunately, he had made a mistake today. He wasn't the hunter, but the prey. The scorching sun sword appeared, and a scarlet sword light floated. The sword shadow flashed, and a sword chi suddenly leaped out. Fish Dragon Dance Sword. A sword burst forth with a boundless aura. A powerful aura suddenly surged out at this moment. That ichthyosaur was a real monster. Its terrifying aura was so powerful. With such power surging, King Tiango's power was actually torn apart in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan was still smiling calmly. Of course, King Tiango couldn't see Su Yan's smile. All he could see was the strangeness of the tricolored mask. In the first clash, his aura was completely destroyed by Su Yan. At this moment, he snorted coldly. "No wonder you can defeat King Tianlang. You do have some skills." From the beginning, he didn't see Su Yan as a Dragon Realm powerhouse. He knew very well that King Tianlang's combat strength was probably above his at that time. Even if he had hurriedly come out of seclusion with some injuries, his combat strength was still on par with his. Even so, he still lost. The result was obvious. He died at the hands of Ghostface before him. Meanwhile, Ghostface was still safe and sound. And in this exchange of blows, he had actually fallen behind by half a level. However, he really couldn't understand how Su Yan could be so powerful. He was just a Dragon Realm powerhouse. However, his power was so terrifying. I really didn't expect to meet someone like you. This is both my luck and my misfortune. However, Tiango won't give up so easily. Therefore, if you want to kill me, you won't be able to do it with this little bit of power. Just as he finished speaking, a blazing stream of air began to surround his body. Then, an extremely terrifying power erupted at this moment. Tiango engulfs the moon. He suddenly shouted. Tiango engulfs the moon. Naturally, it wasn't actually swallowing the moon. At the very least, King Tiango would never be able to do such a thing in his lifetime. This was a secret technique. When he fully unleashed it, he could swallow the moonlight's energy for his own use, raising his power to the peak in a short period of time. Chapter 851. Female Literature. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He already knew that this guy was using a secret technique. Su Yan naturally didn't want him to continue using this secret technique. After all, he wasn't here to train his combat strength this time, but to kill. Although Lord Tianying had indeed gone far away, he might be able to sense such a huge commotion here. Deity Vanquishing Sword. A black stream of light began to appear on the scarlet scorching sun sword. The moment this stream of light appeared, an extremely dangerous aura appeared directly at this moment. In the next moment, Su Yan had already turned into a shadow and charged directly at him. Su Yan's speed was simply too fast. This speed was simply unparalleled. In addition, the distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with. Therefore, he was already in front of Lord Tiango almost instantly. However, it only took a short while. Lord Tiango's body actually began to expand. He was originally a burly middle-aged man, but at this moment, his body seemed to have expanded by more than one size. The moment Su Yan's sword slashed down, a cruel expression appeared on his face. You want to stop me from using the secret technique? Unfortunately, the heavenly dog engulfs the moon's secret technique can be completed in almost an instant. Once the secret technique is used, my strength will increase exponentially. Clang! Just as he spoke, he had already blocked Su Yan's power. Su Yan looked at the person in front of him with surprise, but he quickly calmed down. This world was incomparably mysterious, and there were many secret techniques. Lord Tiango was quite powerful to be able to use such a technique. However, he had already made up his mind. He should take a look at the techniques recorded on the 8 Castellan seals. Of course, he didn't think of cultivating all of these secret techniques to perfection. However, if he could master some of these techniques, he might be able to have an unexpected effect in battle. The deity vanquishing sword was blocked, and Su Yan's actions were stopped. That guy was also a powerful figure. At this moment, he slapped down with his palm. That pair of large hands contained a mysterious and powerful power. This was definitely not just his own power. There was also that mysterious power that had suddenly increased. Perhaps this was the power of the moon. At this moment, Su Yan had no time to dodge. Without thinking, he raised his hand and placed it in front of his head. When Heavenly Dog King's hand landed, he felt as if his body had received a heavy blow as heavy as a small mountain. After using the secret technique, Heavenly Dog King's strength had actually become so strong. This was truly terrifying. That Celestial Dog King was a one-origin venerable. However, after using this secret technique, in terms of battle prowess, he was no longer inferior to the Celestial Wolf King. What if he became even more powerful? In that case, the battle prowess he could unleash would most likely be even more powerful. You can actually withstand my attack. How is this possible? You're not a venerable one yet, but you've already been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that one would not receive the heavenly tribulation before becoming a venerable one. Why were there so few people who could become venerable ones? They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was because most of them died from the heavenly tribulation. However, if one survived the heavenly tribulation, they would gain great benefits. Their bodies would be tempered. However, he never expected Su Yan's body to have been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, his fear of Su Yan rose to an unprecedented level. There's nothing to be surprised about. You're just too ignorant. Su Yan's power immediately burst out. A whirlwind twisted at this moment, and that violent power turned into a terrifying light that bombarded Heavenly Dog King's body. Heavenly Dog King's expression became incomparably terrified. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. He could not understand how Su Yan could become so powerful and terrifying at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Do you know how Celestial Wolf King died?" Su Yan's left hand shook quietly. That powerful force gently shook at this moment. At this moment, Heavenly Dog King immediately began to retreat. This was because he felt an extremely terrifying power at this moment. It was like a natural oppressive power. In the face of this power, he could only tremble. He did not even have the slightest intention to tremble. What kind of power is this? This was naturally the power of the heavenly demon Fingerbone. The great heavenly demon lord was the ancestor of the Limitless Demon Sect. Countless techniques of the Limitless Demon Sect were passed down from the great heavenly demon lord. The sacred elephant that the Limitless Demon Sect worshipped was also the sacred elephant of the great heavenly demon lord. At this moment, his prestige was unleashed and immediately suppressed Heavenly Dog King. Su Yan's body once again turned into an illusion. The black power suddenly blasted out and directly pierced Heavenly Dog King's body. Heavenly Dog King's powerful body that was reinforced by his secret technique could not resist the power of the heavenly demon Fingerbone at all. At this moment, Heavenly Dog King suddenly recalled what Celestial Wolf King said before his death. Heavenly Demon, that was the power of the great heavenly demon lord. This ghost face in front of him actually possessed the power of the great heavenly demon lord. However, it was already too late. Su Yan would definitely not give him the chance. The heavenly demon finger directly pierced through his body, just like how Celestial Wolf King died last time. After killing Heavenly Dog King, Su Yan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Heavenly Dog King was a one-origin venerable and was slightly weaker than Celestial Wolf King. He should not have needed to use the heavenly demon finger to kill him. Who would have thought that Heavenly Dog King actually had such a method? At this moment, Su Yan already understood that his life had been too smooth in the past and he did not put others in his eyes. If this was still the case in the future, he would probably not even know how he died. After learning this lesson, he would also keep it in his heart. In almost an instant, he had already disappeared from his original spot. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he directly concealed his aura. At this moment, he could already sense that Heavenly Eagle King was hurrying over. Heavenly Dog King actually used a secret technique to directly summon Heavenly Eagle King earlier. If he did not have the heavenly demon finger and could kill Heavenly Dog King in one hit, Su Yan would immediately be faced with a pincer attack from two venerables when Heavenly Eagle King arrived. At this moment, his best choice was to directly leave this place. Once Heavenly Dog King died, this place would definitely become chaotic. In that case, the Limitless Demon Sect's attention would be focused on this place. Then his Heavenly Lion City's operation would have an additional assurance. However, at this time, Su Yan suddenly changed his mind. Killing Heavenly Dog King was not enough. He still wanted to kill Heavenly Eagle King too. Heavenly Eagle King's speed was extremely fast and he was very good at tracking. Such a person was an extremely huge threat. If he could finish him off together, that would be best. And now was an opportunity. The walls of this great hall were directly shattered. Heavenly Eagle King's figure appeared. At this time, his expression was already ugly to the extreme. Dead, he actually died again. He had just left not long ago and he actually died again. This guy was really like a lingering spirit. Furthermore, he grasped the timing so accurately, making people stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. This was a terrifying enemy, and his heart was very big. Right at this time, a dark shadow directly appeared. Following that, it turned into a terrifying ray of black light. How sharp was Heavenly Eagle King's perception! Virtually at this moment, he immediately discovered the movement. He directly turned his head and immediately noticed this terrifying mask. Ghostface, what guts! You actually haven't left yet and actually still want to assassinate me. At this time, even Heavenly Eagle King had no choice but to admire this Su Yan's guts. After killing one, not only did he not escape, but he directly hid and made a move against him. At this time, his eyes suddenly released a ray of golden light. Under such a gaze, everything appeared clear in front of him. Su Yan's heart stirred. He immediately sensed that this guy's gaze had the same wonders as the eye of truth. Sure enough, guys who cultivated these 9 seals all had some special methods. Except, this time, Su Yan had the intention of killing in one blow. So he would not give Heavenly Eagle King a chance no matter what. This time, he directly used the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger. He was sneak attacking in the first place. Furthermore, he used the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger. Even if Heavenly Eagle King was at this time, he absolutely could not avoid it too. The power of the Heavenly Fiend, you. At this time, Heavenly Eagle King had already seen Su Yan's power. But it was precisely because of this that he felt that it was very meticulous. At this time, he already understood why Su Yan could kill these 2 people so easily. He was already very powerful, and he had the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger that naturally restrained them. It would be strange if these 2 people did not die. In the face of such a life-and-death situation, Heavenly Eagle King's innate skill was directly unleashed to the extreme. Heavenly Eagle Soar. His body slid to the side in an extremely strange manner. This was a method that violated the law. Although it was not a spatial magic, it was not much different. This innate skill had saved him countless times, and he believed that this time, he could also survive. However, he still underestimated the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger. How domineering was the power of the great Heavenly Demon Lord! Once it was unleashed, it would suppress everything. Even the power of space would be directly sealed. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan directly circulated his sword qi. One sword severs heaven and earth. He used the Heavenly Fiend Finger as his sword and then unleashed one of the regal sword mantra, sword severs heaven and earth. 2 streaks of sword qi were unleashed at the same time at this time. In an instant, his aura actually increased by more than 5 times. Even Su Yan himself did not expect that when he unleashed it like this, his combat strength would actually become so powerful. Chapter 852. Female Literature. King Tianying's body had just moved horizontally. But at this moment, he was forcefully fixed in place. Until now, his complexion had already become incomparably terrible. After sensing the unique aura of the great Heavenly Demon Lord, he already knew that he had encountered a difficult opponent today. King Tianying was extremely smart, much smarter than King Tiango, so he had never used his realm to measure Su Yan. Therefore, when Su Yan made his move, he did not hesitate to use his innate ability. But he did not expect that his innate ability would be directly fixed by Su Yan. This kind of power was truly incomparably terrifying. Seeing Su Yan's terrifying finger directly charging towards him, he knew that this was a matter of life and death. At this moment, he absolutely could not hold back. King Tiango had a secret technique, so did King Tianying. Eagle wings. At this critical juncture, a pair of wings actually directly appeared on his body. These were not illusory wings. Instead, they were real wings of flesh that were connected to his body. When Su Yan used his power, he could form dragon wings. That was the innate ability of the dragon realm. It was the same as Wang Baichuan's cold state. Those dragon wings could greatly increase his power. But that was all. They were definitely not real existences. But these flesh wings grew from King Tianying's back. Fly. At this moment, he suddenly shouted. At this moment, the pair of wings suddenly shook, and a powerful force immediately shattered the power of the space. He was actually able to break free from Su Yan's power imprisonment. Su Yan's eye of truth directly erupted, and everything immediately appeared in his eyes. At this moment, King Tianying's wings had completely changed. They seemed to have become something that was beneficial between reality and illusion. This state was something that even shadow creatures could not achieve. Su Yan had never seen such a form of existence, and this form of existence had extremely powerful innate ability. At this moment, the violent spatial energy seemed to have calmed down. After Heavenly Eagle King broke free of Su Yan's attack, he did not think of counterattacking at all. He had always sought stability when doing things. At this moment, he had no confidence in defeating Su Yan, so all he could think of was to escape. Only by escaping from here would he have a chance. Now that he had fought with Su Yan, he had some understanding of Su Yan's situation. Since that was the case, it would not be so troublesome to capture Su Yan in the future. There were many experts in the Limitless Demon sect, and the more powerful they were, the more difficult it would be for others to understand their methods. He believed that with the strength of those experts, they would definitely be able to teach Su Yan a lesson. Seeing that he was about to leave, Su Yan would not let him do as he wished. He knew the consequences of his actions. Today, he had already shown himself in front of King Heavenly Eagle, so he was bound to leave traces behind. At that time, he would definitely not be able to move as freely as he did today. He might even be directly captured by the other party. He was not Zhang and could not control the divine sword to roam the world unhindered. Therefore, his actions had to be absolutely foolproof. And since he had already made his move at this time, then King Heavenly Eagle had to die. One had the heart to flee, while the other had the will to kill. After using the mighty eagle wings, King Tianying's speed was extremely fast. But in the domain of speed, Su Yan had never been afraid of anyone. His devil dragon wings directly spread open. The two pairs of dragon wings were so terrifying. That radiant power could simply tear apart everything. Furthermore, at this time, he directly activated Regal Sword Flight. Compared to Devil Dragon Wings, Regal Sword Flight's speed was even faster. It was just that activating Regal Sword Shield required enormous consumption. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Su Yan would not activate it. It was just that this was already a matter of great importance, so he would not have so many misgivings anymore. After displaying Regal Sword Flight, his speed suddenly soared. His entire person instantly turned into a stream of flowing light. King Heavenly Eagle was currently rushing into the sky. This secret technique was similar to King Heavenly Dog's Heavenly Dog Eclipse. It could allow him to become extremely powerful and terrifying in an instant. Of course, there was also a time limit. When his body could not withstand the consumption of this secret technique, then he would become weak. And if they didn't manage to escape within this period of time, then only death awaited them. I really didn't expect that I would actually use this move today. King Heavenly Eagle laughed helplessly at himself. However, when he thought of Su Yan's Heavenly Demon Finger, he immediately threw away this helplessness. He had no choice in this matter. Facing the Heavenly Demon Finger, he could not defeat it. Since he could not defeat it, then he could only escape. Thinking of the previous scene where the space was imprisoned, that kind of chill appeared in his heart again. Fortunately, he still managed to escape. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of air being torn apart was heard. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened. A chill spread directly in his heart. Ghost face. Even in the darkness, that mask was so clear. He had actually caught up. He never expected that with his speed, he would still be caught up. Where did this guy come from? Could he be the son of the demon of the Limitless Demon sect? But if he was the son of the demon, why had he not heard of such a person before? At this moment, Su Yan's voice was heard. This time, you can't escape. This was a calm judgment. King Heavenly Eagle suddenly felt that his world seemed to have lost its color. Everything became quiet at this moment. Oh no, a mental attack. After all, he was an experienced person. At this moment, he immediately realized that this was the magical effect of a mental attack. At this moment, he immediately focused his mind to resist. However, at this moment, a bright moon suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was clearly a bright moon, but it was indeed like a scorching sun. The moonlight shone down, and the cold radiance made his entire body tremble. Such power caused him to be filled with fear. At this moment, he already had a premonition that he was going to die without a doubt. Damn it! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. At this moment, he directly roared. Then, a terrifying power spread out and directly enveloped Su Yan. King Heavenly Eagle was also a decisive person. He already knew that at this moment, there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving by chance. Since that was the case, then he would go all out and perish together with Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him such a chance. At the very beginning, Su Yan had already considered this point. Therefore, at this moment, he directly attacked. The heavenly demon finger directly penetrated King Heavenly Eagle's body. King Heavenly Eagle's eyes stared straight at Su Yan as if he wanted to use the last of his will to curse him. It was just a pity that Su Yan had already seen this kind of expression too many times. Therefore, he no longer cared about all of this. He just smiled faintly and said, "Being born in this world, one has to be prepared for death. I'll kill you, but your hands will also be stained with the lives of countless people. Reaching your level, you can't even see this point. Living so many years in vain, what a joke." This time, he was really tired, even more tired than the last time. Killing two venerables consecutively, this kind of consumption was incomparably huge after all. After killing King Heavenly Eagle, he fell from the sky together with King Heavenly Eagle's corpse. At this time, a ferocious look flashed across Su Yan's eyes. But this was still not enough. At this moment, a powerful flame suddenly appeared on his fingertip. When this flame emerged, it immediately arrived on King Heavenly Eagle's body. That was the Crimson Spirit Fire. After cooperating with the Flame Devil Sovereign King's departed soul the last time, his Crimson Spirit Fire became even more powerful. Burning a corpse now was simply too easy. In just an instant, this body was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. Su Yan finally landed safely on the ground. This was the deep mountain area. He did not dare to sleep here. Even if his body was strong and exuded a dragon's might, if he encountered a powerful demonic beast, he would still die under this demonic beast. He was not willing to become the demonic beast's feces. Su Yan dispersed the ghost face and began to circulate the chi of the Supreme. The calm chi of the Supreme slowly flowed like a stream and began to comfort his heart. After a full 6 hours, he finally recovered. The Oriole escorted Fang Yueshan and the others away, so he could not summon it. Fortunately, he could still summon the double-winged heavenly tiger. When he began to meditate, he had already directly summoned the double-winged heavenly tiger through the connection between them. 6 hours had passed, and according to the double-winged heavenly tiger's speed, it should be about time for it to arrive. Just as he was thinking, a huge shadow had already descended. It was the double-winged heavenly tiger. Su Yan did not waste any words and directly climbed onto the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. Then, he told the double-winged heavenly tiger the destination of this trip and began to sink into contemplation. The Supreme Sword Chi could heal his body, but the mental exhaustion still required sleep to recover. Even at Su Yan's level, sleep was still an extremely important activity. At this time, Heavenly Dog City was already in chaos. Heavenly Dog King had actually died in his own palace. There was a fight in the main hall, and the traces were obvious. The way the Heavenly Dog King died was exactly the same as the Heavenly Wolf King's. From this, it could be determined that it was the same person. It was also the doing of that ghost face. The people from the Limitless Demon sect who came to investigate had just arrived at Heavenly Wolf City, but the city lord of Heavenly Dog City had already been killed. This made him extremely angry. This was a provocation to him. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything about Su Yan's whereabouts at all. What troubled him even more was that the Heavenly Eagle King had disappeared. Chapter 853. Female Literature. Just 2 days later, Su Yan appeared outside the Heavenly Lion City. Compared to the other cities, the Heavenly Lion City was closer to the core of the Limitless Demon sect. The Heavenly Lion King was very powerful and had reached the level of a 3 Essences Tao sovereign. In fact, he was close to becoming a 4 Essences Tao sovereign. Looking at this city, Su Yan suddenly felt an invisible pressure. This pressure did not come from the city itself, but from the aura within the city. Su Yan performed the eyes of truth. His gaze pierced through everything and finally landed on a tall pagoda in the center of the city. That was the core of the Heavenly Lion City. It was also where the Heavenly Lion King resided. The Heavenly Lion City had clearly been affected by the commotion and had started to investigate. This time around, Su Yan did not force his way into the city. Instead, he disguised himself as a tourist and entered quietly. After entering the city, he headed straight for the Heavenly Lion Pagoda. The Heavenly Lion Pagoda's defense was much more lax than Su Yan had imagined. There was no defense at all. However, Su Yan did not dare to underestimate it. It was because Su Yan knew that there was no need for defense here. With the Heavenly Lion King around, who would dare to enter this place? A peak 3 Essences Tao sovereign was already an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Seems like I can only steal it. If the Heavenly Lion King's cultivation was on par with the Heavenly Wolf King and the others, Su Yan would not have any reservations at all. He would just enter and kill the Heavenly Lion King and snatch the treasures. However, he did not have any confidence when facing the Heavenly Lion King. It would be very difficult for him to even escape from the Heavenly Lion King, let alone kill him. However, Su Yan also had something he could rely on, the dual-winged Heavenly Tiger. If it really did not work out, he would rely on the dual-winged Heavenly Tiger to escape. Su Yan knew that he was pressed for time. Therefore, he immediately decided to take action tonight. Within the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe stood quietly. His figure was ramrod straight, like a standing divine sword. Beside him was a long sword. That was the Taihang divine sword. At this moment, the Taixing divine sword was standing quietly beside him. He and the Taixing divine sword were one, and their auras intertwined. It was definitely not a coincidence that Zhang Zhe was able to have his current cultivation. After so many years, the Taihang sword faction had actually declined. But because of his appearance, the Taihang sword faction had become strong again. He had been accompanying the Taixing godly sword day and night. He had long since connected his aura with the Taixing godly sword. On the other side stood another person. It was the other genius of the Sublime Flow sword faction, Shuexingchuan. Zhang Zhe's rise made the Taihang sword faction flourish. If Zhang Zhe was the only client, then many things would not be enough. Just like the invasion of the Limitless Demon sect. After Zhang Zhe of the Taihang sword faction was suppressed, he had no means of retaliating. At that time, as long as Yan Xiao made a move, the Taihang sword faction would definitely suffer a huge loss. But this time, the Taihang sword faction came out unscathed. This had a lot to do with Shuexingchuan's sudden appearance. If not for Shuexingchuan, Yan Xiao would have been able to do whatever he wanted. But in reality, Yan Xiao did not kill anyone in this battle. Instead, he was almost killed by Shuexingchuan. Yan Xiao was the vice-sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, so the people of the Limitless Demon sect couldn't just stand by and watch him get killed. In this way, Shuexingchuan was able to tie down the strength of 2 experts. At this moment, Zhang Zhe was telling Shuexingchuan about his cultivation experience. At Shuexingchuan's level of cultivation, it was already very difficult for him to improve. But with Zhang Zhe's guidance, he would be able to avoid many detours. This momentum was very important. At this moment, the ancestor of the Wang family suddenly sent a message. Zhang Zhe opened his eyes. He didn't interrupt Xue Xingchuan, because Xue Xingchuan was communicating with the Taihang God's sword. The Taihang God's sword was the foundation of the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the Taihang sword faction needed an expert who could hold up the sky. As the sect master, Zhang Zhe clearly knew that if he was the only one in the Taihang sword faction, it wouldn't be enough. Xue Xingchuan had to become stronger. This time, they were about to enter the Limitless Demon sect and teach them a lesson. But he didn't have much confidence in this operation. He didn't even know if he would be able to come back alive. As a sect master, he had to be prepared for the worst before doing anything. He couldn't act on impulse. The Limitless Demon sect had gone too far this time. Therefore, he had to teach them a harsh lesson. Otherwise, the Taixing Sword sect and the other sects would be suppressed by the Limitless Demon sect to the point of suffocation. Zhang Zhe was indeed very strong, but he wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. He knew how terrifying the Limitless Demon sect was. There were many experts in the Limitless Demon sect. The third vice sect master and the second vice sect master weren't mediocre. Their battle strength was terrifying. Moreover, there were two mysterious and powerful existences in the Limitless Demon sect. They were the sect master and the first vice sect master. These two were the truly terrifying ones. The reason why Zhang Zhe was suppressed in the beginning was because the sect master had sent a projection of his energy. Just a projection of his energy was enough to suppress him temporarily. It was easy to imagine how powerful that person was. Even Zhang Zhe didn't have absolute confidence that he could come out unscathed when facing that person. So, he was making his final preparations. Xue Xingchuan wasn't stupid. He obviously understood what Zhang Zhe meant. But at this point, he wouldn't expose this matter. After all, even though he didn't want to, he had no other choice. Because it wasn't impossible for this to happen. At this moment, Zhang Zhe received the news and laughed. This Su Yan is quite strong. Ghostface had caused a huge commotion in the 36 inner cities of the Limitless Demon sect. This matter had already been known by the Taihang Sword faction. Others might not know Ghostface's identity, but as the sect master of the Taihang Sword faction, how could he not know? After all, the last time Su Yan fought with Wu Ye, he had already used such a method. Others might not be able to see it amidst the chaos, but the true experts were able to see everything clearly. It's about time. The Limitless Demon sect has been tyrannical for too long. Zhang Zhe's words were a signal to begin the attack. Xue Xingchuan, you should communicate with the Taihang Godly Sword first. You need to use the Taihang Godly Sword's aura to train yourself. I know that you still have the sword qi of the evil cold jade sword in your body. Although the sword qi can allow you to train and improve your sword Dao, the evil cold jade sword is still an evil cold jade sword. The sword qi will constantly damage your foundation and cause a huge impact on your future. So, you need to use the Taihang Godly Sword's aura to neutralize the sword qi. Otherwise, it'll be like drinking poison to quench your thirst. It won't do you any good in the future. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Zhe had experienced it before. So, he was very clear about these matters. Xue Xingchuan naturally took Duyu's advice to heart. At this moment, he said, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I'll remember these words." Is Sect Master going to Pan Province? Zhang Zhe said, "Indeed. It's about time. Moreover, that little friend of yours has caused quite a commotion in the Limitless Demon sect. But if no one goes to help him, he'll suffer a great loss sooner or later." Su Yan had already killed several venerable realm powerhouses consecutively. The people of the Limitless Demon sect weren't idiots. They naturally wouldn't allow Su Yan to continue like this. So, they would definitely take action. Su Yan wasn't weak. After using that strange mask, his battle strength was even more terrifying. But there was still a limit. In the face of a true powerhouse, what was this? If he thought that he could move unhindered in Pan Province, then he was courting death. No matter what, Su Yan was a disciple of the Taihang Sword faction. Moreover, he was fighting for the Taihang Sword faction. So, he wouldn't allow Su Yan to die outside. Xue Xingchuan was silent for a moment. Then, he said, Sect Master, if possible, don't let that guy die. He's a genius. The weight of the word genius depended on the person who said it. If it was just an ordinary person saying that Su Yan was a genius, it wouldn't be anything to be proud of. But now, the person who was praising Su Yan was Xue Xingchuan. He was already recognized as a powerful genius in the Taihang sword faction, or even the entire Jiuzhou continent. And someone like him actually praised Su Yan from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, Su Yan's weight was very high. The sect master smiled and nodded. Then, he said, don't worry, I know. If possible, I definitely won't let this kid die outside. He left immediately without looking back. Xue Xingchuan looked at Zhang Zai's departing figure and felt confused. At this moment, he said to the ancestor of the Wang family, Senior, I'll leave the sect to you and Senior Feng. At this moment, the Taihang sword faction was facing a huge crisis. If they still schemed against each other, they would be digging their own graves. Humans were always like this. When they were at ease, they would always do all sorts of things. But when the real danger came, they would know how to unite. If it weren't for the limitless demon sect's attack, the three great clans of the Taihang sword faction might not be able to get along so well. The ancestor of the Wang family turned and left. The two old men had no room for improvement in their cultivation. So, taking charge of the sect and managing everything was the best choice. Chapter 854. Female Literature, Night Fell. It was a dark night that was as cold as water. At this moment, Su Yan silently appeared in the darkness. The defenses of this heavenly lion pagoda were not very tight to begin with. To Su Yan, it was extremely easy for him to avoid the guards. What was truly difficult was to avoid the heavenly lion king's senses, who was very likely to be of four essences supremacy. Su Yan circulated his grand supreme aura, allowing his breathing to fuse with the air currents in the surroundings. Right now, it was as if he did not exist. He had fused perfectly with the environment. This time around, even Fang Xingzhan did not have the confidence to get his hands on the heavenly lion seal. However, there were too many things in this world that could only be done under uncertain conditions. Su Yan reached the top very soon. It was very quiet here, and there was not a single person around. He lifted his head and realized that the heavenly lion seal was right before him. He had not expected that it would be so easy to find the heavenly lion seal. Just then, a majestic voice rang out. Very good. You've finally come. Hearing this voice, Su Yan immediately knew that this was definitely the heavenly lion king. However, he had not expected that the heavenly lion king would be so powerful. He had already tried his best to conceal his aura completely. However, this heavenly lion king had still managed to discover his arrival. Compared to the few people before him, this heavenly lion king was a lot stronger. However, since he had already been discovered, Su Yan decided not to conceal his aura anymore. Heavenly Lion King, you're really powerful. Could it be that you've been waiting for my arrival? This could be heard from his tone. The Heavenly Lion King replied directly, Haha, of course, I've been waiting for your arrival. Otherwise, what do you think? Hearing the Heavenly Lion King speak, Su Yan was a little surprised. I knew very early on that you'd definitely come. Of course, based on my judgment, the person who should be walking before me should be Wang Jingcheng. I didn't expect that this person would be different. However, it's still the same. Su Yan's countenance changed once again. Heavenly Lion King, could it be that you've already found out about the secret behind the 9 seals? At this moment, the Heavenly Lion King had already walked up to him. The Heavenly Lion King was really like a male lion. He stood before Su Yan and said, Of course. Do you think that I'm one of those fools? Such a treasure was right beside them, yet they knew nothing about it. People like them were simply trash. No wonder you were able to kill so many of them. Su Yan listened to the Heavenly Lion King's words. To think that the Heavenly Lion King had comprehended this on his own. He already knew the secret of the 9 seals, so when he heard that someone had stolen the 9 seals, he naturally knew that someone would come looking for him. Speaking of which, you're still too slow. You made me wait for a few days. Then, hand over the other 8 seals. To be honest, I can't wait any longer. He knew that his Heavenly Lion seal was one of the 9 seals, but he did not know what the other 8 seals were. However, this was not a problem. It was because he knew that the person who had started stealing the seals would definitely know about it. He knew his own strength very well. Therefore, that guy would not have set his sights on him right from the start. Therefore, it was very simple for him to obtain the 9 seals. He would just have to wait for them to show up. As long as that person arrived, the Heavenly Lion King would bring the seals with him. Even if this guy was a little trash and did not manage to collect all the seals, it would not matter. The Heavenly Lion King would dig out the information he wanted to know from that guy. At most, he would just have to do it himself. Unlike the other city lords, the Heavenly Lion King was a cultivation genius. When the Heavenly Wolf King finally became a 2 essences supremacy, he was already a powerful 4 essences supremacy. Therefore, as long as he could obtain the 9 seals, he was confident that he would be able to let his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds within an extremely short period of time. He could even control the Wuji 9 Demon seal directly. The Heavenly Lion King's thoughts and ideas were very daring. However, this was not surprising. How could a submissive person possibly reach his current level? As the Heavenly Lion King was speaking, his aura had already drifted towards Su Yan. His powerful aura had completely enveloped Su Yan. If I were you, I wouldn't choose to resist at this moment. You should know your fate. However, since you were able to send these 8 seals over, it's considered a great contribution. Therefore, I won't kill you. You just have to swear loyalty to me. The Heavenly Lion King's words were straightforward and domineering. It was because he had always been like this. Su Yan looked at the Heavenly Lion King. Right now, the Heavenly Lion King's tricolored mask was flashing with brilliance. He knew that the enemy before him could very well be one of the strongest enemies he had ever encountered. When faced with such a person, there was no way he could defeat him or escape. However, even at this moment, he still did not plan on giving up. At this moment, his gaze still landed on the Heavenly Lion seal. Seeing Su Yan's actions, the Heavenly Lion King immediately smiled. Ha, you're really a persistent person. It seems that you're still unwilling to give up and feel that you still have hope. Since that's the case, you can give it a try. If you're able to withstand a few moves from me, then what's the harm in giving you the Heavenly Lion seal? The Heavenly Lion King had always been so domineering and conceited. However, Su Yan also knew that the Heavenly Lion King's domineering attitude was definitely not without reason. The Heavenly Lion King was far too powerful. It was because he was powerful that he was confident. Heavenly Lion King, if you want me to swear loyalty to you, then we'll have to see if you have the capability to do so. When Su Yan arrived, he was already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Since there were some things that he would have to face sooner or later, why not start now? His state of mind settled down at this moment. Then, a powerful power started to seethe. You're not a martial saint, yet you have such a terrifying aura. Furthermore, your body has even gone through the baptism of the heavenly calamity. You're really amazing. The Heavenly Lion King was very powerful, and his judgment was also very shrewd. He saw through Su Yan almost instantly. However, Su Yan did not say anything. There was no point in saying such nonsense. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion King suddenly let out a series of furious roars. A terrifying lion's roar rang out, and the entire city was instantly awakened. That sound wave was so terrifying that it almost blew away all the clouds in the sky. Right now, Su Yan, who was facing this power head-on, was in an even more miserable state. Under the impact of this wave of power, his entire body started to tremble. However, at this moment, he did not cower in the slightest. His powers gathered at this moment, eventually forming an extremely powerful shield. That shield blocked all of the Heavenly Lion King's sound wave attacks. The Heavenly Lion King smiled. Not bad. It's a pity. As his voice rang out, his body appeared not far away from Su Yan. When his body got close, a shadow descended. This shadow encompassed him, as if wanting to engulf Su Yan's entire body. It was also at this moment that the Heavenly Lion King made his move, smashing a punch into the barrier that Su Yan had set up with his powers. The power of Su Yan's barrier was already very strong. If it were the Heavenly Dog King, the Heavenly Wolf King, or the Heavenly Eagle King, he would be able to easily fend off any of their attacks. However, before the Heavenly Lion King, this power was as weak as paper. At the first instant, the shield shattered, and at the second instant, that huge fist smashed into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan trembled fiercely. That feeling of pain started to spread out gradually. In the end, it spread throughout his entire body, as if wanting to bite off all of Su Yan's nerves. Ha! It must be very painful, right? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, another punch smashed out. It was still aimed at his abdomen. Right now, Su Yan was suspended in midair. His body was not something that he could control. Ha, I really don't know where a weak person like you gets the courage to reject my request. Do you know that with your abilities, you don't have the right to reject me? Under great fury, the Heavenly Lion King smashed out another punch. However, this time around, he frowned. It was because this punch did not hit the place he wanted to hit. It was because this punch was blocked by Su Yan's hands. Damn it! It's so painful. Su Yan's voice came out from the deepest part of his throat. Painful. It was really painful. Due to the pain, he was enraged. Right now, his 3 hearts were beating even more intensely. Even though he was being comforted by the Grand Supreme's aura, he still felt that he was unable to control his fury and irritation. Scram further away from me. Feng Xingjian let out an enraged bellow and bent his body in midair, immediately escaping from the Heavenly Lion King's control. He then threw an uppercut at the Heavenly Lion King's chin. The Heavenly Lion King had clearly not expected that Su Yan would be able to block his attack and even launch a counterattack in such a short instant. He was caught off guard and allowed Su Yan to succeed. Su Yan also took this opportunity to widen the distance between himself and the Heavenly Lion King. Ha ha ha, you're really something. You're amazing. At this moment, Su Yan's actions piqued the Heavenly Lion King's interest. He had not expected that Su Yan's battle prowess would be so strong. However, Su Yan had struck him with a punch. This was not something that the Heavenly Lion King would let off so easily. Initially, I didn't want to take your life. But since that's the case, I can only let you die. With a flash, the Heavenly Lion King appeared before Su Yan once again. Just like before, the Heavenly Lion King punched out without any fancy moves. However, this time around, Su Yan was not hit by the Heavenly Lion King like before. Feng Xingjian activated the Grand Supreme Sword Evasion, and his body disappeared from where he was as if he had torn through space. The next time he appeared, he was already behind the Heavenly Lion King.